An Indian summer, they said, with everything all dried up. Made up for how bad the weather had been a few months ago. The metal bridge resonated with each step. Ian Hogg cleared the end and faced a choice. Follow the shore of the river, or head up the bank into the thick woods. An idiot who didn't know where they were could waste hours in there. But he wasn't that idiot, so he took the path up the bank. As much as he tried to keep calm, sweat soaked his armpits and ran down his arms and his back. Everywhere. And it was getting worse. He loosened off his shirt, thick enough to keep warm outside at 3 a.m, but way too bulky for this kind of hike in this heat. He smelled like broken biscuits, salted caramel flavour. That stuff was everywhere now. He rounded the bend and stopped. The groove led down a decline towards the wide mouth of the tunnel, bricked up around the sides, with an open square left in the middle. Sheer black inside. Hogg cupped his hands around his mouth. "Becky!" He waited, but got nothing. Just his words rebounding at him. Couldn't even hear birds singing. "Becky!" His words sounded pathetic, shrill, small, desperate. He set off along the final stretch towards the tunnel, taking it slowly in case he fell and stopped just outside. Some kids had brought wooden pallets up here, but left them to rot at the side. He presumed they were kids. He tried to set off again, but it was as though his legs weren't letting him enter the spooky tunnel, no matter how much he felt he should go in. No matter how many times he'd been here. No matter how recently. In stark contrast with the bright daylight, the tunnel was pitch black inside. Just a thin shard of light crawled across the rough pebbles, soon lost in the depths of the old railway tunnel. Weird to think there used to be train tracks running through here. Used to be trains, too, running right where he stood. Hadn't been any for Yonk's mind. 50 years at least. But still, it was weird to consider. The nearest active train station now was across Ngala, meaning Peebles got shortchanged, yet again. The bus took ages getting into Edinburgh, and he knew. Aye. He was prevaricating, just like he'd done all his life. Sod it. He needed to get inside. He put his hands in his pockets, wrapping the fingers of one hand around his keys and gripping his torch with the other. He didn't know if he'd need to use either, especially defensively, possibly offensively. Stop thinking like that. Hogg sucked in a deep breath. "Becky!" Still nothing. Just a wild reverberation of his voice, the syllables crossing over and catching, but not really fading as they spread inside the tunnel. Like those old Gregorian chant CDs his gran used to listen to, everything overlapping and never ending. All of a sudden, it just stopped, and Hogg was left in a wall of silence. Despite his brain telling him it went straight to hell, the tunnel didn't go very deep at all. Everyone called it the half-mile tunnel, and half a mile was nothing. And he'd been here tons of times, with Becky and others, but that was all years ago. Sod it. The quicker he went in, the quicker he'd be out the other side. Then he'd head to that baker's in town, get one of their millionaire shortbreads. It was Sunday and they were shut. It'd have to be a slice of cake and a hot chocolate in that fancy place. That'd be his treat for doing this, his reward. Hogg clicked on his torch, then shone the light into the tunnel, casting the beam off the sludgy pebbles on the ground and the curved brick-vaulted ceiling, damp and uninviting. Becky wasn't here. Maybe just go and get that cake now. He turned off the torch, then set off back the way he came. then stopped. The patch of grass sitting under the pallets just outside the tunnel mouth was darkened. He switched the torch on again, then shone it over it. Not just shadow, blood. And a lot of it. Hogg wasn't an expert, but it looked way too much to be compatible with life. He had no idea how much he could lose and still survive. Was there that much on the ground? Shite. Took him a few seconds to catch his breath, then the realization hit like a baseball bat to the face. He wasn't looking for a survivor, but a corpse. He rubbed away the salty sweat on his forehead. He could pretend to himself it was from a rabbit, that maybe a fox had got it, kid himself about how they'd reintroduced some eagles nearby and maybe one had caught a fox, killed it, then dropped the body and something else had taken it. But that was all nonsense. He knew where the blood came from, whose it was. He should get back to Peebles, get a slice of cake, then have a think. But what if Becky was still alive and in there? Like she just needed someone to take her to hospital, or at least call for help. He could save her life. He should. He needed to do this. He needed to see if she was okay. Hogg turned around, sucked in a deep breath, then stepped into the tunnel, scanning his torch across the walls and the floor as he walked through the darkness. Water dripped from the ceiling, despite it being dry for weeks. He set off into the darkness, keeping his torch on a wide beam. "Becky?" His own words seemed to whisper back at him. Or was there someone else in here with him? Chapter 2. Marshall. Not for the first time in his life, Rob Marshall felt massively underdressed. The number of times he'd driven through Gattonside recently and he'd never ventured down the lane to this place. When he'd been at school in the village, this had been a knackered old pub, the sort that turned a blind eye to such trivial matters as the ages of the patrons ordering pints of snakebite, especially when they'd been at the nearby high school. And he'd kind of assumed it had stayed the same. Wrong. The interior had been gutted and reworked, like a central London eatery or one of those places on George Street in Edinburgh he'd taken Kirsten to. Tiled walls and floors, the ancient beams had been stripped and sealed in a dark colour. A fire roared away in the far wall, despite the heat outside. The long bar had a coffee machine and wine fridges instead of beer taps, and there was a new wall just opposite it, blocking the espresso maker's hiss from diners through there. God, the coffee smelled good, though. Despite his look, Kirsten had won a competition she hadn't even known she'd entered. Her summer dress was still valid in early September, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Such a difference from when he first met her. She walked up to the maitre d' in his shirt and slacks. "Hi, we've got a table under Jennifer Marshall." Marshall shuffled over, each step making him feel even more underdressed. He looked down at his navy jeans, black trainers, brown leather jacket and black Aphex Twin t-shirt. At least that was niche enough to appear stylish, even if the material was more a grey now after repeated abrasive washes. You had to just act like you owned the lion's den, even if the lion was getting ready to savage you. "Follow me, madam." Marshall followed Kirsten and the maitre d' through the doorway, then past tables of well-dressed diners sipping away at wine and slicing into roast beef. Jen sat at their table, her fingers wrapped around a glass of white wine seeded with droplets of moisture, staring off out of the window towards the Tweed and Melrose, the posh houses mounting the hill across the river. She turned and noticed them, then gave the mildest of smiles. Kirsten leaned in to do a double kiss, then took the seat next to her. Marshall just gave a smile as he sat opposite his twin sister. "Happy birthday, Jen." She smiled back. At least it was fully formed now. Happy birthday, Rob. Another year, eh? Marshall let out a deep breath. I feel old. You look it too. Jen stared into a glass, twitching her nostrils. Marshall had seen that look in her a few times over their shared life. Her exams, her wedding day, when she was pregnant with Thea, Thea's exams, her divorce, Thea leaving for university. You okay, Jen? I'm fine. Why'd you ask? Just seem a bit preoccupied with something, that's all. Long story? Jen reached over for the menu and started running a finger down the page. So, she wasn't going to talk about it, whatever it was. Magic? Marshall sat back. Quite a nice place, this. I like it. Jen glanced up, then looked at what he was wearing. Sorry, I should have told you it was fancier. You've dressed like we're meeting in that grim pub up in Stow. The Stage Hall Arms. That's the one. Marshall smirked. It's shut now. Heard someone bought it and they're renovating it. Probably end up like this. Demolishing it would be a better idea. Marshall laughed. He didn't disagree. This is a bit of a long drive over from your place. Nowhere near as far as for you two coming down? She smiled. Appreciate it, by the way. No worries. It's our turn after you came into Edinburgh last time. Did you get the train? Kirsten shook her head. Rob drove. She nodded at Jen's wineglass. Did you get a taxi? I'm not made of money. Jen licked her lips. Thea drove me. She's just back from Canada already. Aye. Poor thing's badly jet-lagged, but she had a whale of a time. Got to get her head straight for a week tomorrow when she goes back. Jen smiled at her brother. She's sorry she's not here, but she's meeting up with her old school pals from Peebles. They've gone into Edinburgh. Of course. It's important to stay in touch, right? Isn't it? Jen gave him a sour look that could curdle milk. I do appreciate you seeing her now you stay in Glasgow. Haven't lived there for a while now, Jen. Kinda got kicked out of my old place. Oh. I didn't know that. Long story, Jen. Before Jen suggested he moved back into the granny flat above her garage, Marshall grabbed Kirsten's hand. We've moved in together. Oh! Jen's eyebrows shot up. Since when? 3 months now. Jen gave Marshall a look. And you didn't tell me? You've been a bit busy, haven't you? Jen turned her head to the side. How's it going with your operation? Kirsten frowned at her. Which one? Is there more than one? Jen was blushing. She'd overstepped the mark. Her special move. She leaned in and spoke in an undertone. The endometriosis treatment. That. I'm on a waiting list. You know how long for? Kirsten shrugged. Said it'll be a year. This country. Jen shook her head. Waiting times in BGH are through the bloody roof. My pals on the wards are constantly getting it in the neck. See it in A&E too. But that's good news that you're on the waiting list. Morning all. Bob Milne shuffled over, his detective's eyes scanning the three of them and the rest of the room. He tucked his lime and brown check shirt into his chinos, his belly pushing the fabric to the limit. One too many roast potatoes and it'd all flop out. He wheeled in grumpy, his father, and Marshall and Jen's granddad, into the space at the head of the table. See who we've got here, old fella? Grumpy's eyes shifted around between them, still with that mischievous energy flashing in them. Well. The gang's all here, eh? Marshall caught a briefly arched eyebrow from Kirsten, then gave an equally brief shrug in return. He'd had no idea they were coming. His glare at Jen hopefully made that message clear to her. Jen looked away quickly enough that it gave him some hope she'd received the message loud and clear. Rob was just saying how he's moved in with Kirsten. Milne beamed at his son, then at Kirsten. That's cracking news, son. So you finally got turfed out of that loony's place. Like I told Jen, that's a long story. Marshall smiled at their dad. Is Catherine coming? Milne sat between Jen and Grumpy, then started adjusting his cutlery into some arrangement that presumably made sense to him. Your, half-sister won't be joining us, no? Oh, that's a shame. Why? Milne smiled at Marshall, then at Jen, then at Kirsten. Some good news, though. I've bought a house just along the road. Jen snorted out a laugh. Good way to steal attention from our birthdays, I suppose. It's nothing to do with that, Jennifer. I'm just fed up of living in Edinburgh. Too snooty, too sharp-elbowed. Fancied a move back down to my homeland, so I sold up. On the market for 2 days, then some daft sod from London made an offer even the king couldn't refuse. Marshall held his gaze. You're moving to Gattonside? Milne slapped his father's back, maybe a bit too hard. Just along the road from Grumpy's sheltered housing, so it'll be nice to spend even more time with the old rascal. Grumpy rolled his eyes. Speak for yourself, Bob, my lad. Milne laughed it off, but there was a flicker of hurt in his eyes. Marshall waited for his focus to settle on him. It'll make your commute to Fetty's a bit worse. Milne leaned forward, resting his elbows on the smooth wood. And that's the other thing. They're shutting the place. Sold it off like my house, and... He scratched at the back of his neck. I'm retiring at the end of the week. Jen laughed. You're what? Been a while coming, sweet pea. She glowered at him. Don't call me that. Sorry. Used to love it when you were wee. Maybe. But then you left us, didn't you? Didn't love that. Jen clicked her tongue a few times. Wish I hadn't invited you along now. Milne tried to laugh it off, but his lips were a knot. Hang on. Marshall sat back in his chair. You're retiring at the end of the week. But you haven't thought to tell us before now. Not that I've had much opportunity. But my boss has been trying to dissuade me. He refused to put in the paperwork, trying to force my hand into staying for another 2 years. I told him that was it. I'm done, Rob. I need to move on with my life. Because of the work we've done recently, I've got a few weeks accrued holiday. So I'm off on Wednesday for 3 weeks. Grumpy cackled. Studs up! Milne frowned at his father, then smiled at his son. Got a few pals who stay over there full-time. Then I'll have 2 final days in the office to wrap everything up. Last day in the office is the Thursday. Move house that Friday. That'll be a huge change for you. Marshall raised an eyebrow. So what changed? I'm not as sharp as I used to be, son. Or as sharp as I need to be for this job. Feels like I've dropped off a lot in terms of... Milne stared off into the middle distance. You okay? Jen tilted her head slightly. This isn't your way of saying you've got Alzheimer's or a brain tumour or something, is it? No. All my marbles are still rolling around in here. Milne tapped the side of his head. I'll be like Grumpy, don't you worry. He tapped his old man's arm. Clean bill of health at my last medical. Cholesterol needs a bit of work and my blood pressure could do with coming down. But the doctor says I'm doing well for a man my age and my profession. He looked right at Marshall. Besides, I've achieved everything I wanted to in my career. Taken down a lot of very malign actors, shall we say, both inside and outside the police service, north and south of the border. And I guess the final straw is I blame myself for what happened to poor Davy Elliott. Marshall held his gaze. That's not on you, Dad. Christ, the word just slipped out. Dad. It felt weird. Marshall cleared his throat, hoping nobody else spotted it. That wasn't your fault and you know it. Someone needs to carry the can for it, mind. Might as well be the bloke who was in charge of his prosecution on the police side, eh? The waiter appeared, all smiles and easy cool. Hey guys, do you know what you'd like to drink? Pint. Grumpy pointed back through the restaurant. Lager. Helles if you got it. Pilsner if you don't. We don't have any draft beer on, sir. Any kind then. I don't care. Just make sure it comes in a pint glass. Sir, we don't have draft. You can pretend, son. Pour a bottle into a pint pot, then pour another until it's up to the pint mark. Then bring it through and pretend it's come from a keg. Grumpy tapped his nose. I want grass. All right? Okay, sir. The waiter smiled. I heartily recommend the West St. Mungo, which is, sign me up, son. Pint of that. Okay. The waiter scribbled something down, then looked at Jen. She raised her glass. I'm fine for now. Milne smiled at him. I'll have the same. So, a bottle in a pint glass? Aye. You can split 3 across 2 pints, right? The waiter humoured him with a smile. And for you, madam? Kirsten looked at Marshall. Seeing as how I'll be driving home? You have a glass of wine if you want. Marshall squeezed her hand. I'll drive. Right. In that case, I'll have a glass of the Malbec. Sure thing. And for you, sir. I'll have a coffee, thanks. Long black with oat milk. Marshall smiled, just as his phone rang. Bloody hell. He got his phone out of his pocket and checked the display. She who cannot be named calling. God. He really needed to stop playing that stupid game. DCS Potter. Sorry, I'd better take this. The boss has probably dropped her pen and needs me to drive up to Glasgow to pick her up. Marshall got up and stormed through the bar back to the front door. He stepped out into the sunshine and answered it. Mom? Rob, hope I haven't caught you at a bad time. Just having a family lunch, so you could say it's a bloody awful one. Oh, I'm sorry. It's my birthday. Ours. Mine and my sister's. I see. Is your father there? He is. Marshall swallowed the sigh. Do you know him? Oh, we go way back. Say hello to Bob for me, would you? Will do. How can I help, Mom? Ah. Right. Listen, I need... No, I shouldn't. You're at a lunch. It's okay, seriously. What's up? Look, you go back to your family, Rob. This can wait. Can it, though? She chuckled down the line. You know me too well. She paused to clear her throat. Someone's found a body in an old tunnel near Peebles. I'm not far from there just now, I can. Rob, the reason I'm calling you, and not someone else in my vast empire, is there's a slight possibility this murder might be related to those cases you've been investigating for me. Oh. Note the stress. Might be. Rob, I need you to attend, but you're there to consult, not to investigate. Okay? Sure thing. I know the drill. You do. But you don't necessarily follow the drill, do you? Rob, if these cases are all related, I need to know ASAP. Okay? Okay. Now, you finish your lunch and give the local cops a chance to sort out what's what, then head over to Peebles. Chapter 3. Marshall took a final swig of his coffee as he drove past Needpath Castle, then ploughed on towards the car park, where he found the huddle of vehicles. Seemed like half the Borders cops were in attendance, all shepherded by a lone cop. Mature and still a PC, but tall and eager. He held up a hand to stop Marshall, then motioned for him to wind down his window. Marshall complied. Another fresh-faced Jobsworth who couldn't spot a DI a mile off. "Sorry, sir, but the car park's closed." DI Rob Marshall. He held out his warrant card. DCS Potter asked to attend. "Sorry, sir. Oh, of course." He brandished his clipboard. "Your name's not on the approved list." Marshall laughed and corrected his earlier thought. This guy was the kind of Jobsworth who didn't care who he pissed off, so long as he did exactly as he was told. Those rules were there to be followed, not to be understood and amended. "Can I take your name, Constable?" Using his rank made him bristle. "PC Graham Veitch." "Thank you." Veitch inspected Marshall's credentials. "Sorry, sir, but I have my orders." "And who gave them?" "Sir, I can't let you through without—" "That's fine, Graham." D.I. Callum Taylor strolled over, his greying rockabilly quiff flapping in the breeze. Not quite as tall as Veitch, but he had a much bigger presence. "I can personally vouch for Rob." Veitch looked him up and down. "If you insist, sir." "I do." Taylor waved him through. Marshall took it slowly and claimed the last space, wedged between two MIT pool cars which were both still operating despite being totally buggered 18 months ago when he'd been based in here full-time. Almost too tight a fit for his monster car. Definitely should sell it. Or get someone to exercise it. He killed the engine and got out into the hot sun, the breeze tempering the heat a bit. He took in the area. Hills on all sides, with recent forestry work giving some of them a close shave. "I always forget how nice it is over here." Taylor was already crossing the stone bridge over the Tweed. Marshall had to jog to catch up with him. "Thanks for that save there, Cal. Jobsworths everywhere, eh?" So that was how he was going to play it, eh? "It's been a while." 6 months, sir." Taylor gave a brief glance. "That nonsense up in Eyemouth, right?" "Hard to forget that. How have things been down here?" Same old, same old." Taylor reached the far end of the bridge and started the descent along a well-worn path through a rugged wood that was itself ripe for forestry work. "Can't keep away from the place, can you?" "Me? Oh, I love it around here. Born and bred in the borders. The hills keep calling me back as much as the murderers." "You've moved on to bigger and better things, though. How's Gartcost treating you?" It's fine. Get my head down, get on with the work, and don't get caught doing anything too naughty." Taylor stopped dead. "Rob, back in April, things were a bit uneasy between us. Just because I'm your replacement in the Borders MIT doesn't mean we can't get on." "Agreed, Cal." Taylor gave him a hard look, then a tight nod, and he was off, marching along the old viaduct and crashing through a pair of uniformed officers like a bowling ball between pins. "Word from the gaffer is you're here to consult, eh?" "That's right." "Cool. Well, I'll let you consult away." The path led to the tunnel mouth, a circular hole dug into the hillside, with the entrance bricked off at some point. Would have been a door in the middle, but that was gone now, leaving it wide open. A few cops stood around, but didn't seem to know what to do. The forensics officers were working away both outside and inside the tunnel, their arc lights making the interior like bonfire night. "Suit up, Rob." Taylor tossed Marshall a suit, mask and goggles, then started signing them into the crime scene. Marshall grabbed his trousers and hauled them up over his jeans. "When did you get alerted?" "About 11. Marshall tugged the jacket on, then checked his watch. 2 hours ago. That's quite going. especially on a Sunday. We're a well-oiled machine. Somehow Taylor was already dressed. Marshall zipped up his jacket, but putting the overshoes on top of his trainers made him lose his breath. He stood up and caught it again. Taylor was frowning at him through his goggles. "You okay there?" "I'm fine." Marshall snapped on his mask and goggles, which were both a bit nippy. Still, he wasn't going to complain. "I'm following your lead here. Just consulting after all." "Sure you are." Taylor entered the tunnel first. "You ever been here before?" "Once, I think. Cycled over here with some pals when I was at school. Went in and they all turned off their torches halfway in. Totally crap myself. I've forgotten to bring mine. My sister's idea." Taylor laughed. "You cycled all the way from Melrose?" "Cal, I used to cycle down to Penrithon back in those days." Taylor led him through the lit-up tunnel. "Visited here a few times myself." "Thought you were from Glasgow." "I am, but we moved to Peebles at the end of high school. Folks still live in the town, up by the wee Tesco. Used to come down here and have a wee drink of a Friday evening." "Over in Melrose, we preferred the local underage watering hole in Gattonside." "Oh, we had one too. Kids these days don't know they're born, do they?" Taylor stopped near a clump of CSIs, their lights bleaching the brick walls. Marshall stopped. He couldn't see any daylight in both directions, just the arc lights making the moss and lichen glow. Just an old tunnel. If it wasn't for them, it'd be even spookier than he remembered. If you didn't know it was there, you'd miss it. A little doorway was cut into the side wall. Someone had etched an upside-down crucifix and written, "Hell." Marshall could well believe it went there. A small room, though Marshall had no idea what its function would be. A storage tunnel for the railway, maybe, storing spare coal. Taylor nudged a pair of CSIs aside, letting Marshall see inside. Its modern function was much clearer. A couple of cans of Stella sat in the near corner, next to two used condoms, the latex ripped open ages ago. Over by the far wall, a woman lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. Or she would be, if her head hadn't been caved in. Her thin blonde hair was matted with blood. Red lipstick faded and cracked. Tight jeans, but her loose top was torn at one shoulder and ripped right across to expose most of a blue bra. One shoe on, the other kicked off and discarded a few meters away, where a CSI was taking great care to photograph it. Taylor crouched by the body. "Pathologist has been and gone. He reckons blunt force trauma to the head." "No shit." Taylor's laugh was echoed by a few of the CSIs. "Postmortem is arranged for tomorrow morning, and hopefully we'll find a few more things from that." He stood up. "We think she'd been drinking." Marshall felt the walls of the tunnel close in, and his goggles steam up. "Big time drinking?" "Very big." Marshall took a long look at her. He'd seen blunt force trauma several times, and found it hard to argue with it, especially the fact her skull was bashed in on both temples. Aye, murder. But nothing to pin it to anything in his scope of work. "Follow me." Taylor got up with a creak, then walked off through the doorway and headed away from the entrance. Marshall followed him. This end was darker and gloomier without the CSI's lighting. The eastern entrance appeared, a glowing hole in the blackness that quickly expanded until it was a doorway. The daylight stung Marshall's eyes as he stepped back out into the greenery. The crime scene extended to the rise at the far end. As many CSIs worked away on this side of the tunnel as the other, focusing on a pair of pallets propped up against the retaining wall. "What's going on, Cal?" "Found some blood outside the tunnel there. under the pallets. Marshall got as close as he could, but couldn't see much. You think it's hers? Taylor held his gaze. We'll find that out. I'd wager someone dumped the pallets on top to cover it up. Might have looked good in the middle of the night, but it's blindingly obvious in the cold light of day. Assuming it's hers, do you think someone killed out here, then dumped her in there? We'll see. What I will say is it's much trickier getting here undetected from this direction. It's just by the bridge practically in the town. Taylor thumbed back into the tunnel. Much easier to do that from the other side. He looked up into the blue sky. We just don't know what happened here, Rob. Marshall looked back the way. He could have done with a few more minutes inspecting the body, but Taylor seemed like a man eager to get on with his task, without having to babysit a consulting idiot. What do you know about? Name is Rebecca Yellowlees. Most people call her Becky. She lives in Peebles. Went missing on Saturday night. Drunk by all accounts. Impressive work. Peebles Highland Games yesterday. Hundreds of miles from the Highlands, but hey-ho. And people say kids these days don't drink and go to the gym or cinema instead. If that's the case, the youth of Peebles haven't got that memo, judging by how busy uniform were yesterday. We think she'd been drinking from noon. You seem to know a lot about her already. Good reason for that. Her body was found by one Ian Keith Hogg, her ex-boyfriend. Oh? How ex are we talking? Good few years now. Childhood sweethearts. Have you interviewed him yet? Not yet, no. Mind if I watch while you take a stab at it? Chapter 4. Taylor let out a deep sigh, impatient for Marshall to finish removing his protective suit. Remember the rules and we'll be grand. Marshall's overshoes were being a bit clingy, so he had to crouch to get them off. Are these your rules or my boss's? My boss's, Rob. Remember, I'm the deputy SIO here and you're only here to check if this connects with your other cases. One of which you worked. That one in Glasgow. Taylor dumped his crime scene suit in the discard pile. Aye, but I was a mere DS back then. Just had to corral the troops and do the things. Marshall dumped the jacket into the discard pile. Whereas here you're much more hands-on. Something like that. Let's go. Marshall followed Taylor along the path of the old railway line. At the rise, PC Liam Warner was talking to a man dressed in a violently orange jacket. Marshall was surprised to see Warner still in a job after many costly blunders. Living proof of how desperate the police force was for officers. Ian Hogg, this is D.I. Rob Marshall. Warner grinned. It's still D.I., isn't it? You haven't been promoted. Haven't been demoted either. Still D.I. Marshall flashed a smile. Can you give us a minute, Constable? Sure thing. I'll just be having my piece. Warner slouched off through the throng towards the bank of parked squad cars. Marshall got a better look at Hogg. Staring at the ground, lips pursed, baby-faced, but wizened around the eyes. His widow's peak was lengthening, his raven hair thinning at the back with some flecks of grey at the temples. Maybe early 30s, maybe older. Ragged shorts ribbed below his knees. His thick lumberjack shirt was soaked with sweat and reeked of decay. He had his left hand up the sleeve. Marshall could smell the booze wafting off him. Bad enough to have a stinking hangover. Worse still if you discovered the body of someone you knew and loved. And maybe even still loved. So many motives in there. But that wasn't Marshall's job. He just had to see if this was a dot that connected to another. Taylor gave him a curt nod. D.I. Marshall here works in a specialist area and has been asked to consult on this case. Right. Hogg looked away, his lip quivering. What's this area? I investigate serial murders. Marshall let it sink in, but Hogg seemed to be made from fairly shallow mud. Mind taking us through your last 24 hours? Aye, sure. Hogg exhaled, slowly. Went swimming on Saturday morning. You or your kids? Me. Don't have any kids. Marshall took another look at him, but he didn't have the lean physique of a swimmer. How long were you swimming for? Hour and a half. Tried to swim 3 miles at least once a week. That's pretty good going. Taking me a while to get up to that standard, eh? I can't swim myself. I mean, I learnt to swim, but I just get bored when I do it. I'm the opposite. Find it lets my mind drift off, so I don't think of anything. Like I'm asleep, you know? Sounds good. What did you do after your swimming? Went home, had some food, then went to meet a few mates in the pub. Which one's that? The Steps. Buchan's Steps. Marshall knew the place. Boy, did he know it. Maybe it wasn't as rough as it was back when he'd been chucked out as a drunk underage teen. Maybe it was. On Northgate, right? Just by Sainsbury's, aye. Where I work. You were working in Buchan's Steps? No, I work in Sainsbury's. Drinking the Steps. Right. With you now. Marshall gave him a smile. So you went there to meet your mates? Aye. A long sigh. We had a couple of jars, then we walked over to the Highland Games down in the park. Had some cans with us. Decent laugh. He scratched at his neck. Stayed there all afternoon and got a bit wasted, to be honest with you. Didn't even have a burger and the amount we put away. The games finish up about 5, right? Right, aye. Went back to the pub. The Steps? Aye. Fair few of us in there. Out in the beer garden until it got a bit chilly. Hogg rubbed at his arm. He had a farmer's tan. No doubt topped up by an afternoon in the September sunshine. Few lads talked about getting a cab over to the club and gala, but I couldn't be arsed with that. So you were in there until closing? Not quite. Hogg scratched at his neck again. I got chucked out. What time was that? Hogg raised his shoulders. Such me. Was a bit wasted, like I told you. Was Miss Yellowlees with you at the Highland Games? She was, aye. I gather you were an item. Back in the dim and distant. We hadn't planned on seeing each other there. I mean, we hadn't seen each other for years, like, so it was pretty weird. Was she with you when you left the pub? Hogg was reddening, either from shame or anger. Maybe both. Told you. I got chunked out. So what? You went home? Can't remember. Marshall stood up tall, but Hogg was even taller. Here's the thing I'm struggling to understand, Ian. You were drinking with an ex-girlfriend, but you say you got chucked out of the pub. Next thing we know, you found her dead body in a tunnel outside of the town this morning. How's that weird? Marshall almost laughed, but he caught himself. Explain to me how you just so happened to find her body then. I heard she was missing, so I went looking for her. Who did you hear that from? Went to her home, but her mum told me Becky hadn't come home last night. Hogg nibbled at his thumb. Or this morning. What made you go there? Hogg gave Marshall some side-eye, then looked away to where the CSIs were working. You ever get this thing when you're pissed and you wake up and you're still drunk? And you can't really remember what you said or to who? And you can remember little fragments.
but you've made a right arse of yourself.
Marshall smiled at him. Used to call that the Onion Man when I was young. The wee guy who'd sit on the edge of your bed and whisper all the things you did last night.
Right.
Hogg smiled at that.
Well, that's me this morning. Had a visit from the Onion Man. Made me worried I'd said something I shouldn't have to her last night. It was nice just seeing each other as pals, you know. Didn't want any bad feeling, so I wanted to put it right.
Even if there was nothing to be put right?
I didn't want the Onion Man whispering in my ears again.
And when she wasn't there?
I panicked. Started scouring the area for her.
Even with a stinking hangover?
Right.
Taylor was rolling his eyes and thinking the same thing as Marshall. This didn't sound at all dodgy. Marshall smiled at Hogg. How old is Rebecca?
25. Same age as me.
Marshall struggled to believe that. And she's still living at home?
No, aye. She does now. Lived in Glasgow, but she moved back home a few months ago.
Right. Marshall took a deep breath. The thing I'm struggling with here is how you just happened to find her body. Hogg shrugged.
Half Mile Tunnel was the first place I looked.
Exactly. You just so happening to look in the very place she'd been murdered. That doesn't seem weird to you?
Right. The Onion Man mentioned something about the tunnel. Not sure what it meant. If I was supposed to go there, or if she went there, or he was just spitballing about old times.
Are you taking the piss?
No! Just telling you the stuff running through my head this morning. Guess I got lucky.
I'm not a believer in luck. What made you think this was likely?
We used to hang out here when we were kids. Smoked and drank inside. Even went into that wee cubbyhole if we were brave.
Hogg scratched his neck again.
Even had a shag in there once. Made me wonder if she'd come here after the pub.
On her own? Hogg sniffed.
Mate of mine, Titch. He reckons he saw her leaving the steps with a bloke.
You know this bloke's name?
Nope. Sorry.
Chapter 5. Taylor drove them along Peebles' wide high street. Grand old buildings full of shops, pubs and cafes. Older couples stopping to chat. 2 decent hotels too, at least.
What are you thinking there, big man?
Marshall smiled.
You're bigger than me, Cal.
Taylor pulled up at the lights just as a large brute with silver hair crossed ahead of 2 pensioners, walking hand in hand.
Still pretty big, Rob.
Marshall sat back in his chair. If you're asking whether I'm thinking if this isn't connected to my work, then I'm tending to agree. As far as I can see, this is just a standard case of a spurned lover going over the score.
Over the score?
Hogg isn't the brightest, is he? He probably got pissed, tried to rekindle stuff with her, or just had it out with her. Then he accidentally killed her.
My take too. But how do you explain them getting from the steps to the tunnel?
I'm just a consultant, Cal. That's for you. Typical. Taylor took the left turning down Northgate, past the old department store that was now a Costa Coffee.
So when does your consulting end?
I'll sod off once we've confirmed this isn't connected.
Last time you did that up in Edinburgh, you were there for what? 20 minutes?
Saying I'm outstaying my welcome? Marshall's joke didn't land. This is a different beast, Cal. This case is still unfolding, whereas all the cards were out on the table with that one. Besides, you were there and we agreed it didn't match your one in Glasgow.
Right. So that means I have to put up with you a bit longer.
Great. Taylor pulled in just past the back entrance to Sainsbury's. Next door, a few units were built into the front gardens of old houses. All 4 were taken up by a new shop, Northgate Hardware. Marshall groaned. He knew the owner, Gary Hislop. Had even thought the scourge of the lowlands had stopped spreading, but there it was, malignant. I see our friend is still operating. Tell me about it. Taylor got out, then darted around the front to block Marshall leaving the car, forcing him to stay seated. Remember, you're here to watch and speculate, not get involved. Marshall folded his arms. Gonna suggest I inhale and exhale to keep enough oxygen in my body? You're a cheeky sod, you know that. Taylor grinned as he pointed back along the street. You know you asked way too many questions back there. They were basic ones. If you'd have asked them, I would have got out of your hair. As it is, I'm still not satisfied with what we're finding here. I'm leading here, okay? I'm not stopping you, Cal. Marshall raised his hands. But you're stopping me getting out. Taylor huffed out a sigh, then let him out. The sign for Buchan Steps hung above the door, barely legible and needed to be repainted. Taylor waltzed inside like a regular and stood at the bar, resting his fingers on the scarred wood. Marshall was as overdressed for this pub as he was underdressed for the place back in Gattonside, and it was exactly as rough as Marshall remembered from all those years ago. A huge barn of a place, rammed full of punters, and none of them were eating, just mechanically bringing their glasses up to their mouths to sip while they watched English football on the telly. Southampton against Chelsea. Might be Sunday lunchtime, but there weren't any roasts being served in here. The only food on show was bags of crisps torn down the seams and shared with other drinkers, and a rack of peanuts between optics, advertising shots of vodka and rum for £1. They all knew what they wanted. Televised sport and cheap booze with prices scrawled on jagged fluorescent yellow stickers. 3 beer pumps offered Stella, a local 80 and the safety pint of Guinness. The main feature behind the bar was the 39 whiskies heaped in a display, a large number of which looked almost empty. The barman was pouring doubles of both grouse and bells from the optics, $1.50 a shot. Probably not much profit after the minimum pricing was taken into account. But if you sold a lot of volume... Afternoon, Clive. Taylor rested against the footstand at the bar like he was ordering a pint. Mind if we have a word? Just a sec, Cal. Clive rested the glasses on the bar top and pointed at the punter. £3, Eric. Daylight bloody robbery. The old-timer slammed down a fiver, then took his change and slumped off to join his pals. Didn't seem to have a drinking partner, so settled the 2 whiskies on the table in front of him like he was conducting a blind taste test of 2 generic blends. Clive took in Marshall, like he didn't want an outsider drinking in his pub. Like your t-shirt. He shifted his gaze to Taylor. What's your poison, Cal? Off it these days, Clive. Cry and shame that. Not many can pull away what you can. Which is why I'm off it. Taylor tapped the bar like he was trying to remember something. You know our Rebecca Yellowlees? Catherine's lassie, aye. Ah, sir. She been in recently? Last night, as it happens. Why, what's she done? She on her own. Hardly. Big bunch of them in. Highland Games nights can be brutal, Cal. Lucrative, but brutal. Place was stowed out. You know who she was with? About 10 of them, Cal. They're not getting any younger, but they all seem to be free and single. A lot of letting down their hair, if you catch my drift. Plenty sore heads this morning, I'll wager. Anyone causing any bother? Clive sniffed. Ian Hogg, as per. What did he get up to? What didn't he? He was filthy drunk when he came in after the games. Had a word with him and he promised he'd be a good lad. Filthy bugger wasn't. In what way? Usual, being a bit of a pest,
Sexually aggressive. In what way? Hands everywhere, particularly with Becky. She okay with that? Up to a point. Then she told him to stop and he didn't listen.
Marshall rested his hands on the bar. Did you intervene? Taylor shot him a look, which he ignored.
Course.
Clive took a sip from a clear glass mug, half filled with milky coffee.
Split them apart. Final warning for him. Don't get a lot of lassies in here. Trying to do more for them, you know. Karaoke nights, even do a book club on Tuesdays. But that's a bit of a washout most weeks. My wine's not good enough, apparently. Who needs more choice than red or white?
He sipped more coffee and shook his head.
Even doing a wee disco like last night. First time in years. Those lights and new speakers cost a pretty penny, not to mention the DJ, so I need to keep the crowds coming in to repay the investment. And the last thing I need is clowns like Ian Hogg giving this place a bad reputation. The lassies can come in here and get felt up by a total arsehole.
He clattered the mug down on the bar.
This game isn't as easy as it once was. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Can well imagine. Marshall smiled. When did Mr. Hogg leave?
Chucked him out. Fell over in the toilets, didn't he? Went in there to see what he'd done. Head in the urinal trough. So me and Big Titch carried him out. Threw up on Titch. His velvet jacket's reeking now.
Marshall smiled at that. It tallied with the tale of woe they'd heard from Ian Hogg. When did Becky leave? Clive stared into his empty coffee mug.
She was here for last orders at 1. I remember that. Council gave me a special late licence in case you're wondering. Think she ended up leaving with a lad, though.
You know who?
It'll come to me.
Clive clicked his fingers a few times.
Way I saw it, she'd been hitting on this laddie to piss off Hogg. I'd say that much for nothing. After all that handsy malarkey, it was like she was trying to goad him after I'd split them apart.
Goad him how?
Kissing him. Slow dance to that George Michael tune with all the saxophone. Then they had words.
Becky and Ian?
Aye. Harsh words, shouty ones. If you ask me, there's a lot still going on between them two.
Taylor frowned.
They used to go out, didn't they? Bit more than that, Cal. Don't you remember?
Way before my time.
Aye. Those two were uniting when they were at school. Broke up about 5 years ago, I think.
Clive clicked his fingers, then pointed at Taylor.
Jonathan Sanderson. That's the lad she left with. You know where we can find him?
Chapter 6. Taylor stormed out of the bar, hands in pockets.
See, when I said I was in charge of this, Rob, I expected you to actually listen to me this time.
Marshall followed him along the pavement, then yanked Taylor back from the road edge. Taylor shot him a glare.
What the?
A column of vintage cars hurtled past them. Embarrassing for Taylor being caught mid-strop like that and saved. Not that he thanked Marshall. Cal, you didn't ask me any questions, so of course I had to step in. You step up, and I'll step back. Taylor shot him a hard look, then crossed the road and went inside Northgate Hardware. Marshall took his time following. That whole group of cops down here who'd replaced him and his old boss put the toxins into toxic masculinity. He really didn't want anything to do with this place anymore. Just clear this from his scope, then bugger off back to Gartcosh. Easier said than done. Marshall entered the shop. 6 narrow aisles of products rammed into the space. Much bigger than the other 3 he'd been in. The original in Galashiels, the one in Kelso, and, accidentally, Morrison Street Hardware in Edinburgh. He'd assumed that place couldn't be connected to the others, only to find the owner standing behind the counter, grinning away. Just like in here. Gary Hislop's boyish face was accentuated by the kiss curl, making him look like a matinee idol. He looked Marshall up and down, then took off his apron, revealing a white t-shirt that simply read, "Gangster." "Jaunty, can you deal with these customers?" Hislop limped off through to the back. He moved like he was in a lot of pain. Some wounds never healed, especially when someone drove a car into you. The lad looked up from restocking some boxes of screws. The red t-shirt under his apron matched his eyes. This was a man who'd been drinking recently, and very, very heavily. Probably still under the influence by the way he dropped the boxes onto the shop's floor. Bollocks. He crouched down to pick them up and drop them again. Looked like he was going to tip over. Marshall held out a hand to help him up. "Cheers, man." Jaunty gripped tight and let himself be winched up. He was skin and bone, his clothes hanging off him. His eyes were giant globes that made him look not so much like a frog but a 90s raver, still caning it years later. Marshall couldn't tell how old he was. Could be anything from 30 to a well-preserved 60. "Jonathan Sanderson?" "Tried to go by Jaunty now, but aye." He shifted his gaze between them. "Cops?" "D.I. Callum Taylor, based in Gala." He showed his warrant card. "And this lump here is D.I. Rob Marshall, who's consulting on a case for me." "Right." Jaunty rubbed at his nose, then dusted off his hands on his apron. "What can I do for you, gents?" He glanced at the stockroom, as though expecting a request to speak to his boss, or at least get some insight into his nefarious schemes. Taylor grinned wide. "Good night last night?" "Depends on who's asking." "Come on, Jaunty. We're the police. We're asking." "Aye, had a good night. Bit crap I had to work today, but hey-ho. My fault for answering a text from the boss when I was 3 sheets to the wind, eh? Double time, so can't knock it. That's how the devil drives, eh?" Marshall smiled at him. "Funny way of describing your boss." "Gary? Ugh, he's a good lad. Could have many worse bosses." Jaunty shifted his focus between them, as though he couldn't decide who was the bad cop here. "To answer your question, yes, I had a decent night last night, and I'm having a shocking day today." "Where were you, mate?" Jaunty leaned against the pole, arms folded, his biceps barely formed. "What am I supposed to have done?" "Nothing. We're speaking to people who've recently been in touch with Becky Yellowlees." Jaunty swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "She okay?" "Mother reckons she went missing last night." Jaunty shifted his focus between them. "You guys responding to a missing person case seems a bit of overkill, if you don't mind me saying." Taylor clapped him on the shoulder like he was a trusty pet dog, almost knocked him off his feet. "Seem to know an awful lot about police procedure there, Jaunty." "Trained as a cop, didn't I?" "What happened?" "Hated it. Lasted 4 weeks at Tullyallen. Joined the army instead. Hated that even more. And here I am, working in this place with a stinking hangover." Jaunty slapped himself on the forehead. "Sorry. I sound like I'm moaning. I'm totally chill with my life. Love living here. All these walks around here, and the mountain biking. This gig gives us freedom to do what I want. Love it." Taylor stared at him. "That what you told Becky last night?" "Eh?" "Tempted her out for a cycle up in the hills?" I've no idea what you're on about." "Okay, so maybe you drank so much you blacked out, in which case I'll be tempted to give you the benefit of the doubt. Taylor held his gaze until he looked away.
Trouble is, you were seen leaving Buchan Steps with Becky Yellowlees at the back of one this morning.
Jonty walked over to the counter and slipped under it, rather than raising it. He grabbed a mug of tea and sipped it with a snarl, then spat it out.
Bloody cold.
He rubbed a hand across his lips, then looked at them and seemed surprised there were cops in his place of work.
Fine. I left with Becky. We were both banjaxed. The nips in there, he sniffed. You're allowed to call them nips these days. Let's settle for shots, Jonty. Right. Shot of vodka for $1.50. That's insane, right? We had a lot of them. A skinful. How long had you been drinking together? Me and a pal bumped into her at the Highland Games. This pal got a name? Scott Horsburgh. Went to school together. Joined the cops together, actually. He even joined up. Left after a few years, mind. Works as a joiner now. Anyway, we bumped into Becky and her pals in the park. They're a bucket of alcohol pops and some wine. We had some beer. Wasn't just her, though. Bumped into a few other pals from school, too. Pretty weird, man. Name any names? Sam Porteous, Sam Stoddart, Sam Scobie, Chantal Grieve, Danny Keddy, Danny Melrose, Sam Pringle, and the other Sam Pringle, the lassie, not related. Dave Geddes, his brother wasn't there, mind. Becky, and Ian Hogg.
Marcia wanted to drill into the, but this was Taylor's interview, not his. Taylor was nodding along with the names, writing them all down.
You speak to any of them? All of them, aye. What about? Bits and bobs. Know how it is. Know how it is with my pals. What were you talking about? The government? Rangers prospects in the Premiership this season? The works of Kurt Vonnegut? The notion of Cartesian duality? Cartesian what? Never mind. What did you talk about? Catching up, eh? What we've been up to. What other pals are doing. What we're all up to now. Sam Scobie's working at Microsoft down near Reading. Wee Danny's a dentist. Chantel's working at this payment start-up in London. At least, I think that's what she said. Last time anyone saw Wee Titch, who just seems to have disappeared. Wee Titch? Aye. His brother works in the Steps. Even he's not seen him. What were you saying to Ian Hogg?
Jonty narrowed his eyes at them.
Why are you so interested in him? What were you talking to him about? Nothing much, to be honest. Talking shite. He was there with a group of lads a few years younger than us. Not so much acting the big man as clowning around like he does. Slurring his words at 3 o'clock, man. Shouldn't have even been let into the boozer, but Big Titch vouched for him. So obvious when he got chucked out. What happened? Arsehole had been making a nuisance of himself with the lassies, I think. Spewed his ringer everywhere, man. Which lassies would these be? Well, Becky, I mean. She wants to be called Rebecca now, so I better respect that, eh? Especially if I want to be called Jonty. Gather you left with her? That's not what happened. We left at the same time, sure, but we went separate ways. She lived down by all the posh houses. I don't. So you let a woman walk home on her own?
Jonty shrugged.
I asked, but she didn't want me to come with her. Sure about that?
Jonty stood up tall.
Come on, lads. Level with me here. What's this about?
Her body was discovered this morning. Those massive eyes bulged even larger.
What the fuck? We believe she was murdered. So how about you repeat your story, but this time you tell us the truth, eh? I've told you the truth, man. Been telling you it. Thing is, Jaunty, if we were to find evidence of your presence near to where her body was...
Jaunty wiped a thick bead of sweat away from his forehead. D.I. Taylor's not winding you up, son. Marshall folded his arms. Time to take over for a bit. We've got several CSIs searching for forensic traces on Becky's body and near to where she was found. If any of those belong to you. Jaunty started sifting through some paint charts, like he was looking for the perfect shade for his bathroom.
Look, if you want the truth, I'm giving you it.
But not all of it, right? Jaunty stayed quiet. What D.I. Taylor didn't mention was my role here. He's a common or garden murder cop. But I'm a different flavour altogether. I'm here to investigate if there's any connections between Becky's death and another two under superficially similar circumstances. Jaunty blinked hard a few times.
You think a serial killer did this?
I hope not, but I'm seeing if one was. And if you were to be that serial killer...
I'm not a serial killer.
Gary Hislop limped through.
Everything okay, Jaunty? Aye, sir. Just helping the police with a murder investigation.
Hislop shot daggers at them. Who's died?
Becky Yellowlees.
Never heard of her. Hislop shot some more of those daggers at Marshall. He's on the clock, so if you need to ask him more, can you do it after 4? Sure. We won't be much longer. Hislop shut his eyes, then limped away. Marshall glowered at Jaunty. He'd got the message, though.
Okay. So, me and Becky left at the same time, like I said, and I didn't walk her home, but I did walk with her. We went to Needpath Tunnel.
There it was. The truth. Thank you for your honesty, Jaunty. A lot of people would just double down and keep lying to us. Marshall stared hard at him, hoping he would maintain that. Why did you go there?
Her choice.
Did she say why?
Weird day, man. Weird for both of us. Seeing all these people from school. People I hadn't seen in years, all back home, like Becky herself. Meant a lot of reminiscing. Dave Geddes started talking about that tunnel, about how we used to drink and smoke dope there as kids.
That supported Hogg's Onion Man story.
Dave's got a twin brother who used to score dope for us.
Jaunty narrowed his gaze.
This isn't an admission of anything.
No, of course not. Lots of people like a smoke. It's okay. So you and Becky walked to the tunnel?
Right. Out past where the Highland Games had been, then across the bridge and through the woods. Thought we got a bit lost, man, but nope. There we were, right at the tunnel. Man, I was so pissed. I was lucky I'd got there without tripping up.
So what did you do there?
Didn't smoke anything, if that's what you're asking.
Did you drink?
Becky wanted some more. Asked if I knew any bars that'd still be open. Had to point out she wasn't in Glasgow anymore. People's at 1 in the morning, man. We were bloody lucky the steps had stayed open so late. So no, we didn't have anything with us. We kissed.
That the first time?
Aye, man. Fancied her at school, but she didn't seem into me like. And she was seeing that arsehole, wasn't she?
Who?
Ian Hogg.
Did you go into the tunnel?
Aye. Torches on her phone. Went inside. That place is dark as hell in the daytime. This was at night, man. Pitch black in there. She was really up for it, like. Hands everywhere, kissing and... Thing is, I felt a bit weird about it.
Weird how?
I'd heard this sound, which totally freaked me out.
What kind of sound are we talking?
like a low moaning.
You mean an animal?
Not sure, man. Weirded me the hell out, so I left.
You left her on her own?
Becky wouldn't come with me. Totally refused to. Said she couldn't hear anything, but I heard it again, coming from deeper in the tunnel. And I had to leave, man. Couldn't stay there.
Taylor rested his hands on the countertop. We found her body in that tunnel. Jonty ran a hand down his face.
Fuck.
You left her on her own there, Jonty, and she's been killed. Taylor paused. Did you kill her, Jonty?
Of course not.
Trouble is, we've got people who saw you leaving together, but we don't have anyone who saw you leave the tunnel.
We weren't on our own.
Eh?
Someone else was there.
This moaning sound?
I'm not talking about that. Someone was watching us.
Thought it was just you two. Jonty looked right at Marshall.
I think it was Ian Hogg.
What do you mean?
He'd been latching onto Becky on the steps. The barman told him off, right? Then he got chucked out for spewing into the urinal. Must have hung around and followed us so he could spy on us. You know what people are like when they're that pissed, right?
Taylor shook his head, then looked over at Marshall.
Sounds like nonsense to me.
I'm not so sure about that. Marshall smiled at Jonty. How sure are you it was him?
Pretty sure.
Can you identify any?
I saw a flash of orange in the woods outside the tunnel. Hoggy had been wearing an orange flight jacket. It must have been him.
Chapter 7. Taylor pulled up in the car park, next to Marshall's car.
What's the mileage like on that thing?
Better than you'd expect. Marshall opened the door but didn't step out. Why, do you want to buy it?
Not on the market for a new motor.
But if you are,
then we could have a discussion.
Taylor killed the pool car's engine, then clapped his hands together.
Okay, Roberto. That's been a decent help from you, have to say. I'll let you bugger off back to Castle Grayskull.
Marshall smirked. Castle Grayskull?
Aye. It's what we call Gartkosh, where Skeletor lives.
In the Masters of the Universe cartoon?
Aye. You too young to remember it?
No, I do. Trouble is, Cal, He-Man was the one who lived in Castle Grayskull, not Skeletor.
You're talking shite, Rob.
I'm not. Skeletor lived in Snake Mountain.
Nonsense! It's got a bloody skull in the name.
I'm not having this argument, Cal. Check on your phone.
I'm not going to do that.
Taylor rubbed at his forehead.
My point stands, though. You get on back up the road.
I'll need to speak to DCS, but...
She who cannot be named,
Taylor grinned.
You almost said her name out loud, Rob. What's wrong with you?
Don't call her that. She doesn't like it. Marshall needed to change her contact on his phone.
Nobody likes their nickname Dr. Donkey, do they?
Marshall tried to keep calm as he looked across the car park. Despite it being a murder case, a whole load of bugger all was going on. Cops just standing around and chatting rather than doing their actual jobs. Is Gashkori about?
Fine, Rob. I get it. You want to go over my head. Speak to him and he can tell you to bugger off back to Skeletor's lair, which is Castle Grayskull.
Snake Mountain. Marshall got out and looked across the car park. Perfect timing. Graham Veitch and Liam Warner were walking Hogg over to a squad car. They stopped, but struggled to get him in the back. And not because he was refusing. They couldn't get the door open. Marshall walked over and nodded at them both. We've got this, lads. Warner had a lump of something that looked like hummus around his lips. We'll be back in 5 minutes. He strolled off, and Veitch followed. Marshall watched them go. He caught Taylor's frosty look. This wasn't part of his plan. which was for Marshall to talk to the boss, then get sent packing, not to interfere with his questioning. Marshall ignored him and smiled at Hogg. "Thanks for your honesty earlier, Ian. It's greatly appreciated." Hogg's forehead creased. "No worries, mate." "Got a few more questions to ask if it's all the same." Hogg reached his left hand up to tug at his ear. "Fire away, pal." "We gather you and Becky had some difficult words in the pub last night." Hogg ran a hand through his hair. "Can't deny it, much as I want to." He locked eyes with Marshall. "We used to be an item, you know." He stared into space, lost to some reminiscence. Seemed to be the peak of his life, with everything after a descent to this point. Whether he'd murdered her? Well. "That fanny Johnny Sanderson kept going on about it. Prick wants everyone to call him Jaunty now. Kept bringing it up. I mean, when you see people you haven't seen since school, the past is the main topic, right? But he wouldn't let it lie, for some stupid reason. Just kept needling us both about it. Total arsehole." "He was talking about how you were an item." "An item?" Hogg looked at Taylor, then at Marshall. "You don't know, do you?" "Sorry, I'm not following." Hogg sighed. "You heard of Beltane?" "Of course. The common riding in Peebles." "Aye, like you get anywhere else in the borders. Everyone's out for the day, drinking and laughing and all that. But it means a bit more to the town than the others do to theirs, all right? There's a bit more stuff around it." "Stuff?" "You know, stuff." Taylor grinned. "I don't, Ian. Might help if you explain it to us." Hogg scratched at the stubble on his chin. "You have a Beltane queen, right? A young lassie at school. Gala has the bra lad and Selkirk has... Can't remember what theirs is, but it's just a laddie. In Peebles, the day is all about her, right? But you also have a cornet and a cornet's lass." "The cornet's an honorary title, right?" "It is and it isn't. The cornet's also like the ambassador for the town across the whole of the borders. Tends the other common ridings. I mean, in 1906 or 1976, you can see the point. But now..." Hogg rolled his shoulders. "I was the Beltane cornet in 2017. Becky was the cornet's lass." So a very solid connection between them. "That was when you were an item, right?" "Becky was my girlfriend, sure. Doesn't always work out like that, though. Year before us, it was a brother and a sister. Year after, same. But we were both 18. Neither of us even lived in the town anymore. Becky was at Strathclyde Uni in Glasgow, and I was at Napier in Edinburgh." "So you were in a long-distance relationship?" "Less than an hour on the train or the bus, but aye. We saw each other most weekends." Hogg shifted his gaze between them. "You boys went to uni?" Marshall nodded. "Durham." Taylor shook his head. "Too thick for it." "Okay, but you know how it is, right?" Hogg was staring at Marshall with a furious intensity. "Student life happens during the week. Big piss-up on a Wednesday night. But a lot of people go home for the weekend. Maybe got a job or just seeing pals back home. Me and Becky spent that time together, most weeks, until it sort of started slowing down. And I was the one going through every week. Then it became every other week, then..." "What was Becky studying?" "Pharmacology." "And you?" "Computer science. I dropped out at the end of second year. Failed the exams, didn't I? Failed the resits too. So I came back home and..." He looked across the car park towards Needpath Castle and Peebles beyond it. "Here I am. A Peebles lad again, working in Sainsbury's." "So you were cornet when you were a student?" "Right." "Was that when she broke up with you?" Hogg stared at him, tears forming in his eyes.
She said it wasn't working. Think she'd met someone in Glasgow, but she didn't say.
Did you ever have any confirmation of that?
No, she'd stopped replying to my texts immediately. Sometimes she'd go an hour, leaving me on red, man. So rude.
What do you mean by that? Hogg looked at him like he'd lost his mind.
She'd read the message, but didn't reply.
Marshall felt the generation gap slap him in the face right there. Relationships falling between the cracks of date items displayed on a phone screen. Must have been a shock to see her yesterday, then.
Tell me about it, man. But it was good, too. Becky was on top form. Kind of felt like we hadn't split up, you know?
Is that why you were behaving inappropriately with her?
Eh?
We've got eyewitness reports from the steps last night, stating you'd...
Man...
You were warned off her, weren't you?
Right.
Hogg leaned back against Marshall's car.
Wait, you think I killed her?
Marshall looked over at Taylor. I'm merely consulting. Taylor brushed past, muttering,
"And asking all the bloody questions."
He stood between them.
"We're keeping an open mind on all aspects of the case, sir." "Do you know that I didn't leave with her?" "We do. Heard you got chucked out. Fell asleep in a urinal trough. Threw up on a barman." "Right. Spoke to Big Touch about that. He accepted my apology."
Taylor stepped closer to him, so he was almost invading his body space.
"I want to know precisely what you remember doing last night."
Hogg grabbed his hands together.
"See when I spoke to you earlier? All that shite about the parsnip man."
"The onion man."
"Right. I can't remember getting home. Woke up in my bed."
Taylor got right in his face.
"That's complete bollocks, Ian. You waited around, didn't you?" "No!" "You followed her and Jonty Sanderson down to the tunnel, didn't you?" "Of course I didn't. I'm not a psycho." "Come on, Ian. You were spotted there."
Hogg stared up at the blue sky, then shut his eyes. A man weighing up the cost of the truth, or the price of a lie.
"That's right."
He looked over at Marshall.
"I just remembered. I followed them. It's all just snatches and fragments. Don't know what's got into me. But I did. They went to the tunnel, went inside. And Jonty fucking Sanderson was in there with her, kissing her. But he got weirded out and he left." "Weirded out by you being there?" "Nope. He didn't see me. Not that I knew anyway. But he cleared off. So I approached her, asked if she was okay."
Marshall caught a flare of rage in Taylor's eyes, but shot him a glare to keep quiet.
"And Becky was all right with me being there. Said it was just like old times. We'd had some angry words on the dance floor, sure, but she apologised. Said she shouldn't have said what she did." "What did she say?"
Hogg shrugged it off.
"We just sat there, chucking stones at the wall like we used to. Had a good chat about stuff. Regrets. All that stuff we went through. Felt like old times, man. Then she kissed me. She suggested we, have sex." "She did?" "Right. She didn't want to go to her mum's and I live with my wife." "You're married?" "Right."
Hogg tugged at his hair.
"Erin's away for a long weekend in Palma. Mallorca, you know. Her pal Ailey's hen night. But she'd know if I took her back home. Neighbours would spot Becky leaving, right? And we've got one of those video doorbells."
No thought spared to the guilt of the crime, just entirely around how he could get away with it without getting caught. Taylor chuckled.
"Naughty boy. Hardly. Come on, Ian. You're making the beast with two backs with your ex-girlfriend in the height of not. We didn't have sex."
"Sure," Taylor laughed.
"Be very careful with your next words, son. because we'll be performing a post-mortem on her tomorrow. We'll find out whether she'd had sex and if there were any indications the sex was consensual or otherwise. We didn't, man. Last thing I wanted to do was have sex. I was drunk, cold and scared. Plus I'd been sick and cracked my bonds off the trough in the bogs. Passed out. Didn't feel very sexy. Sexy enough for her to allegedly kiss you, though. I swear.
Taylor folded his arms, smiling.
Come on, Ian. Your ex offering you on a plate? That's a tale as old as time.
We'd been a night, I'm sure, but that was a long time ago. If we were to get back into anything, I'd want it to be when we were both sober. To chat it all through, make sure it was going to be okay. A lot went on between us, and I wanted it all squared away. And I didn't want just a fling. I'm married, for crying out loud. Happily. She trusts me, so the last thing I'd do is jeopardize that. But Becky, she was the love of my life. I don't feel the same way about Erin as I did about her.
What did you do then?
I left. Went home. To have a wank.
To have a wank?
Right, I mean, the whole thing was totally messed up. But that was what I did.
So you left Becky there alone, in a dark tunnel, in the middle of the night?
I tried persuading her to leave. Told her I'd walk her back to her mum's, but she didn't want to. Just told me to go after I'd spurned her. She slapped me. So fuck it. Of course I went.
Did you see anyone there?
No.
Hogg's eyes twitched.
Not really.
What do you mean?
I heard something.
What kind of thing?
This low moaning. Becky said she didn't hear it, but...
Ian, you know you're in deep trouble here. You've admitted to being the last person to see Becky alive.
Mate, someone was there, with us, and it wasn't Jonty.
So you're using the traditional, a big boy did it and ran away defence?
Taylor laughed, his cold eyes focusing on Marshall.
Seen that work so many times, Rob. You must have done too.
Marshall didn't join in with the ribbing. Ian, D.I. Taylor's correct. This is serious, okay? Deadly serious. Hogg chewed at the nails on his left hand.
I was attacked just outside the tunnel.
The silence lingered for a few seconds until Taylor broke it with a crack of laughter.
You were attacked?
I was.
Was it Jonty?
No.
Hogg shook his head.
And I don't want this to sound weird, but I think it was the devil.
Now Marshall couldn't help but laugh. The devil! Right.
Aye, jumped on me.
Hogg held up his hands.
See, I've got blood under the nails. That was from fighting off Satan.
Marshall grabbed his wrists and checked them. The other hand showed the same, except for the thumbnail. He'd clearly been in a fight and clawed at someone's flesh. Whether defensively or offensively, Marshall didn't know. He locked eyes with Taylor. We need to get this checked for DNA. Hogg stared at Marshall.
So now you believe me?
Not in the slightest.
Taylor snapped a handcuff onto his wrists.
Ian Hogg, I'm arresting you for the murder of Rebecca Yellowlees.
Chapter 8. Taylor slammed the pool car's back door and sucked in a deep breath. Liam Warner sat next to Hogg on the back seat, chatting away to Hogg like they were old mates on their way to the football. Hogg stared at the blue gloves covering his hands and protecting the evidence.
Right, we're done here.
Taylor patted Marshall on the arm.
I'll follow them over to Gala to process Hogg. Get someone to run that DNA from under his nails.
He flashed a wide grin.
We'll get him charged by tea time.
Marshall stared hard at him. I don't believe he killed her. A frown flickered across Taylor's forehead.
Come on, Rob. Of course he did. He's practically admitted to it.
Practically or actually? Taylor rested his hands on his hips.
Only downside to our conviction is because of you being so eager to prove your worth to she who cannot be named. We had this chat with him in a baking hot car park, rather than in an interview room under oath. Because you know Gashkori wouldn't let you in one, don't you?
I don't.
Rob, we know he's done it.
We don't know anything, Cal. He's admitted he was there, but that's all. He's got a solid motivation, sure, but there's no smoking gun here, not that I can see. Besides, he claims he was attacked. Taylor shook his head.
More likely he attacked her.
We didn't find any scratches on her, right? Taylor looked away.
Maybe he got into a fight with Sanderson.
Again, didn't see any scratch marks on him, and he was wearing a t-shirt, so you'd expect to... Taylor looked hard at him, with mirth in his eyes.
So you're saying Hogg got into a fight with Satan?
Of course I'm not. I'm just saying be careful what you tell Gashkori. This isn't an open and shut case, so don't present it as one. The mirth only grew in Taylor's eyes.
Speaking of what we tell our bosses, what are you going to say to she who cannot be named?
Do you mean, am I going to grass on you for not knowing where He-Man lives?
No.
Taylor gritted his teeth.
I mean, is this connected to the other two cases in Glasgow and Edinburgh?
I don't see a link yet, other than they all happened in disused train tunnels, which seems to be a bit of a stretch.
Agreed. So you're going to clear it and clear off?
I don't just show up and nod my head a few times. If that was the case, Cal, you could do it. Marshall got a flicker of enjoyment from Taylor's wince. I'll have to parse the victimology and the method of death, including the presence or absence of a sexual factor.
Rob, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
You can say those words, but what do you actually mean by them?
I mean, do you think he shagged her?
The post-mortem will tell us, and presumably they'll be analysing those used condoms in there. Taylor brushed a hand down his arm.
Okay. Look, thank you for getting Hogg to open up. It was a big help. But I'll ask you one last time, okay? Is this connected to your work?
Marshall could lie, but that'd be just to spite Taylor or his boss, and it'd likely impede justice. So he shook his head. No, Cal. This doesn't look like it is.
Cool. Thanks again. And as a courtesy, I'll let you know how it goes with him. Be seeing you.
Taylor got into the driver's seat of his pool car. The squad car drove off, and that was that then. Marshall walked over to his car and had to shuffle sideways to the door because Taylor had parked too close to his. He got in and called Kirsten. Taylor didn't follow the car, just sat in his, phone to his ear, probably grassing on Marshall. As much as he could be an arse with Taylor, this wasn't his case. He had to keep remembering that. Just a coincidence they happened in tunnels. That's all it was. Kirsten answered. Sounded like she was in a room full of people talking and laughing. Hi, sweetheart. You okay? Marshall tried to cover his sigh, but it still came out. Hi. Just finished up now. Did you get a result? Maybe, but not the one I wanted. Just heading off now. Where shall I pick you up? Me and Jen are having a cup of tea in Jack's in Melrose. Excellent. I'll see you there. Rob, there's... She exhaled down the line. Not sure how to say this. After you left, because I wasn't drinking, Grumpy joked I was pregnant. Your dad found it hilarious. It made me want to leave rather than explain to them what was going on. Oh, Christ. I'm sorry about that. It's not your fault. Hang on. You ordered a Malbec, didn't you? I didn't touch it. Right. And Grumpy spotted that. Right. Jesus. My family. They're not all bad. Jen was great. Always is. Brilliant. Listen. I'll square that off with my father. You don't have to. Remember, this is my body, right? Sure. Marshall felt like he'd stepped into a minefield. I'll just check he doesn't go blabbing to,
Oh, hang on, Rob. I've got another call coming through.
I'll see you soon. Next stop, Melrose. Marshall ended the call and put the key in the ignition. A car pulled in next to him. He looked over and locked eyes with DCI Ryan Gashgori, talking to someone on the phone. Didn't take an expert to guess who that might be. He looked as tired and jaded as Marshall felt. His shaved head had grown out so his hair was like a tennis ball a dog had been gnawing at. This wasn't Marshall's case. He ignored his own mantra and got out of the car, just as Gashgori joined him.
Afternoon, Inspector. Thought you were on your way home.
That's right, sir. Marshall gave him the courtesy of a nod. Just finished up here.
So I take it we're in the clear?
Hardly. All I've achieved is managing to get you a suspect who doesn't seem to fit the pattern for my crimes.
The words "doesn't seem to" are making me a bit twitchy here.
Why?
Well, I'm devoting time and resources to solving a murder here. If this is a serial case, I'll lose that to Edinburgh or Glasgow.
Why is that a problem?
Marshall, is it part of your terms of reference or not?
Trouble with my role is I don't deal with certainties, sir. Just probabilities.
That's nonsense again. Brave way of covering your arse, eh?
Gashgori smirked.
You're not trying to claim this case, are you?
Not mine to claim anyway. It's been made clear to me a number of times how my role is to consult and not to investigate. If this is part of a serial murder case, I'll do the same to the DCI on that.
Right. Good stuff.
Gashgori clapped his shoulder.
Say hi to Kirsten for me.
Ryan.
An old guy in his 70s ambled towards them. Not a youthful 70s capable of doing Tai Chi in the park every week. No, this guy looked like he'd lived through a world war or two, and moved like it.
I need a word.
Sure.
Gashgori's phone blasted out. He checked the display.
Crap, sorry Martin, just be a sec.
He turned away from them and answered his phone.
Martin Gill.
The old guy thrust out a hand to Marshall.
Pleasure to meet you. Didn't catch your name.
T.I. Rob Marshall.
In that case, the pleasure's all mine.
Gill waved a hand around him.
I own all this land, you know. Not the castle, that's owned by the Earl of Weems, but everything down towards Ettrick. It might be due south of here, but it's a bugger to drive between because of the southern uplands. Those hills are poor for crops, but perfect for sheep, though. 40,000 of the buggers roam my land.
Marshall hadn't met a farmer who operated on a serious scale who didn't brag about how much they owned straight away. Probably went with the territory when chatting to others in their game, so they could understand where they both sat in the feudal hierarchy. That's a hell of a lot of land.
Not mine, mind.
But you said...
No, I mean, yes, it is mine, but it's been in the family for generations. I'm merely the custodian.
Ah, the old, just a custodian me line. Usually worked well with inheritance tax lawyers. Do you own the tunnel?
Indeed I do. Used to be owned by various companies. Symington, Biggar and Broughton Railway, Caledonian, London Midland and Scottish. Then it was all taken into public ownership as part of British Rail.
Gill's snarl betrayed his disgust at the concept of state ownership.
Not that it was ever much of a going concern. But after Beechin shut a lot of supposedly rotten train lines down in the 60s, the tunnel came back into our ownership. I voted Tory all my life, but that just... The railways are a natural treasure, but they decimated them in pursuit of the motor car.
Imagine the tunnel must be a bugger to maintain.
Isn't it just?
Gill shook his head.
We get kids in there all the time, drinking and whatnot.
But not adults?
Oh yes, during the day. Walkers and cyclists. At least they treat the place with respect.
Marshall looked around the place. Don't suppose you have any security cameras?
What would be the point? I don't keep any livestock or plant in there, and, to be honest with you, I don't actually mind them being in there.
A dark look settled on Gill's face.
Ryan wouldn't confirm it. But is it true it's Rebecca Yellowlees?
Marshall had a choice to make. Either would probably piss off Gashkori, so rather than toe the party line, he went with a nod. I'm afraid so, yes.
I knew her. Becky, they all call her. Good girl. Cornet's lass a few years back, of course. Which is pretty ironic.
Marshall caught a glare from Gashkori, still talking on his phone, but ignored it. Why would that be ironic?
Well, her parents live in the Beltane Inn. I mean, it's just her mother there now. Kath's a good woman. Been through a lot. Hell of a lot. Darren was a good man. God rest his soul.
Gill looked around at Marshall.
And she's now about to go through even worse, isn't she?
Gashkori rejoined them, putting his phone away.
Sorry, Martin. You mind giving me a second here?
By all means. It's not a pressing matter anyway.
Of course.
Gashkori took Marshall aside, leading him around the back of his pool car.
Cal said you'd left.
I had, but then you showed up and I wondered if you'd want a word with me.
I'll be frank, Rob. I'd rather dip my balls in acid than have a word with you. I don't want you here, so can you kindly bugger off?
I was in the process of buggering off, sir.
And yet you're quizzing Martin Gill there.
Marshall looked around, but Gill had walked off somewhere, no doubt away to brag about the number of sheep he owned to someone else. He was the one doing the quizzing.
Right, sure he was.
Gashkori rubbed at his nose.
Cal Taylor said you disagreed with him arresting this hog lad.
I didn't say that.
What did you say then?
I think it's premature. Cal's getting uniformed to take Hog over to Gal in order to obtain the DNA from his fingernails. That's a good idea. It might prove that he was involved. Gashkori nodded.
Must be the victims.
Is that what Cal told you? Gashkori narrowed his eyes.
You don't think it is?
It is hers in Cal's view, which is why he's arrested Hog. Marshall left a long pause. Trouble is, sir, it's going to look bad if that DNA isn't the victim's, and there were no signs that she'd been scratched, nowhere near enough to get that amount of flesh under his nails.
So you think Hog's telling the truth?
Could be. That kind of thing only tends to happen with defensive marks, where someone is fighting off an attacker. If we'd found DNA under Rebecca's fingernail, then sure, I'd buy it. But the evidence we have seems to be more consistent with Hog's story. Gashkori looked up at the sky for a few seconds.
Rob, I've only spoken to you for 5 minutes and you've already pissed me right off.
Sorry, sir. Nature of the beast when you're asked to play devil's advocate.
I sense a but here?
Just that I'm used to consulting with DCIs and working with them as an add-on to an investigation, just like this one. But they usually let me help out and make it a collaborative thing. Whereas you're
saying I don't collaborate?
No, sir, not at all. I've worked with D.I. Taylor for a few hours and it's been productive. But now you're getting rid of me. Again.
I got rid of you fair and square, Rob, because your particular skills are better suited to what the boss wants to do strategically, not as some kind of basic detective. So don't try and make out like I'm being petty here.
You insisted you don't need me.
You're right there. I didn't need you or your hocus-pocus hours ago, and now we have a suspect. We definitely don't have a use for you. This is a basic case as far as I can tell and as far as anyone can show me. A love triangle gone wrong.
Marshall didn't know what to say to that, so did the only thing he could, stay quiet.
And that's your problem, Rob. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
When you only work on supposed serial cases, everything looks like a serial case. And in my view, you're trying to hammer in a screw because it's the only tool you have to hand. Actually, maybe you're trying to screw in a nail. Either way, this isn't a case for you.
I've been ordered to make sure it's not related to the other 2 cases.
Oh aye, the one in Edinburgh. The case of the killer lamppost.
Gashgori laughed.
Actually, there could be a whole gang of lamppost hunting people, eh? See them practically everywhere these days. I'll get the lads to bring in all the local lampposts for questioning.
Someone cleared their throat behind them. Decius Potter stood there, eyes narrowed.
Afternoon, Ryan.
Chapter 9.
Mom.
Gashgori plastered on a smile.
Didn't see you there.
Potter returned the smile with interest. Tight bob, dressed for Sunday lunch rather than in her usual uniform.
No, Ryan, of course you didn't. And that's why you felt it okay to belittle an officer I've explicitly asked to consult on a case for me. You know very well I take that as though someone was trying to snub me in this investigation.
Gashgori's smile faded. A bead of sweat slid down his temple.
How long have you been listening to us?
Long enough to know you're trying to wriggle out of doing a proper job. Yet again.
Miranda, that's not what I'm doing at all.
Sounded very much like it, Ryan. Need I remind you that you're a DCI? As DCS, and therefore 2 ranks higher, you are being insubordinate.
Gashgori gasped.
We've got a simple case here, that's all.
Of course you have.
Potter smiled at Marshall.
Rob, have you got a minute?
Sure. Marshall followed her across the car park, but knew enough to listen and not to offer anything here. She had her agenda, and Gashgori had his. What's up?
I didn't hear much of that, to be honest with you, but I could tell he was being a right pilchard to you.
I've received worse, Mum. Much worse.
I've told you before, Rob. Call me Miranda.
Okay, I'll try. But it's still awkward to be that familiar more than 1 rank upwards. Potter pursed her lips.
It's somewhat unfortunate for Ryan that I just happened to be in the area. Otherwise, he could bully away with impunity.
She thumbed over her shoulder along the direction of the tweet.
I was supposed to be meeting your old man for a coffee in Melrose.
You're meeting Bob Milne?
Unless you've got another father.
Miranda, after the stuff I've been through, it wouldn't surprise me. She laughed.
I've been asked to see if I can persuade him not to retire.
Just as well he told me then.
Right.
She smacked her forehead.
Sorry. I hadn't thought of that. I'm just doing a favour for the head of standards. He highly rates Bob and knows we go back a long way.
Mum, I have no way of influencing if that's what—
No. I gather your history with him is somewhat colourful.
That's one way of putting it. I'm the last person he'd listen to. Actually, my sister would be the last, but I'd be second last, and neither of us holds any sway with the old bugger. Like I said, he just informed us he's leaving soon. He seemed pretty determined to go out.
So I gather. Facing an uphill battle, am I not?
Potter nodded slowly in response to her own question.
Okay, Rob. I need your honest opinion. Do we have any interest in this case?
To be honest, Miranda, I don't know what to think. There's tons of data being collated here, but I haven't had the time to analyse much of it.
I gather you've spoken to a few people, right?
Right. I helped identify a suspect.
Interesting choice of words there. Not the suspect?
Well, yes. But I don't believe he killed her. Or I don't think we have sufficient evidence to know he did.
So he's not a good fit?
Marshall looked around the car park, fizzing with activity. Officers of all stripes milling around. I honestly don't know. Maybe Gashgore's right. Maybe I'm too oblique for Police Scotland.
God, no. You're an ideal investigator, Rob. You don't chase stats.
Potter laughed.
In fact, you use statistics. You use data to inform your work, either for BSU or before. But either way, you're here at my instruction, and I don't want this investigation to ignore any possibilities because we're afraid to look or because we're too focused on a particular solution.
Of course. Marshall reached back to scratch at his neck. Felt like something had bitten him, but there was nothing there. Speaking of statistics and probability, I'd say it's about 55 to 60% likely they've got the right guy. She took her time assessing that.
That's not very solid, is it?
No. I can see how he's got a plausible motive and it's enough for an arrest. We're talking the civil standard of proof based on the balance of probabilities. Trouble is, as you know, the criminal standard is about 80 to 90%.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, eh?
Or even an unreasonable one.
So, what's the doubt in your mind? Reasonable or unreasonable?
Few things don't add up for me. Like I say, I need to crunch some data with Hardeep tomorrow, then cross-reference a few things.
You mean with those two cases in Edinburgh and Glasgow?
Starting with those, yes.
You think they could be connected because someone's killed someone in a tunnel?
Isn't that the reason I'm here?
A large part, aye.
But the rest of it?
Making sure Ryan is doing his job.
She looked across the car park at where Gashgore was holding court with a few detectives. Then she focused on Marshall again.
I'm asking you, Rob. Am I going to look after you?
The problem with this stuff, Miranda, is they could be connected, but it could all just be a coincidence.
But why do they all have tunnels?
It might seem trivial to us, but if we assume these cases are all connected for a second, then you start to see possibilities. For example, someone might see train tunnels as important in some way for any number of reasons, like they're still angry with the Beeching report in the 60s for shutting them all down, or they're angry because people take the train instead of driving their car, or, I don't know, they've just heard about all these old tunnels across Scotland and think that would be a good place to kill someone. And if it is a serial killer, then we've got... Marshall ran out of mileage on that thought, so he had to change direction. If someone kills once, there's a good chance we've got a rational killer, like the assumption Ryan's team are making here. An ex-boyfriend sees her flirting with someone else, then leaving the pub with that someone else. So he follows them to the tunnel where he kills her. And let's face it, disused tunnels are dark places far away from the public eye. The bottom line is, they're just really good places to commit murder. Potter processed it slowly.
So you buy it?
I can see why they've bought it for sure. But if someone has killed 3 times, then they're psychopathic in some specific way.
So you're saying they could be connected?
They might be. At the moment, I just don't know. But if you put pressure on me to say either way, I'd suggest it's more likely to connect to the Glasgow case than the Edinburgh one.
Can you say why?
The Glasgow one was very obviously a murder. Edinburgh was deemed an accident.
Okay, Rob. That's good enough for me so far. I'm officially ordering you to work this case and to eliminate the possibility they're not connected to your other work.
What about our presentation for Wednesday?
Already handled.
She tapped at her temple.
And I'll deal with Ryan. This is the kind of case we need to get Andrea Elliott off the bench for and make her do some work for a change.
Chapter 10. You just can't help yourself, can you? Taylor was doing that kind of angry driving Marshall hadn't seen since his dad had left home a long time ago. An explosion of rage at something other than the here and now that was targeted at Marshall. Or maybe it was just about the here and now, and targeted right at Marshall for a good reason. He barely slowed for the 20 sign into Peebles. then seemed to catch himself and behave like an adult. Marshall felt his blood rushing up into his throat, his neck, up his back. He sat back and folded his arms. Anything he could do to get calm and keep calm. What exactly have I done, Cal?
Don't call me that. It's Callum to you. Cal is for my mates.
Some people just didn't leave the playground, did they? Marshall tried to breathe slowly. You're annoyed with me for insisting we do due diligence on a murder.
It's not just that, Roberts.
Rob's for my mates. Taylor laughed at that. The ice seemed to crack a little.
Sorry, it's just... I was driving through Innerleith and fall in the car with Hogg in the back. Then I get the call to come back and look after you. It's frustrating. We've got a suspect in custody. He's as guilty as a cat next to a pile of feathers.
I get that you see that, Cal. But we haven't formally interviewed him, and the DNA under his fingernails won't be from Rebecca Yellowlees.
Rob, he slipped up so many times when we spoke to him. Told us stuff he shouldn't have known.
But you need to take it slowly, okay? Do it in the logical way. Let's start with processing the stuff under his fingernails. You can't assume it's hers, and you need to wait for the post-mortem.
And until then, we just waste taxpayers' money on this nonsense.
This isn't nonsense, Cal. Most taxpayers would like to see their money used to convict people as much as to prevent miscarriages of justice.
Taking yourself a bit too seriously there. There's no miscarriage of justice here.
Glad you're sure of it. Taylor eased across the bridge onto the south bank of the Tweed, following a pair of slow-moving coaches, presumably heading for the nearby botanical gardens. Marshall thought that was in the other direction, though. Something niggled at his brain, suggesting there were maybe two. Taylor was thumping the wheel, like that could speed anything up.
Soon as the DNA comes back, you'll look like a right arsehole.
Marshall laughed at that. Or you will. Taylor took the second right off the main road, then weaved between tall gateposts into the grounds of an old country house stuck in the heart of Peebles. The sign for the Beltane Inn basking in the middle of the parched lawn would have been snazzy about 20 years ago. But now it looked tired and weathered. Another 5 years and maybe the fashion would return. It wasn't just the sign that belonged to a different era, though. The hotel was a giant stone Jacobite building, with 3 round towers sticking out at odd angles and from unusual locations. Ivy climbed up the front, healthy and green on one side, dry and brown on the other. Probably a fire risk with the wrong guests. Taylor opened his door and planted his foot on the ground.
You're still just consulting here, Marshall, okay?
I know my place. As long as you do your job, I'm content to just do mine. Marshall got out and followed him over to the house, their feet crunching over the pebbles, overgrown with weeds. His phone chimed with a message from Kirsten. Spoke too soon. Been called in. Call you later. Kiss. Marshall tapped out a quick response. Ouch. Bad luck. Kiss. He put his phone away just as he caught up with Taylor. I take it someone's been around to talk to her.
Been around, aye, but didn't talk to her.
Taylor rang the doorbell and pleasant chimes rang out. He pointed at the Mazda on the pebbles. Must have been out. Coming. Footsteps thundered inside, then the door opened to reveal a flurry of activity. A woman in her late 50s, slender to the point of gaunt, untucking an apron and hauling it up over her head. Can I help you, gentlemen? A soft Mancunian accent, more from leafy Cheshire than the inner city.
Catherine Yellowlees.
That's me. She looked at them in turn, her eyes darkening. And you,
Do I call him Taylor?
He showed his warrant card.
We need to.
Have you found her?
Probably best if we do this inside.
Chapter 11. Catherine Yellowlees set a large tray down on the table.
There.
Despite her grief, she'd made them tea. And not just tea, but a whole spread. A pot each of breakfast tea and Earl Grey, along with 3 types of milk, plus a giant plate covered with 3 scones and countless homemade biscuits. Marshall sat in the corner of the dining room, looking out of the back of the hotel down towards the Tweed, though neighbouring houses blocked most of the view. Catherine took off her apron again and sat opposite Taylor.
How do you take it?
Black, thanks. Taylor accepted a cup of Earl Grey, giving Marshall a waft of the cloying perfume.
And your oat milk, Inspector?
Catherine smiled at Marshall.
Couldn't remember, so I've got oat, soya, and milky milk.
That's correct, yes. Marshall smiled as he took his tea and helped himself to the oat milk, tipping it all in. It never went far enough. Catherine sat back and nervously nibbled at a biscuit. She couldn't deflect any more. No escaping her grief now.
So?
Taylor set his cup down and gave a friendly smile. I'm sorry to have had to bear the news to you about Rebecca.
Her father died 2 years ago.
Catherine's lips twitched.
Hit me for 6, I have to say. Heart attack. Upshot was I've got to run the place myself when really we shouldn't have been thinking of retiring. All the money we'd set aside when we were younger. All the work Darren did in refurbishing this place.
She got up, walked over to the mantelpiece and pointed at a painting of a ruined building.
See?
Took Marshall a few seconds to realise it wasn't a painting but was actually a photo of the hotel before extensive refurbishment.
His life's work was in fixing this place up. We sank our savings into buying it. Then we scraped together enough to pay for the building work, piece by piece. Took us 5 years of hard work every night to make this place into a functioning hotel. We both had jobs in Edinburgh at the time, so each room took a lot longer than it should have done. But we did it, and we've achieved something special. Our plan was to grow the business, then sell it off and retire on the money, but now it's the only thing I've got left of Darren.
She shut her eyes.
And of Rebecca.
Marshall took a sip of tea. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Are you?
She glared at him.
You didn't know, did you?
Marshall rested his cup back on the saucer. That's true. But it's horrific when you lose someone you love, especially at a young age like that. Her glare deepened, then something passed between them. Some deep understanding. How Marshall knew precisely what she was going through. He just approached the same grief from a different angle, and had over 20 years to recover from it. She poured herself a cup, then tipped in the briefest splash of milky milk, as she put it.
She didn't come home last night. Not unusual, but she'd always message me. And she'd usually be back mid-morning, so I panicked. I was at the police station to report it, but nobody was there. What's the country coming to? I had to stand in the street and phone her. Come back here. 2 of your number came around and took some details. Said she'd probably turn up. And they left. So I've been out since, looking for her, speaking to her friends.
She shifted her focus between them.
Can I see her?
Taylor slurped his tea. She's being taken to the pathology department at BGH just now. I could give you a lift there, if you...
I'm more than capable of driving there myself, thank you very much. I'm asking if you need me to help identify her body.
We've already had a positive ID from the person who discovered the body. Her forehead knitted together.
Who was that?
I'm not at liberty to...
Don't give me that.
Catherine smashed her biscuit down onto the table, breaking it into several pieces.
My daughter has been murdered, and you won't tell me who killed her.
Taylor took a sip and drank it slowly.
Seeing bloody hog, isn't it?
I can't
No, you don't. Don't do that. You think he killed her, don't you?
Taylor raised his hands.
Like I said, I'm not at liberty to divulge.
He was here, you know. First thing this morning. That daft bugger was here, acting all suspicious, crafty, like he'd done something and pretended he hadn't. Said he just wanted to catch up with my daughter after seeing her in the pub last night.
She started collecting up the bits of broken biscuit on the table.
It was him, wasn't it?
Marshall knew he needed to take over. I gather your daughter and Mr. Hogg were acquainted.
Were. And acquainted is a bit euphemistic. They were an item, a long time ago.
Do you know what happened between them?
Ian was a bit of a loser, I'm afraid.
She raised her hands.
I'm not saying he wasn't good enough for Rebecca, but he was. There was something lacking in him, something missing. So if you're saying he found their body, then I'd say he's the most likely to have put it there in the first place.
Taylor looked away from her.
You reported her missing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. Told the two laddies who came round that it's not unknown for Becky to stay over somewhere. She's 25, but hasn't changed since she was 16, I swear. She'd text me and say she was staying at her friend's in Edinburgh or in Peebles, or if she was on a date. But she'd always message me to let me know. Always. Because I worry.
All parents do.
Taylor gave a polite smile.
And she didn't message you?
No. Last I heard from her was about 5 o'clock last night, saying she was drinking with a few people in the steps. She'd been at the Highland Games with her pals.
She gave Taylor a hard look.
Have you done any location analysis on her phone?
We have, yes.
That lassie never went anywhere without that phone.
The network has given us an extract of all these cell site connections our phone made. Basically, it's a list of latitude-longitude coordinates. To my eye, they all look like they were in Peebles, but we'll confirm that. It's currently off, but the last known location was in the steps last night.
That's not good.
Taylor scribbled something in his notebook.
Did your daughter often visit the steps?
It's their old aunt, her and her pals. When they were younger, they'd be in there every Saturday night.
Catherine narrowed her eyes between them.
She said a few from the old crowd were out.
She stared into space.
Funny how they all spread out in their teens and 20s, only to return, isn't it?
Marshall met her gaze.
Did the same myself.
Went to Durham 18, but moved back here from London a couple of years ago.
That's a long time away.
Best part of 20 years. When did Rebecca and Ian split up?
When they were at uni. He dropped out after 2 years up in Edinburgh, at Napier. Rebecca went to Strathclyde in Glasgow. Bit of a mess, really. He was the Beltane Cornet in 2017 and Becky was his lass.
Catherine looked around the empty dining room.
It was Darren's idea to call this place the Beltane Inn. Used to be a family home. Then it became a wreck over the years. His family are from Peebles originally, but moved to London in the 50s. He said he felt all this local history in his blood when he got a job in Edinburgh. I'm from near Manchester, as you can tell. And we couldn't name it anything else, could we?
Do you know if she'd been seeing anyone in Glasgow?
I don't know. Her love life was a closed book to me, and she never gave an inkling. So no, I don't think so. She moved to Edinburgh after she graduated for her work, so she was a bit closer to me. I could easily get the bus up. She'd come down often. We're in a hill walking club and she'd be down every fortnight, come rain or shine. Usually rain.
When did she move to Edinburgh?
About 2 years ago. She worked in a pharmacy in the West End.
Was she the pharmacist?
She got a degree, an M.Pharm from Strathclyde. She wasn't accredited by the General Pharmaceutical Council, so she can't work as one.
Do you know?
No. She wouldn't say.
But she still worked in a pharmacy in Edinburgh?
That's right.
Did she live in Edinburgh?
She did, but she moved back home a few months ago.
Marshall had seen a lot of that. Kids moving back to stay with their folks to save up to buy their own place. Was this after your husband passed away?
No. I lost Darren the year before last.
Was she still working in Edinburgh?
No. She was helping me run the hotel. She'd lost a job, but didn't want to talk about it. Ever.
Chapter 12. Taylor glanced over at Marshall.
You're pretty quiet there, Tiger.
Unlike the traffic, which was loud and heavy, and Taylor had gone down the wrong street. Marshall knew Western Edinburgh pretty well now, but this wasn't the best way to get where they were going. It might even have been the worst. Marshall laughed. Tiger?
Anything to get a reaction from you, Rob.
If it wasn't for the red markings at the side of the road, Marshall would have suggested dumping the car and walking. Sorry, just thinking.
Such is the nature of your job, right?
Something like that.
And is that thinking leading you anywhere?
Not really. Sorry. Marshall ran a hand down his face. It's just making me ask more questions, you know?
Right. I get it. Like, why was she sacked?
We don't know she was. She could have left.
Sounds like it, though.
And why wasn't she accredited? Taylor laughed.
Got to admit, though, it looks more and more likely that Hogg killed Becky. Showing up at her mum's place, desperate to speak to her.
That's completely consistent with what he told us, though. Taylor inched forward along the street towards the turning they needed.
So these tunnels, in Edinburgh and Glasgow, you can't seriously think this is all connected, can you?
Keeping an open mind is what my job is all about, Cal. You're flying headlong into conviction, while I'm paid to make sure that conviction sticks, and that it's the right thing to do. Right now, while we're speaking to people, I'm collating data, and it takes time to crunch that. Longer still for some flash of inspiration to connect all the various dots.
I won't hold my breath then.
Taylor took a chance to sneak through a gap in the traffic and got along William Street. He pulled in then, pointed at Teuchter's, one of Edinburgh's still thriving, old-fashioned pubs.
Nice booze of that. Not that I'm on the sauce anymore. You a drinker?
Have my moments, aye. Marshall got out into the searing heat. Shouldn't be this hot in September in Scotland. Should be laws against it.
Hard to disagree.
Taylor pushed into the chemist shop, leaving Marshall baking in the heat. Marshall followed Taylor into Beveridge and Sons. Taylor walked up to an assistant by the till, while Marshall hung back to take in the shop. Empty of customers, just rows and rows of toiletries and weird stuff. Bath pillows, Easter eggs in September, and rolls of camera film in 2024. The assistant slipped off into a back room, leaving Taylor on his own. He noticed Marshall's approach, but didn't say anything. A harassed woman burst out of the back room, scowling and shaking her head, fizzing with energy and anger. Her smile was as real as a hamburger made from sawdust. What?
Police, ma'am.
Taylor raised his warrant card.
Just need to ask a few questions.
As if I didn't have enough on.
She gave a weary snort.
Sorry, I shouldn't take it out on you.
I've had 2 members of staff off sick all week, so I've had to work all the shifts. And I mean all the shifts.
You run this place?
Own it too. My name above the door.
Beveridge and Son.
Well, that was the original name. Goes back to the 1930s. I'm the 4th Beveridge to be in charge here. The first woman. Maybe if I get enough time to go on a date, I might be able to have sex enough times to have a son to poison their life with familial expectation. And not die when my child was 20. Unlike my father, who left me to learn how to run a shop while studying.
She ran a hand down her face.
Sorry. I shouldn't rant like this. It's just been one of those weeks, you know? One of those weeks.
She held out a hand to Marshall.
Sorry. Didn't see you there. Steph Beveridge.
D.I. Rob Marshall. He shook her hand. We wanted to ask you about Rebecca Yellowlees.
Oh.
Steph stared down at the counter.
Her.
Gather she used to work here. Is that right?
Part of the reason I'm so stressed. When you take someone on, you might think they seem a good fit, but then you have to work with them, and you get to know them. She left, and I've been short on staff since. Down 2 pharmacists this week, and I'm supposed to be in a sun lounger in Rhodes.
We gather she wasn't a pharmacist.
No, but she did all the rest of it. There was a small matter regarding her foundation training. The degree is one side of it, and there was nothing wrong with that. But she worked at a pharmacy in Glasgow which shut down under a cloud, so she wasn't accredited. But I was going to provide that for her. Then it'd give me a 3rd pharmacist. But she left before that was complete.
Why did she leave?
How do you not know?
Excuse me? Steph laughed.
This was a police matter.
Excuse me?
I had to sack her. She'd been supplying controlled substances to a friend without a prescription. There was a major police investigation into this. How can you not know?
Taylor looked like he was going to honk out and smash up the shop. At his own incompetence, probably. But Marshall kept his peace, tried to keep calm, keep it all under lock and key, in case the implications exploded outwards.
It was sheer hell.
Steph tore off her glasses to rub at her nose.
Part of the reason I've got a pharmacist out on sick leave is the stress it took on him. On us both, to be honest. Because Becky tried to pin it on us, saying it wasn't her doing. But she'd faked prescriptions for both of us, and we had incontrovertible evidence to the contrary.
So why wasn't she in prison?
I couldn't tell you that. Like I said, this was a police matter.
Taylor clenched his jaw. Sure it wasn't hushed up?
Are you accusing me of something?
Not at all.
Well, don't, because I've been to hell over this. Journalists knocking on my door, undercover journalists trying to buy illicit substances.
Steph pointed at Taylor.
But I had all these safeguards in place. Goes back to my grandfather's day. It's how we identified the fraud in the first place. Whatever happened, it was entirely down to Rebecca Yellowlees.
Do you know the names of the officers who investigated?
Chapter 13. Taylor thumbed over at St. Leonard Station, caught under a dark cloud in the late afternoon sunshine. He looked like a hitchhiker who'd been at it for hours, and was now resigned to walking.
Sure we can't do this inside?
Sorry, man.
D.I. Craven lumbered like a wrestler, bulky muscles filling out his suit, thick black hair slicked back, face like a sock stuffed with snooker balls.
You know how it is, right? We let you pair in the building. Next thing we know, you're attending briefings and making a mess of stakeouts.
Taylor laughed.
We're not that bad, are we?
Aye, but you're not that good.
Craven looked over at his partner.
What do you think, boss?
No way. DCI Mukherjee shook his head. Balding to the point where all he had left on top was a hair island in the middle, the solitary tuft sticking up like a palm tree, and no longer able to be combed over. I'm in complete agreement. Marshall leaned back against Taylor's pool car. I'm working for DCS Potter to determine if it's part of my portfolio of potential serial homicides. Craven whistled.
She who cannot be named herself, eh?
He clicked his tongue and glanced over his shoulder. Potter had climbed the ranks and pissed a lot of people off along the way, and in those she hadn't, the overriding emotion was fear. Craven nudged Taylor with his elbow.
Someone's dining at the big table, eh?
Marshall grinned. I'm more the sommelier.
Well, You can pair this wine. Craven raised his middle finger. With this main course.
He raised the other one. Name-dropping won't get you anywhere, you daft sod. Mukherjee checked his blingy watch. Besides, we've got to shoot off in a few minutes. By the time we got in and found a meeting room, we'd have to bugger off. Marshall didn't have to charm him. The name-dropping had worked. Where are you heading at this time on a Sunday? Got 2 lads on a stakeout in Niddry. So, like the king said, it's now or never. Mukherjee did an Elvis-style shake of the hips. Taylor folded his arms.
Fine. Let's do this here then. Now.
Cool.
Craven got behind the wheel of a Pull Mondeo and Mukherjee got in alongside him.
Always the same with these clowns.
Taylor got in the back and gestured to Marshall to lead.
Rob?
Marshall got in behind Craven, but he left the back door open, in case the buggers tried to drive off anywhere. The bollard would take the door clean off, and even drug squad DCIs didn't want to have to explain that. I'm working with D.I. Taylor and the Borders MIT to investigate.
Ryan Kashkori.
Craven's bushy eyebrows shot up.
Wow. Thought you couldn't stand him, Cal.
Taylor shrugged, but his face had reddened.
Roy's a good guy.
Sure, Mukherjee laughed. Sure he is. Taylor smirked.
Thought you two were in a hurry.
We're in the drug squad, Cal. Never in a hurry. We're tortoises, but we always win the race. Marshall didn't want to let them detract from this. Need to speak to you about a Rebecca Yellowlees. Mukherjee sat back and blew air up his face. Aye. We know her. He gestured at Craven. Dean and I did her for drug trafficking, faking prescriptions so she could give fentanyl to some associates of hers. Very naughty behaviour. Craven nodded.
Naughty, naughty, very naughty.
So you arrested her?
Arrested, charged, prosecuted.
How is she not in jail? First offence. Mukherjee clicked his tongue like he was tempting a horse. Usual story. No previous record and she'd pled guilty, so she got off with a fine, 2-year suspended sentence with probation and a spot of community service. 200 hours of working with drug addicts. The General Pharmaceutical Council pulled her ticket. I thought she wasn't accredited. She wasn't, but she was in the process of it. No chance of her working again in that field.
Sounds like she got off pretty lightly, though.
Taylor flashed them a grin.
Thought you two were hard bastards.
We are. But when a lassie tells you how this whole messy mess is connected to organised crime, one thing leads to another, you know.
You mean she grassed?
She grassed. Put us on to some right nasty buggers behind this whole sordid thing.
And are they behind bars?
That's a whole other affair, my good friend. Ongoing case.
Isn't that always the case?
Taylor sucked in his cheeks, looking at Marshall.
I know what you're thinking there, Rob.
Marshall raised an eyebrow. Go on, Uri Geller. What am I thinking?
She's grassed on some dodgy people, but walked off with only a tiny slap on the wrist. It's possible this is a gang hit.
Had briefly crossed my mind. Mukherjee looked at Marshall, then at Taylor, then back at Marshall. A gang hit? She's dead. Her body was found in a tunnel near Peebles this morning. Something passed between them, an edginess, the weary tang of disappointment, or a case going the wrong way. Marshall needed to get on the front foot here and stay there. Is it possible she'd be killed in a gang hit? Hard to say without seeing your evidence. How was she murdered? Taylor swallowed.
We're awaiting the post-mortem, but it appears someone attacked her in a tunnel.
A tunnel?
Disused railway tunnel down in Peebles.
Mate, I can think of a million better places to kill someone than in a tunnel in the middle of the night. The kind of people we're working with wouldn't be so blatant. Make it look like an overdose or just disappear.
Are these people connected to Gary Hislop?
No. Trouble with Gary Hislop is he's only connected to himself and some people in foreign climes, and he's very, very good at both covering his tracks and making sure we can't follow them. And your case sounds much more like a crime of passion than an organised hit.
If you want passion, mate, we've got it by the bucket load.
Craven looked over at his boss, then got a tight knot, so he swung around to look at Marshall.
Here's some more grist for your mill, then. One of the people she was applying fentanyl to overdosed a week ago.
Marshall sat back and looked across the car park.
Which could create a personal grudge. Indeed. Particularly as the family is connected to people who solve problems with their fists.
Marshall got out his notebook and made a note of it, scribbling away against his thigh. Can we get access to your case file?
Me case is Sue case.
Craven winked at him.
But honestly, I don't think this is the likely explanation for your thing.
Why not?
To me, the obvious target for that would be our friend Keegan McAllister. 27, connected to a drug gang over in Glasgow. He's on remand in HMP Edinburgh for dealing.
He's on remand, but she's already been prosecuted.
Exactly. Her trial went ahead because she pled guilty and complied with our investigation. But Keegan's maintaining his innocence, despite admitting to paying Rebecca for the drugs.
Mukherjee rolled his eyes. He won't sing. Wouldn't back her up. He knows which side his bread's buttered on. Do the time, get out in a few years and be looked after by his mates.
But
Taylor's forehead twisted into a tight knot.
Think I see what you're saying. You've got an accused pleading guilty and agreeing to testify, but the other accused has a motive to get them killed, which would make her evidence hearsay and therefore inadmissible for when you go after the big bad guys.
Precisely. Her evidence is good, but it needed to be proven in court, or at least it was.
She hadn't provided a sworn statement.
Statement, yes. Sworn, no. PF wanted the jury to see the whites of her eyes.
So the exclusion of that statement and her testimony could scupper your case.
Mukherjee looked at Craven like the thought had just crossed their collective brain cell.
Lads, she didn't feel like she was going to die and the statement wasn't sworn. Then you've got a massive hole in your case against this Keegan McAllister guy.
Taylor folded his arms.
Huge motive for him to arrange her death, isn't it?
Marshall tried to follow the logic. It intrigued him. Necessity and reliability. Need both to get the statement in without testifying. The necessity was there. She's dead. But without the jeopardy of her knowing she was going to die or giving the statement under oath, it's just words. No reliability. The prosecution would have the work cut out for them to get that past a judge. Taylor laughed.
Have to say, it sounds like complete nonsense to me. Way too complicated. Like you said, Mike, if you're gonna bump someone off, you do it in an easier way. Arrange a car crash, drown them in the river, make it look like suicide. Not follow her to a disused railway tunnel in the middle of the night with 2 potential witnesses. No. This is a love triangle gone wrong, a crime of passion.
His phone rang.
Better take this.
He got out of the car and walked away, phone to his head. Mukherjee winked at Marshall. I agree wholeheartedly with Callum. This doesn't feel like it fits. Drug people always think it's drugs. Marshall shifted his focus between them. Thing is, I've seen suppliers and dealers charged with criminal negligence causing death, even manslaughter based on providing a known lethal drug. This is what you should have been doing with Rebecca, isn't it?
It was, and it wasn't.
Craven made a show of weighing 2 things up.
Thing is, When Keegan was arrested, the local news ran the story. TV and press. He appeared in court and instead of pleading guilty or whatever, he named Rebecca. Kicked up a big stink with the judge.
He thumbed at Mukherjee.
Caused a bit of hassle for Mike here.
Taylor opened the passenger door again.
That was Gashgori. He's asked me to attend the PM.
Marshall stayed where he was, locking eyes with Mukherjee.
You're Gashgori's replacement, right?
For my sins, aye. Why?
No reason.
Does it go back to his time? Nah, this is after. And we're different streams. 3 DCIs there. I was deputy on that case, but got saddled with it after I moved down to you lot.
But that didn't mean Gashgori wouldn't know anything about it.
I'll see you boys later. Thanks for your help. Marshall got out.
The PM's happening tonight. Gashgori managed to get late to fast-track, aye. But you're not coming.
I'm just here to consult, Cal. How can I consult if I'm not there?
Taylor shook his head. Why don't you take up a hobby, Rob? Like golf or clay pigeon shooting?
Craven and Mukherjee both laughed at that. Marshall slammed the door and held Taylor's glare as he walked around the back of the car. Already got a hobby? Helping inept officers become competent. Chapter 14. Struan. Dear Struan Liddell felt that throbbing feeling in his head and deep in his guts. He always got it before he went into battle. A heady mix of too much adrenaline and too much caffeine. A cocktail that always meant trouble, but not for him. Never for him. He looked across the table.
You okay there?
D.I. Andrea Elliott was staring at her notebook, lips moving as she read. Her red eyes focused on him as she slurped her 7th coffee of the day. What? Struan hadn't worked with her that long, just the last year or so, but she'd aged a lot in that time. Bags under her eyes, a few silver threads in her thick hair, her long fringe dragged tight across her forehead and tucked behind her right ear.
Just wondering if you're ready to interview him, that's all.
We're ready when I say we are. Elliot sat back and tossed her pen on the table. But I think that's all I can do, to be honest. Our interview strategy, for what it's worth, is bad cop, worse cop. Lot less evidence than I'd like, but I think we have to just get stuck in and see what we can shake loose. Struan thought of teeth, spilling on a dark pavement.
So we're ready to interview him now?
Fine. Let's do it. Elliot got to her feet and cracked her knuckles, the ligaments rattling like ball bearings tumbling down a staircase. You know something, Struan? It's good to be off the bench.
You feel like the gaffer sidelined you?
Didn't say that. Elliot walked over to the door. Sod it. Of course I do. And it isn't just a feeling, Struan. It's a demonstrable fact.
You taking him to a tribunal?
What would be the point? She looked down at his hands. Have you taken up boxing? He looked at the giant purple lumps on his knuckles.
No? Why?
Where are those bruises from? Beating up the homeless?
Thought I'd got away with that.
Struan laughed, but felt a rash of embarrassment rise up his neck.
It's my old man. He's in that stage of dementia where he's angry all the time. At me, at his carers, at my mum, despite her being long dead. Only way I can deal with it is by punching things.
You're beating him up?
God, no. I'm punching walls.
Jesus, Struan. You know that's a red flag for someone being a psychopath, don't you?
Even psychopaths would struggle with what I'm going through.
Just look after yourself, okay? Elliot left the room and marched along the corridor. Struan fought the urge to chase after her and took his time following. By the time he entered the interview room, he was greeted only by a glower from Elliot. She'd already started. And dear Struan Liddell has just entered the room. Ian Hogg sat opposite her, looking like he'd had a skinful the night before, red-faced and not all of it sunburn. His eyes were too close together, like they were using his nose as a seesaw. His hands were splayed on the table. And he'd layered up. A sack of broken jelly Struan didn't recognise sat next to him, scribbling away on his legal pad, probably jotting down romantic sonnets. Struan picked up his chair, swivelled it around and sat on it the wrong way round. He cracked his knuckles, but it sounded like someone snapping fresh twigs rather than anything particularly badass.
Let's get stuck in, shall we?
He waited for eye contact. Didn't take long for Hogg to focus on him. His left eye twitched.
Did you feel any shame after you killed Rebecca?
Hogg's mouth hung open.
Excuse me?
I'll take that as a no then.
What?
You felt no shame when you killed her?
No, of course I didn't.
Sorry, did the shame only come afterwards?
I didn't kill her.
Oh, come on. Does that mean you're a psychopath then?
What? I keep telling you lot. I didn't kill her.
Did she die too quickly for your liking? Did you want her to suffer longer?
This is outrageous. My client is...
Rebecca got what she deserved from you, eh? Struan sat back, resting his arms on the chair back. I saw it with my own eyes. Pretty sickening, man. Brutal, man. Brutal.
He left a long pause.
Do you feel proud of killing her?
No.
You said you didn't feel any shame. What was it then?
Nothing. I didn't kill her.
So you felt nothing then?
Struan nodded along, like he was concocting some kind of theory.
That confirms it then. Psychopaths don't feel anything.
I'm not a psychopath.
Sure, of course. You murdered your ex-girlfriend in cold blood and you didn't feel anything. But of course you're not a psychopath, are you?
I didn't kill her.
Aha! I've got it now.
Struan clicked his fingers hard a few times.
You're saying you disassociated from the event as you did it?
Hogg snorted, then wiped at his cheeks. Bingo. Struan was getting somewhere with this, infiltrating his mind.
My next question is, have you ever been treated for your schizophrenia?
Of course I haven't.
Take it that means you refuse the treatment. Happens a lot. It's a shame, really. It's really become a treatable condition, what with the medication available these days. Trouble is, there are loads of people who aren't even diagnosed. Worse, there are those like yourself who clearly know the bats aren't all roosting in the same belfry, but refuse to speak to anyone about it. The worst kind. You cause so much difficulty, not for yourselves, but your loved ones.
Struan left a long pause.
For someone like Rebecca.
I'm not schizophrenic.
Aye, sure you're not. Because someone who can murder someone only to push those actions into another corner of their psyche couldn't possibly be, could they?
Hogg stared at the floor over to the side of the table. Then he shut his eyes. Decent tactic. Shut down completely and let the whole interview happen without you. Act like you're not there. Stall the fuck out of anything. Then all you had to do was wait until the cops got fed up, then you could leave. At least, that's how the theory went. Time for a little wake-up call. Struan chapped at the desk and attracted Hogg's attention.
You beat up your wife?
My wife?
Aye, your wife.
Erin, what are you talking about?
Have you got a second wife, Mr. Hogg?
Of course I don't.
But you have been beating her up, right?
This is outrageous. My client is here because he found a body, and now you're accusing him of domestic abuse.
Trouble is, we sent a few lads around to his home address to speak to Mrs. Hogg, but she's not in.
Struan left a lengthy pause.
Where is she?
Hogg sat back and tugged at his hair.
Why do you want to speak to her?
Why do you think, Mr. Hogg? Ask her what she thinks of England's performance in the recent Euros, how she thinks the new Labour government is faring.
There's no reason I can think of.
Ian, you killed your ex-girlfriend. Of course we want to speak to your current partner.
Struan drummed his fingers on the table. Hang on a minute. Have you killed her too?
Of course not. She's away.
Right, sure. You mean run away?
No.
Where have you buried her, Mr. Hogg?
My client refuses to answer that.
Struan laughed. We'll find her remains soon enough. Maybe someone like yourself will uncover them and come forward. He sniffed. Still, it's pretty good going to kill both your wife and your ex in the same weekend. He looked over at Elliot, then back at Hogg. We could probably do with a full list of your other romantic dalliances over the years, just to make sure they're all still breathing. Hogg sucked in a deep breath that seemed to catch in his throat.
Erin's away on a hen weekend, with her mates from uni.
When's she due back? Hogg looked at his watch.
9 o'clock this evening, I think.
Precise?
It's a flight. Might get delayed, but I doubt it. Supposed to pick her up at the airport.
Struan leaned forward. Gather from our colleagues who spoke to you earlier in the car park that you admitted to struggling with erectile dysfunction.
Excuse me?
At the tunnel. You and Becky were kissing, but you walked away. Bit of a struggle getting the drawbridge to raise, was it?
That's not what happened.
What did happen?
Nothing. She tried it on and I walked away.
Okay. Maybe the truth is you don't fancy women much.
I'm fucking married.
So are loads of men who haven't accepted the truth about themselves. I'm thinking you were there for the bloke.
What bloke?
Come on. You told us there was another guy there. Hogg looked at Elliot, like she'd give him any respite.
This is insane. How...
Was that the allure?
Elliot grinned at him.
Did you go there in the promise of a threesome?
Fuck you. Fuck the pair of you. I'm innocent.
Elliot laughed.
Son, you're as guilty as anyone I've seen. Deluded, maybe, but guilty.
You lot have...
Hogg sat back with a gasp. A broken man, further destroyed by their questioning.
Fuck you.
Elliot snorted into her hanky, a loud atonal parp that wouldn't have sounded out of place on a late Miles Davis album, the kind of stuff Struan's old man still insisted on listening to. She dabbed at her nose.
Sorry. Hope this isn't a cold.
She put her hanky away.
Why don't you just tell us the truth here? Doesn't matter whether you did it or not, just that it's true.
I am.
Don't believe you. But anyway.
Elliot flicked through a notebook.
We've got a couple of other cases we need to ask you about. In April, a woman was murdered in the Innocent Railway Tunnel in Holyrood Park in Edinburgh.
Hogg blew air up his face.
Wasn't me.
Okay. So we're just going to take your word for it?
Aye.
How can we know you didn't do it?
I was in Bournemouth all month.
Bournemouth?
Right. I'm a joiner. Retrained after I dropped out of uni. Best thing I ever did. Mate of mine got us a contract on this hotel renovation down there. Decent money. So I was away the whole month. Paid for me and Erin to go to Disney World in Orlando in May. Got so badly burnt there, man.
You didn't come home for weekends?
Wasn't one of those gigs. Had to sign one of those waivers, you know. Just worked right through the week. No time off.
Elliot jotted something down.
We'll need to check this all out.
Sure, you do that. Got all of my receipts.
And what about July of last year?
July? I'd need to check.
You weren't working in Outer Mongolia? Or on Mars?
No, I was here, I think. At home, working.
You think?
I'd need to check.
You happen to visit Glasgow in that time?
Glasgow?
You know, biggest city in Scotland. Home to Celtic and Rain.
I know it. I wasn't there.
Right. So you weren't at Kelvin Grove Tunnel?
Never heard of it. Listen, I can categorically state that, yes, can't stand the place. It's something weird about it. Like, everyone hates your guts, despite seeming like your best pal. Can't stand it, man. Got really bad memories of the place, too.
Struan snorted. We'll need you to look at your movements for that month.
Sure. Let me go and I'll get on it.
Hogg looked at his lawyer, then at Elliot, then at Struan.
You've mentioned 2 tunnels, other than Needpath. Do you honestly think someone's killing people in tunnels across Scotland?
Are you?
No, I'm not. I didn't kill Rebecca.
Struan felt a nudge on his knee. Elliot leaned forward and shook a fringe free.
When did you last see her?
In the pub, last night.
And before that?
Years ago.
Hogg exhaled slowly.
And I mean, years ago. Like 5. It was when we broke up. When I saw her yesterday, it brought up a lot of stuff. About how our relationship had been a sham. Complete joke.
You were both students when you broke up, right?
Aye. I was at Napier. Total mistake for me to go. I just about scraped in, but I wasn't smart enough for uni. I hated school, but uni was even worse. I wasn't made for it. Lucky I got into an apprenticeship after I left. Mate's dad's firm. Taught myself a trade.
And Rebecca was at Strathclyde, right?
She was. Not exactly a long-distance relationship, but fair enough. Trouble was, I was the one getting the bus through to Glasgow every weekend. Turned into every couple of weekends. Then it was once a month. Then my texts were going unanswered for almost an hour at times. At the end of one visit through there, she just told me not to come back. Told us, I can do better than you. That was the reason.
How did that affect you?
I mean, I dropped out of uni not long after. The whole thing ending like that just crushed me. Thing is, I don't think she ever did do better than me. Not that I heard. Or saw.
Elliot smiled like she agreed with it.
How long have you been married to Erin for?
Just over 2 years.
You happy?
Define happy. We're comfortable with each other. We get on quite well. I don't mind the stuff she does. Her clubs and groups and that. Same the other way around. And we go to the pub together a lot. 2 holidays a year. It's all good.
Elliot nodded slowly, like she knew that exact feeling.
You and Rebecca were the Beltane Corps.
That stuff was a total farce, man. I hated it. Thought I'd get respect from people, but they all just took the piss, didn't they?
Anyone in particular?
Just anyone with an EH45 postcode, eh?
Care to furnish us with any names?
Hogg shook his head.
I'm afraid to open my mouth anymore because everything I say leads to this twat thinking I did it. I didn't, and you're doing my head in.
Come on. Anyone who'd want to harm you? My client has already refused to answer that. Given the behaviour of your colleague here, I think we should all just move on.
Chapter 15. Marshall. Taylor could shift when he wanted to. His rubber-soled boots squeaked across the diagonal stretch of pavement across the car park to Borders General Hospital like he was a raging mouse. The wind had picked up, casting grit into Marshall's mouth. Taylor hadn't said anything all the way down from Edinburgh. Not so much that Marshall's name was mud, as he was made of the stuff. Marshall managed to catch up with him as he passed the smoking shelter. His calves burned. "Go!" The voice came from behind. Marshall turned. Gashgori stood there, sucking on a cigarette, eyes narrowed to thin slits. "Didn't see you there, sir." "Clearly." Gashgori breathed smoky air across Marshall's face as he waited for Taylor to double back and join them. He didn't. Gashgori sucked another deep drag. "Carl told me you've uncovered a possible lead." "Have I?" "Drugs. And organised crime relating to drugs." "Right." Marshall couldn't help but think he'd stepped on a landmine. He had to be very careful here. "That's an avenue we should investigate, sir." "You mean you should consult on, not we should investigate? Because you're not an investigator here." "Fuck this." Marshall rested his hands on his hips. "Trouble is, sir, it feels an awful lot like I'm the only one investigating anything." "That right, eh? Have you been speaking to half of Peebles? Have you attended the post-mortem? Have you found her phone?" "Where was it?" "In the pub. Found in the ladies' toilet. Gashkori shot him a look. Cal said you were meeting with Craven and Mukherjee. That's right, sir. They prosecuted Rebecca Yellowlees for... Bet they did. There's a possibility someone killed her to silence her. Stop her testifying. How big a possibility? Ask Callum. He'd say 50%. And you? 5 would be stretching it. Gashkori snorted. Listen, I used to run that team. Those 2 are good cops, but you need to keep a close eye on them, at all times. What way? The way I see it, they're trying to grab hold of some glory. Gashkori held his stare. Just like you are. Marshall had to laugh at that. The paranoia was seeping off him in waves, like booze off a drunk the morning after a heavy night before. There's hardly any glory here, sir. Sure, but I know your game. Excellent. Glad someone does. Gashkori frowned at that, seemed to throw him off his stride. Exactly as Marshall intended. I didn't say I thought it was a drugs murder, sir. No, but you don't think it's a simple case of murder. Gashkori inspected his cigarette. You ever hear of Occam's razor? He grinned like he was some kind of intellectual behemoth. Basically, the simplest explanation is usually the best one. Sure, but is that explanation really all that simple? And the weakness with Occam's razor is you can sacrifice accuracy when you prioritize simplicity. Rob, a drunk man falling in X is both simple and the most accurate. Happens every weekend in every town in Scotland. Another drag, held in his lungs. Okay. Thank Cal for taking over for me. I'm heading back to the station to break some skulls. Marshall raised an eyebrow. What's happened? Gashkori gave him some side-eye. Getting a load of hassle for letting Andrea Elliott interview Hogg. Was strewing bloody little. Talk about a recipe for nuclear disaster. Lars kicking off big time. I mean, he should be grinning wide. His client denied all the allegations and gave up nothing extraneous. Still, he waved his phone in the air. Good news is I've got a written instruction from she who cannot be named to bring in Elliot, so it's not my balls on the chopping block. His sigh betrayed the feeling they were still at risk. Trying to cling to the fact we've got a solid suspect and he's all limbered up, so I'm going to go in there and finish the job. He clapped Marshall on the arm, then stubbed out his cigarette on the bin. Let's pin this on Hogg, eh? It's not as simple as that, sir. It can be. Gashkori loped off across the car park. Make it so. Simple was the last thing this case was. Chapter 16. The service lift rattled as it descended, even though it was only down 1 flight of stairs. Marshall knew he was a lazy sod, but it didn't stop him. The door opened and an orderly stepped in, then did a double take and stepped back. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Marshall flashed his warrant card. Here to see Leigh. He walked past him, then pushed through the swinging door into pathology. The new boarder's pathologist, Leigh Anotadi, was all gowned up and working away. Odd seeing him in here, a much bigger physical presence than his predecessor, but someone whose quiet serenity made him disappear from any room. Taylor stood next to him, arms folded and silent. Rebecca Yellowlees lay on the slab in front of them, like she was asleep, except for the chaotic mess that was her skull. Hard to see where all the pieces fitted together. Leigh looked up at them, then went back to his work. Good evening, gentlemen. Hi, Leigh. Marshall raised a hand. You've just missed your boss. I caught him upstairs. Marshall joined them at the table. Thank you for getting on top of this so early. You know me, Rob. I prefer to work late. It's much quieter. And on a Sunday, it's super quiet. Monday mornings are always insane, so I doubt I'll get around to this until afternoon. Taylor shifted his focus between them. Seemed a bit perturbed by that. But Marshall couldn't tell what or why.
Appreciate it, mate.
Leigh looked up at that word, then back down.
So, Doc, how's it look?
Taylor stared at his watch.
Sorry, got to take this.
He walked off, fishing his phone out of his pocket.
All right, Gaffer.
Leigh watched him go, then looked at Marshall.
Do you remember that case we worked together in London? The chameleon?
I'll never forget it, Leigh. You were a massive help. I needed a sounding board to go through some of my more outlandish theories.
True.
Leigh's laugh was full-throated but kind.
Those theories could be a bit out there, but you ended up being right, didn't you?
We caught him, up here. That's why I'm back on my home turf.
So I gather. But this is one of those cases where your weird shit might be true.
Marshall rested against the edge of the slab. Is this your way of saying she's an alien with 3 legs or something?
No, my friend. I can only count 2.
Leigh's laugh was like a cough.
It's just...
He looked over at the door.
Taylor and Gashgori are hard work. I prefer when I can just get on with things in peace, but they come in and...
He looked up.
Taylor's your typically useless cop. I've seen 100,000 of them over the years. But Gashgori, he concerns me.
In what way?
He's a bully.
Sure, but you must have seen a ton of bullies at that level in the Met, though.
Plenty, sure. All worse than him. Police work in general is all bullying. You just need a dose of competence to get away with it. You can be a total asshole when you're right. He's also erratic, though. Never know what he's going to ask you to do.
The door swung open again, and Taylor strolled back in.
Tell him once you've told him 1,000 times, eh, lads?
He stood between them, and seemed to be aware they'd been talking about something, but didn't seem ready to pry.
Okay. So what's the score here, mate?
5-0, my friend.
Leigh pulled out a scalpel and started cutting away at pale flesh.
I'm not sure how much TCI Gashgori told you, but I'll be finished soon enough. I've confirmed cause of death as blunt force trauma to the skull. 2 instances of it. I gather that's consistent with the forensics work, which found blood outside of the tunnel under some pallets.
Taylor nodded.
And then dragged her along the floor.
Does a tunnel have a floor?
Along the ground, then.
Taylor scratched at the side of his head.
Thing is, it's going to be hard to differentiate between her being smashed into that wall by hand or her running headlong into it, right?
Very difficult.
Leigh leaned forward and plunged his knife into her body.
Except, of course, there are 2 planes of injury.
He pointed at her skull with his free hand.
Yes, she could have run into the wall herself. But would she then run into it again at full speed, only to hit the same spot, but on the other side of her head?
Taylor frowned, twisting his features up like a knot.
Not following you here, pal.
I'm saying, she couldn't have run into the wall the second time, because the first injury would have rendered her unconscious, so she couldn't have injured herself again.
With you now.
Taylor started walking around the table and stopped on Marshall's side.
You're saying someone smashed her head into the wall twice?
That's the only possible explanation.
She couldn't have run it?
No. The angles are all wrong. I've been inside that tunnel. An incredibly spooky place. There's no viable surfaces with a sufficient run-up to allow such an injury to take place.
So it is possible.
A 2% chance. But that's if you had an adequate place to do it. But it'd need someone to transport her body.
which would put the balance of probability greatly on meta. This is straightforward, my friend. The killer smashed ahead of the tunnel wall a couple of times and broke her skull. A subdural hematoma, which put pressure on the brainstem. The only good news is Rebecca would have been dead within minutes. 10, the absolute maximum. Even if she'd been found within seconds and they'd somehow airlifted her immediately to the Royal Infirmary in Edinburgh, where a surgical team was prepped and ready, there was nothing anyone could have done. Leigh waved around the room. This place isn't equipped for that kind of attack. The door opened, and Kirsten yawned her way in.
All right, lads.
She stopped and looked around.
Everyone okay?
Marcia walked over and kissed her on the cheek. Didn't think you were working.
Nor did I.
Call from on high brought me in, sadly. So here I am.
Working.
Another yawn. Then she smiled at Taylor.
Been processing that guy you brought in, Cal?
She held out her fingers as if they were talons.
We extracted the stuff out from underneath his fingernails. Couple of samples. We're running them for DNA.
Is it Rebecca's? Kirsten looked over at Leigh.
The early news is it's definitely human and definitely male. The blood type is O positive.
Male? Taylor gestured at the cadaver in front of them. So it's not hers?
Nope. And it doesn't match her blood type.
Taylor's head dipped. Is it the colours then?
How the hell am I supposed to know that? Kirsten laughed. Cal, I'm a forensics officer, not a psychic. I can't speculate on it being the killer's or anyone else's. Your remit is to find someone, then let me do the doings.
Is it Sanderson's?
Who?
John T. Sanderson. He was in the tunnel with them.
Cal, you get me his DNA, I'll do the rest.
Taylor blew out a slow breath.
Does Gashkori know about this?
Depends.
On what?
On whether he's listened to the voicemail I've left him.
Taylor laughed.
By the power of Castle Grayskull, eh?
Kirsten raised an eyebrow.
What are you talking about?
Just a joke between me and your man here. He reckons it's where He-Man lives.
And he thinks Skeletor lived there.
You're both wrong, you daft sods,
Leigh laughed.
It's where He-Man gets his power from. That's not right.
Taylor got out his phone and checked the display.
Huh? I'll be buggered.
He looked over at Marshall.
Still think we've got enough to convict Hogg, though.
Marshall raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding me?
It's rock solid, Rob. He did it. Just because it's not her DNA under his nails doesn't mean he didn't do it.
Marshall had dealt with cops like him in Gashkori before, but not to this extent. They felt they had their killer, and were prepared to throw everything at a conviction, even when it didn't fit. Look, Cal, you stay here and finish the PM. I need to get back to base and do some thinking on this score.
Base as in Castle Grayskull? I mean, Snake Mountain?
No, Gala.
Right.
Taylor narrowed his eyes, but couldn't do anything but agree.
Sure.
Call you later. Marshall nodded at Kirsten. You staying?
No. Your sister dropped me off so I could grab something. Need a lift if you're heading to Gala?
Sure.
Coolio.
Kirsten walked into the area behind Leigh, then came back with a pair of goggles.
Cheers, Leigh.
You owe me for that.
Of course.
Kirsten walked out of pathology and along the corridor, but past the lifts. She took the stairs instead. Marshall caught up with her and climbed alongside her. He really needed to get fit. Really needed to. He was gasping worse than grumpy as he burst out into the foyer. Kirsten stopped and smiled at him.
You okay there?
I'm okay. Just stairs.
You need to come out running with me.
I do.
So?
She said off through the hospital.
You and Callum don't see eye to eye, do you?
I usually don't care, but Gashgori and him are fixating on this being Ian Hogg.
And you think he's innocent?
There's a world between innocent and guilty. Right now, we don't know anything really. Their theory was the flesh under his fingernails was hers, but it's clearly not. So now it's a waiting game with your DNA stuff, and even then...
I'll try and get the laws of physics to speed up.
I didn't mean that. I meant, that'll give us evidence. But rather than acting like an adult and waiting for that, Gashgori's ploughing ahead and trying to force a conviction.
Which will catch them out.
Will it, though? Marshall held his gaze. I don't know. I've seen stuff railroaded through before, only to fall apart in court.
So what's your plan, Rob?
I'm going to have it out with Gashgori. This latest thing you've found is going to open the case wide.
You're a brave man, Rob.
Someone's got to be. Chapter 17. Marshall stood in the open office doorway, ready to knock, but he stopped and let the scene play out. He hadn't seen Andrea Elliott in a few months. She seemed okay, which surprised him considering everything she'd been through in that time. But she didn't look at him, just focused on her computer monitor. Gashgori was perched on the edge of her desk, staring into his clasped palms resting on his knee. What you're telling me is, despite clear instruction, you and Struan signally failed to get a confession during the interview, correct? Elliot ignored him and kept typing on her keyboard, eyes locked on the screen.
Sometimes you throw everything at them, Ryan, including the kitchen sink, and they still don't say the magic words.
She sat back and looked around at him.
My guess is you're thinking Hogg's either a total psychopath, or you've got the wrong guy here.
Or it was a piss-poor interview. She shrugged, when Marshall would have expected her to put up a fight, maybe even blame it on Struan, maybe even point out how flimsy the charge was. Gashgori stood up and sat in the chair next to her. How did it go with him in the interview?
We got nowhere. Well, he revealed they were Beltane, Cornet and Lass.
Gashgori laughed. What the hell is that?
How long have you been working down here, Ryan?
A while.
Well, you should get a better handle on the traditions here. I'm trying to get in touch with the committee. Hopefully me and Struan can speak to them tomorrow, see if there's any juice.
Potter brushed past Marshall as she entered the room.
There you are, Ryan.
Gashgori looked at her, then back at Elliot. Then he stood up tall. Mom, I thought you'd gone.
That'll be why you're suddenly on your best behaviour.
She beckoned Marshall over to join them.
Gashgori spotted him for the first time,
but didn't say anything. He cleared his throat. I was just chatting to Andrew here about our interview strategy for...
I heard what you were discussing, Ryan. You're trying to throw D.I. Elliott under the bus, aren't you? And by extension, me.
Potter raised her eyebrows.
Have to say, Ryan, like Shania Twain said, that don't impress me much.
Gashgori was like a rat backed into a corner. He tugged on his nose, then cleared his throat. I think we all know it's Hogg who killed Becky. It's one of those cases where all he's doing is denying everything. Wasn't me, I didn't do that. I couldn't possibly have killed her, could I? All that shite. But he was there when she was killed. He's got a very plausible motive.
Potter looked at Marshall. Rob, you've been shadowing D.I. Taylor, right? Do you think it's plausible?
Marshall took one look at Gashgori and got a severe glare. But having the big boss in the room meant he could act with impunity. I have to say I'm extremely sceptical Hogg killed Rebecca. Of course you are. Gashgori threw his hands up in the air. Care to spell it out for us?
Have you spoken to Kirsten Weir about...
I spoke to her earlier at the hospital. Didn't expect her to come in, but she turned up all the same.
Did you listen to her voicemail?
No.
She's in the lab just now, so I could... What did she have to say?
Potter looked right at Marshall. Just that. She's running the DNA from under Hogg's fingernails. I got that bit. Gashkori nibbled at a fingernail. What else? She said the DNA sample belongs to a male and it's a different blood type to Rebecca. Gashkori took a few seconds to think it all through. Felt like he was staring right through Marshall. So? He leaned forward. If I was looking at DNA to do my job, I'd have quit the force a long time ago. Failed to see the problem here. It's Hogg. The problem is, Ryan, you don't have any evidence of Hogg attacking Rebecca. Doesn't mean he didn't do it. Gashkori clenched his fists tight. Rob, you bash someone's pumpkin against a tunnel wall like that, you're going to get blood and brains on you. We'll find that evidence. Trouble is, Kirsten's team didn't just do his fingernails. DC's Peyton and McIntyre retrieved the clothes he was seen wearing last night. Kirsten swabbed both them and him for blood spatter and grey matter. We don't have anything. Gashkori folded his arms. You're telling me a man who used to be the victim's lover and who confessed to being at the crime scene with the victim didn't kill her? I'm saying I think it's unlikely. Aye. So you come in here and... Potter raised a hand to shut up Gashkori. Rob, do you think this could match the case in Edinburgh? I mean, it could. There's blunt force trauma in both. Gashkori rolled his eyes. Rob, you yourself discarded that. No, I said it's unlikely to be connected to the case in Glasgow and Kelvin Grove Tunnel, and I still stand by that assertion. When I assessed those cases in April, we had 2 data points which appeared to be unconnected. Or we just didn't know how to connect them, which is less likely. But with the Edinburgh case and with Rebecca here in Needpath, we have 2 victims possibly killed by blunt force trauma in a disused railway tunnel. Gashkori laughed. So you think it's all connected? Do all those bits of string join all sorts of dots? Possibly. I haven't done the work yet to validate the whole thing. Okay. Potter smiled at Gashkori. Here's what we're going to do, Ryan. First, Rob and Callum will mosey on down that avenue and see where that leads them. Gashkori grunted. You sure about that? Why? Do you have an issue with that approach? It's just, you're taking a DI off me to do this. Are you saying I'm interfering in your investigation? No, of course not, just... Cal is one of my best cops and we're losing him to something in D.I. Marshall's terms of reference. Gashkori scratched at his neck. Potter stood there, arms folded. Gashkori snorted. Fine. They make a good team. I'm glad you're in agreement, Ryan. Potter rubbed a hand down his arm. Now, I've got to get myself back to Gartcosh, having wasted enough of my time here in the Borders. She slipped on a leather biker jacket. I'll see you all later. She walked off out of the room, leaving the 3 of them behind. Gashkori walked over and watched across the open-plan office, then turned and shut the door. Couldn't fucking help yourself, Rob, could you? With what? You grasped to she who cannot be named behind my back. Okay. For starters, I report directly to her, despite only being a DI, unlike you, Ryan. And I didn't go behind your back. I haven't briefed her until now. Besides, she's the one who brought me in to consult on this case. That's all that's happening here. Bullshit. Gashkori thumped the door jamb. You were at the door with her. Of course you went to her. I was standing there while you chatted to Andrea. You just didn't notice me. Leave me out of this. Elliot was working away on her computer, oblivious to the battle raging behind her. Got enough on my plate without you 2 adding to the noise with your constant bickering? Gashkori stepped closer. You were listening in on us. Marshall stood up tall, then gestured out into the office space. Can we have a word in private? Fine. Gashkori charged out through the door. I'll see you later, Andrea. But she didn't reply, so Marshall followed Gashkori into his own office. Gashkori picked up a bottle of water and strangled the lid off. Out with it then. Marshall stood his ground. Sir, I'm telling you this as a friend, okay? I honestly think you need to consider other options here. Hogg is looking like a no-go. Bollocks! Sir, there's nothing on him. Sure, he had a decent motive to do it, but there's nothing saying he did. Meanwhile, you're in danger of getting yourself into deep shit here. Miranda's not impressed. Miranda, eh? I'm serious. You're focusing on the wrong suspect. Marshall saw he was getting nowhere. Time to move on. Callum and I met Rebecca's mother earlier. She deserves justice for what's happened. If you let us investigate these links, this case might disappear off your plate. But please focus on other suspects too, like Jonty Sanderson. Gashgori ran a hand through his hair and something seemed to settle in him. Thought it was him. Been there, sir. Bought that t-shirt. Worn those shoes for a few miles. Let me be clear though. I'm not saying it's not Hogg. Just that you need to open this out until the evidence base is stronger. Gashgori finally looked over at him. So you think I should let Hogg go? Have you finished questioning him? We haven't finished validating his alibi. Why? Trouble is we can't. After he left the pub, the only person who saw him was Rebecca's mother, first thing this morning. Not even his neighbours, who were also all pissed because of this Highland Games nonsense. Okay, then let him go. Gashgori seemed to think that through. I hear you. I'm going to keep him in. He's been charged, but we won't get into court until Wednesday because of the backlog in Selkirk, so that gives us a couple of days' grace. He clapped Marshall on the arm. Thing is, I'm starting to see your point here. Finally. That's good, sir. What you were saying has resonated a bit with me. That thing with recovering DNA from under Hogg's fingernails means it might be a serial killer's. What? Marshall laughed. There's a much more rational explanation. Jonty Sanderson, for instance. Rather than diving into the world of a serial killer, you should... Rob, you're consulting on my case. The boss said you're not to take any active investigative work. Your job is to look into this one up in Edinburgh and in Glasgow too. While the DNA's processing and while we're hauling Jonty Sanderson over the coals, you can appease she who cannot be named by reviewing these as serial killings. Think on how much glory there'll be in taking on a serial murder case and solving the whole thing, eh? Chapter 18. Day 2. Monday. Marshall yawned into his fist and watched the traffic trudge along Gorgie Road, scanning the cars for the Pool Audi coming up from Gala Neck, but he kept coming up blank. Kirsten stood next to him, focusing on her phone rather than the street. Travel mug in her hand, laptop bag at her feet, almost touching his. Bet you wish you'd driven yourself, eh? Wish I could, but Potter wouldn't let me. Marshall wrapped an arm around Kirsten. But this way, I got to stay in bed that bit longer with you. She kissed him on the lips. And I loved every second of it. Me too. Marshall kissed her back, deep and long, then broke off reluctantly. You can head off down to Gala, you know. They can wait for me. She stood up on tiptoes to kiss him again. Marshall planted his hands on her hips. Get a room. Taylor pulled up on the double yellows, window down and grinning away. Pair of perverts. I could arrest you. You're one to talk. Kirsten reached in and yanked his clip-on tie right off. That time you got caught in... Give me that back. Taylor got out and tried reaching for it. Kirsten handed him the tie with a grin. Just messing with you, Cal. What they all say. Taylor clipped it back on, but it didn't sit quite right. Anyway, you happy for me to drive us through to Glasgow, Rob? Marshall shrugged. Suits me. I've got a bit of work I could do while you drive. So long as you don't talk at me, I'm happy with that. Taylor winked at Kirsten.
I'll see you later, doll. Ryan's waiting for you.
Bet he is. Kirsten kissed Marshall, then walked over to her car. See you tonight, Rob.
Can't wait. Marshall waved her off, then slowly got into the passenger seat of the pool car. He stowed his laptop bag in the footwell. He'd see how the chat progressed before he decided on whether to do the work.
Nice to see you wearing a suit, champ.
Taylor shot off into a gap in the wall of traffic before Marshall could clip himself in.
I'd heard rumours you were seeing Kirsten, but didn't know you were.
Aye, it's been a while now.
Good. She seemed happy for a wee while. Take it that's down to you?
I've no idea, Cal. Have you known her long?
We had a good working relationship back in Glasgow, when she did our forensics. Then we kind of lost touch when she moved away. Was that Edinburgh or Aberdeen? I can't remember. Weird how you find old people in new places, isn't it?
True enough.
Kirst's a good person.
Taylor looked over.
Please don't mess her around.
Wasn't intended on doing it.
Good.
Marshall grinned. So, this instant where you got caught?
Not my story to tell.
Taylor slowed for the lights heading on to the fast road west.
Sorry if I'm a bit grumpy today.
Hadn't noticed. Marshall laughed. What's going on?
Just hate missing the briefing. You know how it is, right?
FOMO?
What's that?
Fear of missing out.
Something like that.
Taylor scratched at his chin, already stubbly.
If you aren't part of the discussion, you're the topic.
Marshall nodded. When it comes to briefings, I only get joy of missing out. Usually a waste of time in my experience.
Please don't tell that to some of the DCs. Either the younger ones like Ash Payton or that older useless one in Elliott's team.
Taylor drove off, clicking his fingers.
McIntyre, is it?
He's okay.
Okay isn't good enough, though.
Taylor kicked down as he joined the fast road.
Don't want them to think briefings are optional.
They're not. They're just tedious, that's all.
Guess you're right.
Taylor had to ease off a bit, but the traffic wasn't too bad for this stretch of this time of day.
It'll be weird going back to my old stomping ground, though. If we'd done this last night, I could have stayed at a mate's through there.
The one who you got caught?
We're not talking about that.
Sorry. Marshall struggled to hide his smile. But the people we need to speak to weren't on last night, given it was a Sunday, so it would have been a complete waste of time.
Guess so.
You living in the Borders now?
Staying with my ex's brother in Dalkeith.
That sounds complicated.
I was mates with him first. That's how we got together.
Oh well, that makes sense. Staying on a mate's sofa sounds better.
True. Still, it's an absolute bugger of a commute.
It's not that bad, is it? Thought everyone would be heading into Edinburgh.
Sure they are, which makes getting out of Dalcatraz a total nightmare at any time of day.
Taylor glanced over.
Heard you've been living with Pringle.
Long story.
We've got a long drive.
What's there to say? Pringle's living in South Africa now. The house is on the market and the solicitors are dealing with it. Don't expect it to shift quickly given the market. But truth is, I'm glad to be out of there. It wasn't easy, having to look after him when he started going downhill. And I guess this finally gave us the kick we needed. Me and Kirsten are serious about each other, so that was the push we needed to move in together.
Talk about a bugger of a commute. Gorgie to Gartcosh.
Could be worse.
Sure, but not much.
Taylor looked over again.
Listen, we really got off on the wrong foot with each other yesterday. I want to just get on with stuff together, okay? No egos, just focus on the work.
So what I tried to do, Cal.
Then we're agreed.
Sure thing. Marshall reached into his bag for the laptop. Better look over this stuff if you don't mind.
Why would I mind about you shutting up?
But Taylor's smile had a bit of cheek in it, rather than a lot of malice. Chapter 19. Shanti. DS Rakesh Syal couldn't sit still, even though he knew he should. He was bursting with energy. It was like someone had wired him into the mains, even had to check all the plugs were off in the room. Colin Hooper sat next to him. His skin was a lighter shade of grey than his suit. As cops went, he was probably as useless as people said Syal was. But he wasn't a standard cop. He was one of the investigating officers tasked with looking into other prison officers. And that meant he had particular strengths, like Syal had. Disciplined, organised, efficient, and did what he was told. Only downside was, he didn't report to Syal. The red-faced guard sat opposite them, facing the door and not looking at either of them. Stephen Fields. Thick silver hair and no discernible cut. Just seemed to sit there. Something horrible hung from his left nostril, tangled up in all the thick hairs.
That's correct.
But he was getting impatient now, his fingers fidgeting harder and harder. Syal leaned on the table, but it wasn't like a police interview room. You're saying you didn't know where David Elliott was being transported to? A glance in his direction.
That's correct.
I find that hard to believe.
How?
Listen, we've been tasked with digging into the death of David Elliott back in April. It'll make our jobs much easier if you were to play ball here.
How am I not?
We just need you to tell us the truth. He shut his eyes.
Shouldn't this be a fatal accident inquiry?
It is, Stevie. Hooper rested forward on his elbows. Syal and I have been asked to assist with preparing the groundwork for it. As part of this, we are interviewing court officers like yourself who would have known where Davy Elliott was going.
Told you, pal.
Fields threw it his hands.
We didn't know where the boy was headed. Neither of us did. Know what they say about this place? We're like mushrooms, kept in the dark and fed shite.
That doesn't sound right.
You call me a liar?
If you lie to someone's face, you're entitled to call them a liar, yes. Hooper stayed very still. Now, I'll let you off for that, and give you one last chance to change your answer.
Mate, read my lips. We didn't know where he was going.
Okay, but you received an email regarding that, didn't you? Fields shifted his gaze between them.
What?
Syal reached into his briefcase and pulled out a wad of information. On Wednesday, the 17th of April, you were the recipient of an email sent by Damien Redpath.
Damo's my supervisor, aye?
This email provided detailed technical instructions on the arrangements for transferring Davy Elliott to HMP Glen Ochil.
First time I've seen it.
Syal shifted to the next page. This is a list of the system accounts which read the email. Your account went in no fewer than 6 times.
Still don't remember it.
Hooper laughed. That's nonsense. See, if the email was asking me something stupid, I might forget. Same if it was a Nigerian prince looking to split his inheritance, if only I could meet him at a local airport with a few £1,000s to cover some admin fees. Or someone promising me to make my willy longer. We've all seen hundreds of them, right? But this is very pertinent to your job and about a high-profile case you were tasked with overseeing. Syal flipped over the page. Not to mention you going into the email 6 times. But you claim you don't even remember doing it once.
Sorry, but I can only tell you the truth here.
Okay. Syal shifted through the pages. Next, there's no sign it was forwarded to anyone, so at least you're in the clear on that score.
You honestly think someone's leaked this information?
We know they have, Mr. Fields. It's just a case of identifying who and a matter of when we catch them.
Maybe I went to the toilet or kitchen and someone got access to it. Someone could have gained access to my computer, like a cleaner or another officer.
These machines are locked down. Hooper showed some of his paperwork. No screenshotting allowed, before you start down that path, and no ability to get files off there.
Fields scratched at his neck. Could have taken a photo of the computer screen with their phone, right? Then they could have read it over the phone to someone.
Nope. Hooper shook his head. The logins are constantly audited. Every use of the machine is recorded using the webcam. If your machine was left unlocked, we've only got you at the machine.
So you're watching us constantly?
Hooper laughed.
Mr. Fields,
you work in custody in the legal system. If you want privacy, you're in the wrong vocation. Besides, Sayal went to his last page. We've retrieved the phone records of every phone attached to nearby cell sites.
That must be thousands.
It was. And that was a lot of work. We've narrowed them down to people inside the building. So we know that's not possible.
You've gone through our phones?
Someone has been murdered in custody, Mr. Fields. We have to treat this matter with the utmost importance.
Okay, but they could have called using a phone box.
On an operation nearby. By the time you get to the nearest one, you'd have missed the opportunity.
Look, lads, can't help you. I knew Davy Elliott. Dealt with him a few times for transfers up from the borders. He was in Melrose, then Gala, right? He seemed a good lad, and what happened to him was tragic. But it's got nothing to do with me or the other lads in here. We did everything by protocol.
So you're confirming you read the email?
Must have done.
And you're vouching for the whole team?
I am, yes. We trust each other like brothers.
So either Fields and his mates were telling the truth, or the people who got the information figured out another angle. Sayal looked at Hooper, then back at Fields. Thank you for your time, sir. We'll be in touch. Chapter 20. Struan. David Bowie sang about serious moonlight, but now Struan knew all about serious silence. He could handle many things, but silence wasn't one of them. And Elliot was seriously giving him the silent treatment. Not that he was about to break in, no matter how hard he found it. They were standing outside a villa in the better part of Peebles. He'd fancied living around here himself, but it was just that bit too far from his old man's in Kelso. An hour with a good wind behind you. Easier to get into Edinburgh from here, though. Maybe once that was all settled, he could think about it. The door opened and a man looked out. Mid-20s, tall and thin, sharp eyes, and a familiar face. Can I help you? Hi, I'm Andrea Elliott. She stepped forward, holding out a warrant card. Then she frowned. Hang on. You're Graham Veitch, right? PC Graham Veitch, huh? He shifted on the spot like a wee lad who needed to go to the toilet. How can I help, Mom? You were managing the crime scene at Needpath Tunnel, weren't you? Aye. Graham yawned. Was there until midnight. Might be hot when the sun's up, but it was perishing after dark. And all those stories about the boy getting attacked by the devil. Pretty spooky. I assure you the devil wasn't there. Sure you say that, but if it's you and a clipboard against the forces of darkness... Graham yawned, his tongue waggling as he did so. Sorry. On back shift tonight, but I'm absolutely shattered. He looked at Struan. It's D.S. Liddell, isn't it? That's right. Struan had never knowingly met the lad before. But call me Struan. Of course. What can I help with? Struan smiled at him. We're looking for Gordon Veitch. That's my dad. What's this about? He was the chair of Beltane in 2017. Is he in? Come on through. Graham led them into the house, tastefully decorated but a good while ago, then out into a conservatory at the back of the home, looking across a cottage garden filled with flowers and mature trees. I'm caring for Dad at home. Dementia's absolutely brutal, man. Struan nodded. I can fully empathise. Doing the same for my old man.
Sorry to hear that, Sarge.
It is what it is, right?
Struan gave a smile, then walked over to Gordon in the corner. Dressed in a tweed suit with lime shirt and navy tie, like he was heading out somewhere. Bare feet, though, and muttering something to himself. His hair was neatly trimmed, but his eyebrows were out of control. Struan stepped close to Graham.
If you don't mind me saying, son, he looks old enough to be your grandfather.
He isn't, sadly. He's only 74. He was a cop, as I'm sure you know.
We didn't.
Aye. Joined up later in life, so didn't get his 30 until he was in his 60s. Had me late on too. Used to play rugby for Peebles RFC. Got 2 Scotland caps, but they were just token gestures. Georgia and Argentina. I mean, I'm surprised they even play rugby there. Then he joined the army. Became a cop when he left. Had me when he was 40. Mum was 43. Lost Mum 3 years ago to the same horrible disease. No sooner had she gone than Dad starts going downhill.
Your parents both suffered dementia?
Right. I mean, he's mostly fine, but he has more moments of lucidity than Mum. She was way worse.
Man, that's brutal, if you don't mind me saying.
It's hit me pretty hard, I have to say. I'm only 35. Graham didn't look anything like that age, or acting. Shouldn't have to deal with this stuff yet.
You deal with what life chucks at you, don't you?
Struan held his gaze.
My mum died when I was 7.
Sorry to hear that. Graham stared up at the ceiling. Gordon briefly looked in their direction, but didn't seem to notice them. He went back to watching the blackbirds buggering about on the lawn.
Would we be able to have a word with him? It's not about something he's done, just about an active case.
Sure, of course. Graham walked over to his father. Dad, there are 2 people here to see you. Police officers.
What have I done now? Nothing.
Struan kept his distance.
We just need to ask you a few questions, that's all.
What time's tea, son? Dad, it's only 9 o'clock.
Right.
Can I have some breakfast then? You've just had it. Have I? Kippers, toast and porridge, Graham smiled. Not all on the same plate before you start.
Okay.
Something flickered in Gordon's eyes. What time's tea? Graham smiled, but Struan knew that look. The sign of patience being tested way past breaking. The love he'd put into looking after his old man, but seeing his brain rot away in front of him like that. Having to endure these same questions, the same requests. And the hatred, the accusations of the bile, all coming from a place of confusion, but hard to stomach. And you always had to smile through it. Yeah, it was a lot to go through. Graham clapped his hands together. Can I get you 2 some tea? Elliot nodded. That'd be good, thanks.
Cheers. Milk and 1.
Struan sat in the armchair next to Graham's father.
You okay there, Gordon?
He looked over with milky eyes. Despite his silver hair, his skin was still smooth enough to be in his 30s.
What's that? Asked if you're okay.
Aye, I'm fine. He went back to looking at the birds and muttering.
Someone was talking to us about you yesterday, Gordon.
Oh, aye? Who was that?
Ian Hogg. You mind him?
Oh, him. Aye. Daft wee sod.
How'd you know him?
Beltune. I was the boy for a bit. Way too long, eh?
What you mean by that?
I ran the piggin' thing, you arsehole. The insult slid off Struan like rice pudding off a wall. Yet again.
Right. With you now.
They wanted someone to run it who'd been in the forces. Did all the marching in the army, didn't I? Looked the part. Helped put it together. Ian Hogg, eh? He was the cornet one year.
And the lassie, Becky, was it?
Rebecca Yellowlees, aye.
Lovely lass. Kind, smart, good with the wee ones. Him, though, went off the rails, eh?
Did he now?
Life sparkled in Gordon's eyes.
Don't you know?
We heard he dropped out of uni, aye.
Oh, is that what he's saying?
Gordon laughed.
Some laddie.
You remember what happened?
Didn't leave. He was booted out. Still got a size 9 right up his hoop.
Gordon laughed.
What's he done now?
Just need to speak to him in connection with a murder.
So he's missing?
No, it's not that.
Son, I was a copper for 30 years. I know when I'm being lied to. What's he done?
Ian found Rebecca's body yesterday morning.
And you think he killed her?
Could he have?
Tough question.
Gordon seemed to consider it for a few seconds. That or his blackbirds were interesting him greatly.
Maybe. Tell you what, though. That arsehole really pissed me off when they split up. I'd vouch for him. Swore he wouldn't be an issue, despite some of the committee having reservations. I knew the boy's father, right? James. Good guy, but not when he had a drink in him. Barred from all the pubs in the town except for Buchan's Steps.
Gordon laughed.
Hate to think what you'd have to do to get barred from that place.
Struan joined in laughing.
Gather Ian got himself chucked out last night.
What? How?
Hawk fell asleep when peeing, then collapsed into the urinal. Head first.
Gordon leaned back and bellowed with laughter.
Head first! Aye, piss sloshed all over him.
In the name of the wee man, that's... Clive's still running the place?
Yes, aye.
My God. Mary'll be ages getting the stains out of him.
Mary?
My wife. She's sitting right there. When wee Graham tripped up in the street and burst his nose, it took ages to get the blood out of his uniform.
Ah, shite. He'd slipped. Just like Struan's old man would. The present was a confusing foreign country. The past, a safe place.
Here you go.
Graham handed his father a cup of tea with steam wafting up.
All right, Mary.
Gordon looked over at an empty armchair.
Mind, that wasn't that long ago.
He frowned, lips moving like he was counting the seconds.
Of course.
He looked into his cup.
There's nowhere near enough fucking milk in this, you prick.
I'll go get you some more, Dad. Graham took the cup back, then headed back into the house.
Back in a sec.
Struan got up and followed Graham through, leaving Elliot with his father. The kitchen was decorated like someone's idea of an Edwardian cottage, someone in the late 90s. Graham was over by the kettle, shaking his head.
You okay there?
Graham swung around, then dabbed at his eyes.
Aye, I'm fine.
That's tough, isn't it? Losing your dad slowly like that, day by day.
Exactly that. At some point he'll be mostly gone. But until then, there are glimpses of the way he used to be.
Graham shook his head.
But the rage, it's off the charts. I know he's angry at the condition and not me, but last week he was shouting at me for wanting to steal the house from him.
I've had that. It's not easy to listen to.
No, and he doesn't want to go into a home. But I really can't do this on my own, though.
Veitch brushed at his eyes again.
I mean, I've got to, haven't I? But I can't seem to make it work.
It's the promise you make.
And you don't know the cost. I was seeing this lassie, but then Mum started going downhill, and with her and Dad and work, I just had no time. She's engaged to someone else now.
That's rough.
Right.
Did you know Ian Hogg?
Everybody knew the Hoggs. One of those families, you know. 5 of them. 3 lads, 2 lassies. Ian's the only one left in the town. Youngest, I think.
I gather he was cornet and lass with Rebecca.
Aye. Back in 2017.
Were you ever involved?
Of course it was. Dad ran it for 30 years. I'm on the committee now myself. Another drag of my time, but he wouldn't let me refuse it.
Were you cornet?
2015.
I'm from Kelso, so things work a bit differently over there. Care to explain how it all works?
What's there to say? It's the common riding in these parts. Used to be a fair festival back in less enlightened times. Still have that up in Edinburgh. But ours got formalised, then merged with the common riding. All that stuff you have in Kelso and Gallen, Selkirk and Hawick, we have all that too. But we've got 3 big roles. The Beltane Queen is a lassie in P7 at school, one of the 3 in the town. To them it's a one-day thing, with most of the kids put forward involved to one extent or another.
And the cornet and his lass?
Right. We choose him, then he chooses her. So it's usually a girlfriend or a sister. Very occasionally just a friend.
And yours?
The lassie I was seeing. Katie. She was my lass. Loved her, but... family comes first, eh?
What does being cornet mean?
You're basically the ambassador for the town. Show up at all the other towns' ridings with your sash and rosette.
Then you're free after a year?
Nope. 3-year commitment. You both become the cornet's right hand the next year, then left the following year. He's on the right side of the main man so he can take the flag from him. Flags are always in the right hand. You don't have to do much, just support them.
So there was an overlap?
Right. Hogg was cornet when we were right-hand support. Same with Becky. Veach tipped in some milk. I mean, they were supposed to be.
What's that mean?
Hogg got stood down.
Stood down?
It's ancient terminology. Everything's a euphemism. I mean, I was 25 when I got the nod. Just after Dad's time, one of his old cronies, Eric, came up to me and said, "About time you got yourself on a horse, son." That's when I knew it was my turn. Thought the chance had passed me by. So when Ian Hogg was stood down, it's because he'd been a naughty boy.
Naughty how?
I mean, they were going out when they were cornet and lass. Then they split up, didn't they? Caused a wee stramash in the town. Dad worried it made us all look a bunch of fannies.
You know what happened between them?
He did something at the university, up in Edinburgh, Napier. Same place I went. Easy enough to drive up there in my old Fiesta. Dad had to help out.
With the university?
Veach sighed. Had to write a letter of recommendation to the head of faculty at the uni. Hogg had been a stupid boy.
Do you know what he'd done?
Afraid not.
Do you mind me asking your dad?
No, but you won't get anything out of him. When he starts talking about Mum, that's it. He's gone for a few hours. Struan still fancied another tilt at him, though. But the lad Dad rode to still works there. Old uni mate of Mum's cousin.
What was his name? Chapter 21. Marshall.
Taylor strolled down the steps to ground level and stopped outside the tunnel opening. Marshall joined him, an aching numbness in his stomach. The walkway hung over them, carrying cyclists and runners into Glasgow's West End. Someone darted across now, his steps like machine gun fire above their heads. A middle-aged man, seemingly oblivious to them, into the tunnel opening. Kelvingrove Tunnel. Yet another victim of the beaching cuts. Just like at Needpath, the entrance had been blocked off by bricks, probably as a result of health and safety legislation. Unlike Needpath, the middle was filled by a pair of massive gates, heavily graffitied over with a range of tag styles.
A padlock hung down. Even that was tagged by the artist. Taylor twisted the padlock up and entered a code.
Bollocks.
What's up?
Code doesn't work anymore.
Marshall peered through the gap between the gate and the tunnel edge. He saw nothing in there, just empty black ink. Water poured nearby and splashed further away. It's just as well we visited, because I've completely forgotten everything about this place. He took out the official police tablet from his laptop bag. Yet another piece of technology weighing him down, physically and mentally. He pulled up the old case file and sifted through the photos. A stern-looking man facing the camera, shining blue eyes. Dark hair cropped tight, except for a loose tangle above his left ear that swept down. Adam Malcolmus, aged 29. Cause of death, blunt force trauma. Just like in Edinburgh and Peebles. Above, a pair of students rumbled over, their bike tires whirring, shouting at each other about a TV show. At least, Marshall assumed it was. He let out a slow breath. Feel a bit stupid. We discounted any connection, but it's the same cause of death as the other two. Taylor was checking his phone.
Thing is, it's easy to discount stuff when you've only got 2 cases and a likely explanation for each, right? And you're here doing the work to validate.
He fiddled with the lock and it clicked, then swung open.
Et voila.
How did you manage that?
Get a lot of kids breaking in here, so the council have to change it all the time. Texted a mate in uniform who had to go in there last week following some urbexers in their 40s and 50s.
Urbexers?
Urban explorers. People who have YouTube channels where they go to places they shouldn't, film it, then make money from it. And these were... Nope. These guys were novelists, or so they claimed. One was writing a book about urbexers finding a doorway to another dimension. Like Narnia. Kind of. But this was in an old tunnel rather than a wardrobe. Anyway, Sketchy let the daft buggers off with a warning.
Taylor went first, but the daylight didn't stretch far into the tunnel.
Goes for a mile, would you believe? Twice as long as Needpath.
He snapped on his torch and held it up like he was an FBI agent on TV, shining it against the side wall. Like Needpath, it was all brick, aged by 150 years of life underground. Water was the main source of weathering, rotting some bricks and covering others in thick moss. Taylor switched to a broad beam, which didn't reach that far in, but made more of the surface glow.
Body was found right here, wasn't it?
Marshall pulled up the photo of the decomposing corpse propped up against the side like he was having a little snooze, with his brain bashed in. Just over there. He pointed ahead of them, then walked off. Someone had painted 100 in yellow, presumably marking out the number of meters into the tunnel, or feet, or yards. Marshall crouched beside it. The body was found just here. Taylor cast his torch over the bricks, bleaching the brown almost white.
You thought I was trying to pass the buck on the case at the time, didn't you?
That's not true, Cal. I was asked to review every single murder in the UK with a view to them being the work of a serial killer.
But you didn't think we did a great job, did you?
No comment. Marshall grinned, but Taylor shifted the light away so he couldn't see it. It's not malicious, you know. I'm told to play devil's advocate.
Got enough literal advocates of Satan in the criminal defense world.
Sure. But they're all just doing a job for their clients and to underpin the criminal justice system. Taylor looked at him like he'd gone mad.
Do you enjoy it?
No comment. Taylor smirked.
Do you think we both might be wrong on this?
What, that this is connected to the other two? Marshall inspected the site where the body had lain again. No trace anyone had ever been here, let alone died in that exact spot. This is still early days, and it's really hard to say, despite what Potter or Gashgori want. He stood up tall again. What I do know is this is now a cold case. Whether it's a cold serial case, I can't say yet. But the violence could be consistent with a Needpath one, but there's a massive difference. Marshall tapped on a photo, showing the tunnel wall just after the corpse had been removed. It looked exactly the same as now, like the death had been erased from existence, or had never happened, despite the pictures. There's a photo of a survey done the year before. Looks exactly the same, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
There's nowhere near enough blood here, and nowhere his head was clearly struck.
You think the victim wasn't killed here?
Right. Someone transported him here.
That can't be 100% likely, can it?
Explain.
Well, the body was found after a few days and it's not exactly a sauna in here.
Taylor splashed in the puddle, as if to emphasize his point.
So any evidence could have been washed away.
See what you mean? But there'd still be something. Marshall sifted through the reports. And there are signs the body was dragged in here. Scuff marks on his boots, for instance. He pointed back towards the light. And some possible signs of being hauled along there. Taylor nodded. His face lit up from below like a Halloween pumpkin.
So you've got a mystery over how they got the body down here?
Right. Marshall took a fresh look at the site. I don't know. It kinda fits and it doesn't. Thing is, Needpath is pretty far from any roads, so it'd be hard to transport a body there. Easier to kill there. Here is really close to a main road. Someone could easily spot the killer bringing the victim here to be killed. Risk of discovery and release of victim.
You're saying they killed him first? Pull up, lug the body down here, get in, dump them?
Taylor pointed up the way they'd come.
This is right by a psychopath, Rob. People running and walking home all day long. That's a massive risk.
See your point? But it's still doable. 4 in the morning on a Monday, say. Nobody's coming home from nightclubs or hardly anyone. Too early for people going to work. September too, so it would have been dark. And you'd hear anyone coming towards you in the general silence, whether they're cycling, walking or running. See their lights too, if they had them. Marshall stood up tall and put his tablet back in his bag. Thing is, Cal, I didn't work the case like you did. I just came here for a look around and ran through the MO with you to make sure it didn't match anything in my caseload. It didn't then, but it might now.
Or it might not.
Taylor blew out a deep breath.
So this is all waste of time?
No. What we exclude is as important as what we include. And if we can determine a factor we hadn't previously known about, that might blow things wide open. The software we use continually analyzes data points to look for connections, no matter how tenuous, and even ones that didn't become known until 2 or 3 cases later, as long as all of the data points are captured.
Okay. So now we're here again. Have you found anything new?
I've got a few extra things I could add, aye. Then we can see what comes out after Hardeep's played around with it.
Hardeep?
Singh, my assistant.
Taylor laughed. I'd love an assistant.
Think of him like a DS who can use both of his brain cells in the right order, and at the same time, without starting a fire. Taylor laughed louder now. The echo didn't seem to die away, and it unsettled Marshall. Goose flesh ran up and down his arms. In profiling, we have to play the long game, because, well, so do serial killers. Taylor snorted at that.
That's very cute.
Just like you, Cal. Marshall pinched his cheek. Anyway, it's not just Hardeep working away with a pencil. Most of it is automated. The program runs in the background and pulls from all sorts of databases, including Viclass and Holmes. It's what we do with the output that's the most important part. Last month, I was at a conference down in Cambridge run by the software vendors. They said the next version is going to use AI. With that tech going the direction it is, Maybe one day the profile will be virtual. I prefer that. So would I. Marshall set off back towards the tunnel entrance. Remind me again, who found the body? Chapter 22. Marshall followed Taylor out onto a vertical beer garden, a patio area stuck at the top of the building, looking across rooftops towards some of Glasgow University's newer buildings. The older ones were hidden. 2 of the 6 tables were occupied, the nearest by a group of 4 lads, already getting stuck into pints of hazy beer, the citrusy smell wafting over. Probably students back early, or who'd never left. 2 men in their early 30s sat at the far table, both with half-drunk coffees in front of them. Short hair and shades on, both painfully hip, wearing box-fresh t-shirts with slogans Marshall didn't recognize. Then again, cool was the last thing Marshall was, or cared about. The taller of the 2 raised 2 fingers cradling his pack of cigarettes. Taylor! Taylor stood over him. Thanks for meeting us here, Craig. Mind if we sit? He didn't wait and took the bench opposite him, leaving the other half for Marshall. Didn't expect you pair to actually show. Not like we're busy at this time of day, is it? Craig held out a hand for Marshall to shake. So many beads and wristbands dangling. Craig Bell. Rob Marshall. He didn't get the offer of a hand from his mate. Gav Robertson. His chubby face was stood masked behind a wall of vape mist. How can we help you? Taylor sat back, acting like he was a normal bloke meeting some pals in the sun for a morning chinwag. Need to ask you some questions about Adam Malkmus. Right, Craig snorted, then pressed his cigarette butt into the ashtray. Have you solved it? Sadly not. Yet. Craig dropped the cigarette and looked up, eyes narrowed with hope. What do you want to know? We've just been to where you found him. Horrible place. Craig sparked another cigarette. Last place we thought to look. Marshall leaned forward. How did you get in? Lock was open. Craig blew out a puff to the side, away from them. The smoke still came back. Must have been broken by whoever killed him. Marshall nodded, like he agreed with it. Truth was, he didn't know anything really, and he certainly didn't like to assume. And he was just sitting there. More like lying. Propped up anyway. That's where we found him. Craig looked at Gav and something seemed to pass between them. Adam was a good guy, you know. Really good guy. In what way? What can we say? Gav sucked on his vape pen and let it mist out slowly. Adam was a DJ. Full-time gig. Like us. He gestured at Craig. All 3 of us own a company. It's a music thing. Craig burped into his fist. Used to run a club in Glasgow. Bass Cadet. He took another drag on his cigarette. That's how we met him. Then we joined forces, renamed it and grew it into a chain in Manchester, Bristol and London too. He opened his laptop and slid it around. Here's the flyer for our podcast. Marshall had a look at it. Berghain Hunters Club. Bergen? As in bargain, because it's cheap, or good value. No, Gav laughed. Berghain. It's a club in Berlin, named after the Kreuzberg and Friedrichshain districts. Super exclusive. Virtually impossible to get in unless you know someone or look a certain way. Elon Musk was turned away despite being on the guest list. And it's in tribute to that. Our whole ethos is, everything is super exclusive. We've got an app and a mailing list. If people want in, they need to queue for months beforehand, virtually, and they pay us a monthly amount for the privilege. It's pretty lucrative. Taylor was looking at his phone. Marshall nudged him and handed him the flyer, which he actually took. What's the link to Berlin? Adam's German. Craig sucked deep in a cigarette. Well, Bavarian. Calling a Bavarian a German is kind of like calling a Scotsman English. He's from Tutzing, wee town in the lakes in Bavaria. He went to uni in Berlin and got into techno there. He moved to Glasgow for work a few years back. Worked at an investment company, but did the DJing at night and at the weekends. Taylor put his phone down. Says here it's a gay club. That a problem? Why would it be? Craig looked away. Just wondering where this is going, that's all. Was Adam gay? It's no longer a crime in this country. Not saying it is. Taylor smiled. Just trying to build up a picture of his life. I'll take you on trust then. We went there, desperate to get into Berghain, turned down twice. Adam worked in a bar in Berlin. Said Craig and I met him. He knew how to get in, knew the door staff. We got in and had, the best night. And we kept in touch with him. When he moved to Glasgow, we started going out to clubs together. We just chatted a lot. So the natural progression was to a podcast. We did it under that name. Berghain Hunters Club. Gav and I were his co-hosts, and it took off. All of us were able to give up the day jobs a few years ago. Taylor blinked hard a few times. Just from a podcast? No. The club's contributed a lot to it. But the podcast got people to come along. Pretty soon we'd be making more from our Sunday night than we did from our day jobs. So we started doing a Saturday, then a Friday. Then we bought a place and then expanded out. How did the pandemic hit it? This is all after that. We rode the recovery train. But we'd started getting decent Patreon money from the podcast during lockdown. People wanted to dance, so we'd stick up some mixes. We got good creator money from YouTube too. Aside from that, we just talked about music and clubs and gigs by experimental acts. And we did some daft stuff about growing beards, as well as we grew a brand. That took off weirdly enough, went viral on TikTok, and we started doing live shows where we talk shite on stage, then have exclusive club nights afterwards for our members. And we could do pop-up nights anywhere. Sheffield, Nottingham, Dublin, even Edinburgh. We saw there was an audience for what we were doing, so we started up new clubs with some mates doing the running. Marshall was jotting it all down on his tablet, the pen tip clacking off the screen. This didn't feel relevant, but maybe Rebecca Yellowlees had been a subscriber, or maybe not. But she did have a Glasgow connection, and there was a drugs connection to her conviction certainly, not a million miles from the club scene. Did Adam know a Rebecca? Maybe a Becky? Craig glanced over at Gav. There were maybe a couple of girls with that name. Any of them Yellowlees? Sorry, I'd need to check. Check what? The list of our Patreon subscribers. Can you send it to us? Gav sat back and stroked his chin. I'm not sure we can. Taylor rested his elbows on the table. We can get you a warrant. It's not that. I'm just not sure how we do it. I can get you a guy to copy and paste the names down by hand if comes to it. Fine. We can do that. Gav scribbled a note to himself. Who is Rebecca Yellowlees? She went to university in Glasgow, Strathclyde. Pleased for her. Craig took a puff of smoke. Still don't know her. Taylor wafted away the smoke. Why do you think Adam was killed? Craig looked over at Gav with a raised eyebrow and got a nod back. Drugs. That's your theory. And the police's too, isn't it? Taylor leaned back and almost rolled off the bench. We believed it was a possibility, but the fact you just brought it up like that. Thing is, Gav and I are straight edge. No drink, no drugs, no casual sex. Vaping and smoking are about the only stimulants we let into our bodies, and caffeine. Craig held up his empty coffee cup. But that kind of mindset is rare in the scene. You're either like us or you're chasing absolute destruction. Booze, pills, love. Sitting in someone's kitchen at 6:30 in the morning with an empty bag of coke arguing about space raiders and Monster Munch. And Adam, was he straight edge? No. Adam was a massive caner. Was Adam dealing drugs? Gav sat back and finished his coffee.
I think so.
You think so?
Put it this way. I know some people who bought some E from him.
Ecstasy?
And speed. And ketamine.
Gav raised his hands.
But I don't know anything else about it. I didn't like it, but Adam was Adam, you know?
Did you tell that to the detectives investigating Adam's murder? We did, aye. Craig got out his phone and started fiddling with it. Someone called Quarles. Didn't think that was a real name, but there you go.
Chapter 23. Some buildings had a glorious view. Others looked to the back of an Asda. The office lights were low, making Arshel squint at the glare bleeding in from outside. Wasn't even the car park, just the back. Right now a delivery lorry was making a mess of pulling in, getting waved through by a gang of store employees. Maybe not so much an office as a sweaty meeting room. The only good thing about it was the tea drum. The door rattled open, and a suited woman walked through. Tall and feline, she looked like she should have a few whiskers on her angular cheeks. "D.I. Alex Quarles?" Even her voice was a Perthshire purr. "Callum Taylor." He leaned into her hug, then broke off.
"Oh, hug. You must miss me here, boss."
"We do, actually. The quality of tea-making has gone right downhill." Quarles grinned at him. "Speaking of which, I gather you helped yourselves."
Taylor raised his cup. "Thanks again."
"Right." She started pouring herself a cup from the drum. "How's life treating you down in the Borders, Cal?"
"Not bad. See my folks a bit more. Work's decent enough."
"Good."
Good.
Quarles gave a little yawn. Looked like she was ready for a late morning catnap, then sipped some of her tea. "So, let me get this straight, Cal. You're here to dig up a cold case, right?"
"Adam Malkmus."
Quarles looked over at Marshall. "Cal's last big case with us before the exalted Ryan Gashkori sent for him." She pawed at his forearm like a cat desperate to be fed. "Congrats on the promotion, by the way."
"Thanks."
"I'd say it's well deserved, but—" She shot him a crafty wink. "Anyway, Malkmus, you're more than welcome to take that case off our hands. DCS Potter was—"
"Jesus!" Taylor raised his hands in the air. "You don't name she who cannot be named. Doesn't that mean she appears?"
"Do you see her anywhere?" Quarles looked around her office. "Anyway, the boss was in here, asking a lot of questions about that case when we were investigating. We agreed to put it down to a gangland hit."
"She agreed with that?"
"She wears a few hats. Back then her remit covered all this serial malarkey as well. But she agreed that drugs was the likeliest reason."
"You don't sound convinced."
"Short on evidence." Then she who cannot be named was back, all excited by that other case in Edinburgh, but didn't think they were connected.
"What did you think?"
"Not paid enough to think for myself." Quarles laughed. "Cal here thought it could have been an accident."
"I didn't say that."
"Sure, you did. In front of the whole team."
Taylor was blushing. "Suggested we keep an open mind, that's all."
"Right." Quarles laughed again. "Clearly a murder. Clearly. I mean, someone took him there." She blew a raspberry. "I was a bit disappointed when Potter's idiot palmed it off, though."
"Should probably introduce myself. Rob Marshall." He smiled at her. "I'm Potter's idiot."
"Oh, shite."
Quarles slapped a hand to her forehead.
"Talk about putting your foot in it, eh?"
"It's okay. I'll forgive you." Marshall took a sip of his tea, Just tell us your take on the Malkmus case.
My take? It's a murder.
She stared at Marshall, but clearly saw that wasn't going to do.
What's there to say? A techno DJ murdered in suspicious circumstances. Killed in an unknown location and dumped in a tunnel. Some foreign forensic traces on him, but nothing we could match any suspect to. Like I said, she who cannot be named was interested in trying to pair it to a murder in Edinburgh back in April. I was on holiday when that came in, but I did some work on it when I got back. I agreed with your assessment. They don't connect, but I'm intrigued as to why Potter's idiot is here after all this time. Are you less sure the cases aren't connected?
In a way. Marshall finished his tea and set the cup aside. Calma's investigating a murder in Neathpath Tunnel down by Peebles. She laughed, so high and shrill it ached Marshall's eardrums.
So you think someone's killing people in tunnels?
Potentially.
Are you serious?
Weirder things have happened.
But Malkmus wasn't killed in a tunnel.
Right, we know that. Quarles sighed, like she was dealing with two particularly difficult children.
Malkmus was murdered elsewhere, but dumped in that tunnel.
D.I. Taylor and I have just spoken to the guys who found Adam's body, Craig and Gav. They put it down to drugs.
Good, because I did too.
Have you got anything to back that up?
Mr. Malkmus had been warned by a local gang boss, but didn't listen.
You know this for a fact?
We have 2 statements to that effect, yes. The exact nature of his infraction is unknown. He'd either shorted a Mr. Big on his supply, or he'd stepped into territory this Mr. Big occupied.
You know who this Mr. Big is?
They wouldn't say.
Right. That doesn't seem likely. You must have suspicions. Fury flashed across Quarles' face.
You ever had to manage multiple snouts, Inspector?
Marshall smiled at her use of the archaic terminology. Back in London, I had 20 on my covert human intelligence source log at one point.
Then you'll know that the buggers are as inscrutable as quantum physics. You can know where and when a drug deal is going to happen, but you can't know who is doing the dealing.
I guess so.
And that's the case here. Both our sources are connected to multiple organizations in this fair city, so we couldn't pin it down to one, assuming it's even true.
But you believe it?
I'm inclined to say yes. Put it this way. It wasn't a surprise he'd been killed to the 2 numbskulls who found him.
Craig and Gav.
Right. The very same. I mean, it's noble of them to go out looking for their mate, but to find him, and in that state.
She clenched her teeth.
It's unthinkable. But they suggested drugs as the likely cause too. They couldn't give us anything concrete.
She narrowed her eyes.
Why? Do you think it's connected to something else?
We're not sure.
We believe a car drove up to the main road in the middle of the night, then the killer dragged him down there. We consulted with a criminal profiler, a Professor Leanna Curtis. She believes the fact he was moved means we're looking at a strong man or more than one killer.
Did you think it was them?
No. They had an alibi. And not each other. They were DJing to over 5,000 people at the time.
Marshall nodded slowly. The fact you've homed in on the drugs angle is a bit...
If you've come here to tear apart my
Hold on. Marshall raised his hands. It's nothing to do with that. It's just that our case in Peebles has a drugs angle. He gestured at Taylor, who seemed to be enjoying their heated discussion. We need to investigate the connections.
Then by all means. But either way, we never had a suspect, so the case is just sitting there, cooling down to freezing. I'm happy to reallocate it to you, Marshall.
Quarles looked at Taylor.
Or to Ryan Gashgori.
Whoa. Taylor was on his feet now. Not so fast, Alex.
What?
Taylor raised his hands again. We need to discuss that with Ryan and, you know.
Detective Chief Superintendent Potter.
Taylor winced, then looked behind him. Aye.
Thought as much.
Quarles blew out, making her lips vibrate.
Back in the fridge it goes.
Chapter 24. Shunty. Sayal stepped out of the High Court's back entrance into the warm Edinburgh morning, phone clamped to his ear, but trying to look where he was going. Smelled like the place had been used as a urinal overnight, several times. He rounded the corner. I'm getting nowhere with them, sir. Figures. Bob Milne sighed down the line. Keeping stum, huh? Exactly that. They're worse than a gangster. Their stories all align perfectly, no deviation. Despite the evidence. That evidence isn't concrete, sir. We lack corroboration. A withering groan down the line. Anyway, how's Hooper doing? Sayal looked behind him to check he wasn't being followed. Hooper? He's getting the same results as me, sir. The Royal Mile was thick with foot traffic, but nothing like it had been during the festival. You know the way cops sort of clench when they see us come calling? It's the same with him. Right, Milne chuckled. That sounds familiar. Do you get the impression they're covering something over? Possibly, but probably not. So you think it's just common or garden arse covering? I'd say so, sir, but we don't have anywhere near enough to eliminate the alternative. Another deep breath sprayed against the receiver. In that case, Shunty, I'll leave it with you for now. Got a meeting with the Chief Constable soon, so I'll head back to base afterwards and we can pick up then. Can you schedule some time in my diary with Phoebe for the close of play? We need to have a deep dive into this. Sure thing. Meanwhile, make yourself busy, as you do best. Catch you later, sir. Sayal ended the call and looked around. He was on George IV Bridge, far enough away from his car for it to be a pain. Might as well walk back home, get some lunch there, then head into the station. The prospect of a one-to-one meeting with the boss where he'd have to schedule it in Milne's calendar, rather than just a quick, have you got a minute catch-up, didn't exactly fill him with confidence. No, it felt like Milne was going to get him to park the investigation. Not that Sayal could exactly blame him. This case was going nowhere, and going there slowly, despite everything he tried to do. He could spot the futility a mile off, but was helpless to stop it. Shunty! Footsteps rattled towards him, then a hand gripped his shoulder. Sayal swung around, reaching for his baton. D.I. Andrea Elliott stood there, eyes like a hawk ready to pounce on a field mouse. She ran her hand through her hair, the fringe much longer than he'd ever seen. There you are. Here I am. Sayal let his grip go. What are you doing here? Collecting a picture from a shop on Coburn Street. That sounded like bullshit. How you doing, Andrea? Do you honestly care? I do. Tell me the truth. You're following me, aren't you? Fine. Aye. I saw you leaving court there. Just need a wee word with you, Shunty. Oh? You don't speak to me for ages, then when I just so happened to be investigating the circumstances surrounding your husband's murder, you decide to sneak up on me. We're old pals, aren't we? Sayal didn't have an answer for that. Why are you here? She rolled her eyes at him. Come on, Shunty. The truth. Now. Fine. There's no painting. She looked him right in the eyes. I'm working for the Edinburgh MIT in a case. No, you're not. I know you're working on the Peebles murder. Her eyes bulged. How do you know that? Fingers in many pies, Andrea. Sayal smiled. Struan told me he was working in Edinburgh on something with you. Hang on. You and Struan message each other? What's that saying? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? Sayal waited, but she didn't laugh. Didn't even smile. Stop trying to dig into my work. I'm not. Don't deny it. You are. Those words shut her up. An old man was looking at them, scowling, but he could just be wondering who the hell they were. In spite of all the stuff you've put me through, Andrea, I do sympathize with you. But I'm asking you to bugger off.
Bugger off? She laughed. Is that a technical term?
It is, yes. You can't be party to this investigation, and you know that.
Come on, Shunty. Just a little bit.
Sayal looked past her. Where's Struan?
She folded her arms. Trying to get hold of a witness at Napier University.
Nearest campus is up in Morningside.
Right.
She bit her lip.
To be honest, someone let slip you were working at the High Court today. I promised to bugger off, if you give me an update.
Sayal felt like he had no choice. That or report it to Milne. Look, I shouldn't tell you this, but how they knew where Davy was being taken is still a mystery.
Okay.
Elliot ran a hand through her hair.
Thing is, Shunty, I told you and Bob Milne that months ago. I'm baffled as to why you're persisting with this.
Because we need to know the truth, to stop others.
Shunty, for God's sake. There are a million ways to do it. Follow the van, park people on the likely routes, park them outside every prison, you name it.
I know there are many ways to do it, but I need to know the exact one. Then we can prosecute the right people. Otherwise it could just be a coincidence.
You've got the killer, right?
He's being sentenced next month.
Lot of work going into this for a closed case.
Andrea, what happened to your husband was a tragedy, and shouldn't have happened. You have my apologies, but
you didn't do anything, did you?
No, of course not. But we need to stop it from happening, especially as there's an organised crime element to this.
You think Gary Hislop did it?
I didn't say that.
You think it, though.
I'm paid to be thorough. I'm paid to root out all corruption here.
You sound like Bob Milne there.
He's a good man and a great cop.
And you, Shunty, are a bloody idiot.
What?
This whole thing is completely pointless. You've prosecuted the killer. Move on.
Don't you see? If they can kill Davy with impunity, what's to stop them from killing you or your children? She shut her eyes.
You already have the suspect.
It's simple, Andrea. Basic policing. Big fish eats the little fish. Trade up a few times and you get the big fish.
You don't have any fish. You've got a rod covered in dog shit.
Sayal wanted to walk off, but she'd just come after him. I've got work to get on with. Suspect you do too. It looked like she was crying. Sayal didn't know what to do. She rubbed at her eyes.
The reason I'm here, Shunty, is I need this whole thing over with. I'm begging you. End the investigation for me.
Were those crocodile tears, or real? Sayal could drop the investigation. Hell, the case was close to dropping itself. But her asking him to drop it? Aye. It made him want to dig even deeper. He stood up tall to his full height and looked down at her. Do you know anything about what happened?
Are you kidding me? Are you honestly asking me that?
Answer me straight.
Of course not. And I can't believe you're asking me that.
I'm paid to ask the very difficult questions, Andrea.
Well, I'm not paid to answer them. My kids keep asking me a million questions. Davy's parents too. I don't have the answers other than someone killed him, and I can't sleep. Until this is all over and we can put it behind us, I can't sleep. I need to move on, Shunty. They all do. Give us that closure. Just let me have some peace and stop digging.
Sayal looked her up and down. You're asking me to end an investigation?
No, I'm just asking you to stop digging where you don't need to dig.
Sounds like I need to dig into you.
Come on, Shunty. It's nothing to do with me. It's my kids.
I promise you'll be able to move on, but only once I've finished this case. Davy was never kind to me, but he deserves the respect of an investigation into what happened to him. He deserves justice, and not simply prosecuting the man who killed him. The whole organisation needs to come down or it'll happen again.
Come on, Shunty. You've drunk too much of the Bob Milne Kool-Aid.
This is over. Sayal walked away from her. Shunty! Sayal sped up, ignoring her shouts. Rakesh! The old man tilted his head in her direction. Chapter 25. Struan. Alistair Henry's office looked south across the rooftops of Morningside, Edinburgh's famously posh area. A reputation it didn't really deserve in Struan's eyes. Certainly plenty other parts of the city were much posher and had more money. Murrayfield, for instance. Still no sign of Alistair Henry himself. Struan turned back to look out of the window.
Just asking where you went walkies, boss. That's all.
Elliot let out a sigh.
I don't have to say anything, Struan.
No.
Struan turned to look at her. God, she looked tired, like she hadn't slept in months. He knew why that might be, but...
Of course you don't have to say anything to me. The fact that you're not makes me wonder what you were up to.
I wasn't up to anything.
But you won't say where you were.
I'm not telling you.
Fine. Your choice. I'll find out soon enough anyway.
She raised an eyebrow.
From your pal Shunty, eh?
Gotcha.
So you were meeting him?
She briefly shut her eyes.
Bumped into him when I was running an errand. We had a brief chat.
Were you following him?
No, I was picking up a picture for Sam.
Where is it?
Made a mistake. It's in the Peebles shop, so I'll have to drive there to collect it.
Struan stared at her. Aye, his little nugget of information about Shunty's whereabouts had paid off. Sneaky ass. But what was she really up to? What skin did she have in that game? Her husband had been killed. She was as much a victim as anyone, surely. The door opened, and a large man barged his way in, stroking his thick beard, carrying 2 laptops under each arm. He stopped dead.
Can I help you?
Yes, Struan Liddell, sir.
He showed his warrant card.
Are you Alistair Henry?
That's me, aye. Henry deposited his laptops on his desk. What's up?
Your secretary said you're the head of department here.
Well, depends on which department you're interested in.
Computer science.
Then, yes, I am. Henry picked up a mug of coffee from the desk, took a drink, then spat it back out.
Disgusting.
He looked around, wiping his lips. Can I fetch either of you a cup?
We're good.
Elliot smiled at him.
D.I. Andrea Elliot.
Then you won't mind me getting one myself. Henry set off towards the door.
We do.
Struan positioned himself between Henry and the door.
We just have a few questions, then we'll be on our way.
Henry stood there, lips twitching. Of course. He sat behind his desk and pulled off his left shoe and sock. Fire away. His eyes scanned across the desk.
We're interested in Ian Hogg. We gather he was a student here.
Ian Hogg.
Aha. Henry picked up a pair of nail clippers, then set about attacking his big toenail. The name rings a bell. Who is he?
Studied here from 2017.
Ah, that's... Rather than use any of the laptops he brought in, he logged into a desktop PC and started working away. Ah, yes. I wasn't at the same level then as I am now, just a mere lecturer, but Mr. Hogg was in fact one of my students.
We gather he left.
Clip. Did he? Clip.
Bugger.
Clip. Let me just check. He focused on the screen. Clip. Ah, yes. He'd dropped out in 2019, which is curious. If I remember correctly, he had a placement at one of the banks set up for the 3rd year. Oh, hang on. I see.
I remember this case. He looked back down. Clip. What's your interest in him? We gather there was an incident during his time here, which necessitated someone having to write a letter of recommendation for him. Indeed. One P.C. Gordon Veitch of Peebles. He gave a statement twice, which stayed as expulsion once, but not the second time. Struan looked over at Elliot, but she wasn't paying attention. They'd only heard of one letter. What happened? The first time was during his first term here. Mr. Hogg and a friend were caught stealing the Stag's Head from the student union at Edinburgh University on a Friday night. At Edinburgh? Right. Our students are permitted access to their union. We pay a healthy sum for the privilege, of course. And you know how it is with universities. Henry shifted his gaze between them, grinning away. Or maybe you don't. He cleared his throat. There are always these daft urban legends about how someone's cousin or brother stole the Stag's Head in the dim and distant, but they're all nonsense. That one is virtually impossible given the level of CCTV in the place. But Ian and David were coders. Hackers, really. So they saw it as something to hack. They caused a distraction by setting off the fire alarm. They didn't manage to get it out of the building, obviously, but they got it down from the wall, then they waited in the toilets. How did they get caught? Getting a stag out of a toilet when you're drunk isn't an easy feat. What happened to them? Now, an infraction like that would normally be enough to kick someone out, but P.C. Veitch's letter was sufficiently strongly worded that we changed our minds and let Mr. Hogg off with a final warning. Which he didn't heed? Nope. Well, he did. Initially, at least. That incident was in first year, like I said, but his second incident was at the end of his second year. He'd failed his end-of-year exams, okay? And he had to take resit exams in August. He needed to pass the resits to get into his honours years, which was, of course, to be the placement. So he had to spend the summer revising, when he'd probably rather be travelling or working or both. And he failed. Failed to even turn up. Elliot scowled at him. Seriously? Seriously. Then he came in here chasing after me, running through the corridors, screaming and shouting invective at me. And it wasn't a mystery over why he'd failed to show up for his exams, was it? He was drunk. Few too many had turned into way too many. Whether he would have passed, I can't say. But it wasn't a case of expulsion. He just left without a degree. There wasn't a chance to appeal? There was no case to answer. He'd been given his final chance. It might sound harsh, but universities aren't there to babysit troublesome students. The world of work presents a stark difference to school, and we're there to bridge that gap. Now, if he'd been able to show the same level of application to his studies as to his efforts to steal another university's Stag's Head, then he wouldn't have been in that position. There's just no coming back from that behaviour. None at all. And when this Gordon Veitch character called me up again to plead for him, well, I couldn't help.
Chapter 26. Marshall. It had only been a few months since Marshall had been here, but the innocent railway felt like it had never been the scene of a vicious and brutal murder, or an accidental death. The tunnel's tarmac path seemed freshly laid, climbing beneath Arthur's Seat in Holyrood Park. Edinburgh was still in summer mode, with the city centre calm after the end of the festival. The tinkle of a bell reverberated off the brick walls. A group of 5 cyclists in their 60s pedalled up the hill, a woman at the front, man at the back, with 3 red faces between them, looking like they'd rather be anywhere than here, pushing uphill. Marshall waited for them to pass. Are you sure it was this lamppost?
Well, they do move around when we're not looking, don't they?
Taylor couldn't hide a smirk as he checked his tablet.
Oh, was this one, aye?
He pointed at a giant chip in the black paintwork,
revealing the bare metal underneath, then showed it on the tablet screen.
See?
Right. The victim was Beverly Richardson.
Indeed. Female, 53.
Taylor looked up at Marshall.
You deemed her to have accidentally killed herself by drunkenly stumbling and smashing her head off the lamppost.
I didn't do that. Marshall folded his arms, trying to ignore him while also conjuring up the memories of visiting the crime scene a few months ago, when Beverly's body lay there. But he came up mostly blank. Just remembered her bright red hair and the sickening patch of blood. That was the Edinburgh pathologist's assessment. Taylor rasped the stubble on his chin.
Weird that, eh?
What is?
Callum!
A voice echoed around the tunnel. Marshall swung around. A man jogged towards them, hands in pockets. He pulled out a paw to give a wave.
Morning, Cal.
Morning, Jordan boy. Taylor clenched him in a hug, then broke off and gestured to Marshall.
DC Jordan Russell, D.I. Rob Marshall.
Russell held out a hand.
I led the investigation into Miss Richardson's death.
Marshall shook his hand hard and gave him a wide grin. A DC leading a murder investigation, eh? Russell scratched at his neck, nervous eyes dancing between them. Late 30s, but one of those cops who seemed happy with his lot as a constable, or just incapable of rising any higher.
Me leading is just the way the cookie crumbled, sir.
Taylor barked out a laugh, which rattled around the tunnel.
More like the Edinburgh MIT didn't want to bring in another area to show them up.
He waved to his side.
Rob's consulting on the case from the...
He rolled his eyes.
What's your area called again?
Behavioural Sciences Unit. Russell smirked.
Isn't that from the Silence of the Lambs?
It is. Marshall winced like he always did. Not my idea. And it's not much of a unit. Just me and my part-time PhD student assistant. Russell looked away.
Sorry about running late, but the gaffer called me 10 minutes ago, saying you were on your way here.
Taylor laughed.
So you do have adult oversight? I do, and she's busy with a case up in Collington, so can't spare the time.
Russell checked his watch.
And nor can I, really. Can we get this over and done with? You'll be here as long as we need you, son.
Taylor clamped his arm to assert dominance.
But the quicker we get the necessary info out of you, the earlier you can fuck off. Fine by me.
Russell looked at the lamppost, then winced.
What's there to say? A D.I. Marshall and a D.I. Taylor passed on the case back in April.
He raised his thick eyebrows.
So you tubes probably know just as much as I do. Assume we know bugger all, Jordan. Right. Well, in the end we had to put it down to being an accident.
Taylor glowered at him.
Even though someone's head got rammed into, the pathologist said it was an accident. Someone doesn't trip up and land with that level of force, do they?
Russell shifted his gaze between them.
Listen, Cal. I'm not the expert in these things. I'm just a bam from Niddrie who became a cop. I'm good at what I do, but I rely on experts to help me. The pathologist said it was likely to be an accidental death, so I can't argue with that, can I?
His nostrils flared.
Besides, you two passed on the case. If you wanted to take a run at it, the time was in April, not now. I get it, Jordan.
Taylor gave a friendly smile.
You're overworked and inexperienced. Eh? It's easy to just crumble in the face of your DI's pressure. Easy to just palm off the case and bury it in the long grass. Yet another cold case. Meanwhile, Beverly Richardson gets no justice for her murder. You're still assuming it's a murder?
Russell stepped out of the way of another clutch of cyclists.
You're here because you think this is the work of a serial killer, right?
Marshall hushed Taylor with a glance. He needed to take over. Taylor's bullying of a supposed friend was getting them nowhere. Our work back in April was to assess whether it was the work of a serial killer, yes. And it's why we're here again now.
So there's another victim like Beverly?
We've been tasked with investigating a few possibly related crimes. This just happens to be in the cohort we're investigating.
What's a cohort?
Marshall took a deep breath. Let's just say this murder bears these same hallmarks as another 2 deaths in Scotland. Our job is to assess whether there are any connections.
Right.
But Russell didn't seem to be reassured. Probably feared being hauled away from Edinburgh to work a cold case.
So what do you want from me?
I'm asking you, in your opinion, could this case have been a murder? Russell stared up at the lights, burning away in the middle of the day, then back at Marshall.
That kind of decision is way above my pay grade, as I'm sure you'll understand. But I've seen plenty of accidental deaths like this. Weird shit. And the boss wouldn't leave a bam like me to investigate if she thought this was a murder.
I'm paid to play devil's advocate. Marshall stuffed his hands in his pockets. That means I need to ask questions which may seem annoying or trivial, or both. It's not personal, okay? I'm not here to audit your work. The other 2 cases had connections with the drug trade. A pharmacist who prescribed drugs to people she shouldn't have done. A DJ who dealt drugs to people who went to his clubs. Is there any of that work there?
Nope. No drugs at all.
Russell leaned against the side wall and folded his arms.
The blood togs came back saying she had drunk enough booze to banjax an aircraft carrier full of sailors. Hence us thinking she stumbled and cracked her bonds off this lamppost.
No hint of drugs in her private life?
Nope. She worked in John Lewis.
Russell's forehead twitched.
Weird thing, though. I had to go to her flat to check her stuff. She had 9 cats.
9?
Right. All older ones. All healthy. But if she had a drug, it was that.
Marshall felt something needling at the back of his head. Hang on. Am I right in thinking she embezzled funds from a cat charity?
Aye. We've got the evidence of it in the case file. She took 16 grand. Not a lot of money, maybe, but still a decent sum. And from a charity, too.
Russell tutted.
Her embezzlement meant the charity folded. I've seen people killed over less.
What did she do with the cash?
She bought a van. Second-hand, but it wasn't cheap. Used it for driving around on her errands. Took money out of the charity for the fuel. Wasn't a national one, but it caused a bit of a stink locally.
What kind of stink?
A local community journalist got hold of the story. Ran with it.
Oh, that's interesting.
But if you ask me, I think she was pissed, fell over and was unlucky enough to scone her bonds off metal hard enough to smash her skull in.
Marshall looked over at Taylor. We should speak to the pathologist.
You won't get anywhere. I picked up the case 2 weeks ago and spoke to him again. He reaffirmed the initial findings. The official line is it's death by misadventure.
Did he consider the possibility of the victim's head being rammed into the lamppost by someone?
He did, but said it was unlikely.
Go on.
Eh?
When someone says something's unlikely, any detective worth his salt has a wee root around in the unlikely side, don't they? Just to make sure there's no dangling threads you can tug at. Russell scratched at the back of his head.
I didn't do that. Sorry.
Come on, Jordan. Taylor looked like he was going to punch him, or smash his head against the lamppost.
What did he say about the injury? That's the interesting part, I guess. He said if it was an attack, it'd have to be caused by someone with superhuman strength.
Superhuman strength?
He was exaggerating for effect, I think. But you guys must realize that literally nobody outside of Marvel or DC Comics has superhuman strength, so I stopped asking him.
Jordan, what exactly did he say?
Russell pointed at the lamppost.
We had blood all over that. Do you remember? He said it explains the double fracture.
Taylor glanced at Marshall.
Double?
Indeed. Why?
What did he say?
To quote him, Twice on the same spot could do it, I suppose. Like a rapid-fire machine gun thing. Wait, so you're saying someone could have murdered her? Russell was blushing. He said it was extremely unlikely. So you keep saying. Taylor shook his head, then focused on Marshall. Rob, this matches what we have with Rebecca. Who's Rebecca? Taylor rounded on Russell. Listen, Jordan, this information would have been useful back in April. You only told me it 2 weeks ago. Even so, you should have gone to D.I. Marshall with it. Like I have the time. It's your fucking job to have the time. Russell squared up to Taylor. Look, mate, when you hear hoofbeats you think horses, not zebras. This seems like an accident to me and to every other prick. I'm telling you, son, you're in the Serengeti now with a pack of hungry tigers on your tail. Then I'll better lace up my running shoes and hope I'm faster than you fannies. Russell snorted. If you want to bully a lowly DC into agreeing this could have been murder, then fine. It could have been. That make you happy? Off you fuck, Jordan. Taylor waved a hand back up the tunnel. Get back to Collington. Fine, I will. And next time you need someone to rewire your brother's house, you can fuck right off too. Russell dipped his head to Marshall. See you around. He marched off up the tunnel, chased by an old man in lycra on a fancy-looking bike. But Russell's walking pace outstripped the cyclist. Marshall watched him go, then shook his head at Taylor. Charming. He's not bad, just completely out of his depth. I'll send him an apology later. Assuming you've something to apologize for. Marshall focused on the lamppost with fresh eyes. So, I'll ask you this once. Could this be the same killer as Rebecca? Taylor let out a long, slow breath. What links them? Both are female. Both were intoxicated at the time of their attacks in tunnels. Okay, but Beverly was twice Rebecca's age. So age doesn't have to be a factor in victim selection. And sex is. Does that mean Malkmus is out? I thought you'd be trying to push him into my scope, not prize him out. Taylor smiled. Just trying to make sure we cover all angles. Good idea. Which is why I'm doing it. Marshall looked back the way and saw the group of cyclists from earlier now hurtling down towards them. He eased Taylor out of the way, then waited for them to pass. That stuff about the van got me thinking, though. Ripping off a charity. I'm starting to wonder if this is an avenging angel. Go on. Well, it's that or this is a series of thrill kills, i.e., how many skulls can I burst and not get caught? Right. But this avenging angel thing? Malkmus had been dealing drugs. Rebecca had her drug thing too, but fentanyl rather than party drugs. Beverly stole money from a cat charity. Sounds a bit tenuous, doesn't it? Does it? Taylor screwed up his face. You honestly think that's possible? It gives my profile another axis to explore, that's for sure. What? Which tunnel-related blunt force trauma victims had a mark on their record but got off easy? Something like that. Taylor shook his head. Mate, you're welcome to the case. I still think it's much more likely to be the drug dealing for both of them. I know, but we can't exclude the possibility of it all being related. My job is to assume they're connected and that we have 3 cases. Kelvin Grove, Innocent Railway, and Neatpath. Okay, so what's the plan now? I need to do a full profile for an assumptive murderer of all 3. Taylor grinned. That mean you're gonna love me and leave me? I'll do the latter, Cal. Better get back to Gart Kosh and see if anything can come from this. Rather you than me, mate. Marshall smiled at that. Any chance you could drop me in Gorgie? Chapter 27. Struan. Struan stopped in the doorway to the Gal and Nick kitchen. The room had the dusty, earthy smell of stale instant coffee.
Graham Veitch whistled a Taylor Swift song as the kettle rumbled away next to him. Struan cleared his throat. Graham looked around, then his eyes widened.
Sarge, just having a cup of tea before I come on shift.
He opened the fridge and frowned into it.
Can I get you one?
I'm good,
Struan leaned against the counter and folded his arms.
What are you looking for?
The milk.
Just the powdered stuff behind the mugs.
Struan waited until he found it.
There is a canteen here, you know.
Is there?
You're based in Peebles, right?
We don't have a canteen there.
Graham tipped a couple of heaped spoonfuls of coffee whitener into his tea.
Sure I can't get you anything?
It looked all lumpy and rank, the last thing Struan would want, especially not before a shift.
Need to ask you a few more questions about Ian Hawke. Won't be long.
Graham blew on the surface of his drink. It looked like soup.
Of course.
We've just been up to the university and spoke to his lecturer. The story sort of checks out.
Took Graham a few seconds to clock it.
Sort of.
There are a couple of gaps.
Like what?
The infraction we discussed was the Stag's Head incident.
Right.
Your father failed to mention the matter of Ian failing his end-of-year exams, then not even showing for the resits.
You serious?
You don't know anything about it?
No.
He was drunk too. Chased the lecturer through the university.
Wow.
Struan left a pause.
You definitely hadn't heard?
No. I mean, I knew Ian liked to drink. Ran in the family. Picked up his old man a few times, but I'd no idea it was that bad. A lot of people struggle at uni, don't they? Being away from home for the first time, or, like me, wishing you were. It's really tough.
Obviously, I'd love to chat to your dad.
But it's like chatting to a brick wall. I get it.
Graham sipped at his minging tea.
Sorry. I asked him more about Ian after you guys went, but his brain's Swiss cheese these days.
He didn't talk about this?
No. He just talked about that Stag's Head thing. He got really annoying about it. Like he thought it was funny, you know?
I can imagine.
Struan grinned.
Do you remember anything about him coming back here?
Not much, sorry. Just that Dad asked Ian to stand down from being Cornet's right hand in their third year.
Stand down?
Dad was secretary of the Beltane Committee. He made sure it happened swiftly and effectively.
I know that. What I don't know is why.
Don't know exactly why, but I thought it was something to do with Ian dropping out of uni and breaking up with Rebecca. Like they'd agreed to not put her through the ordeal of seeing her ex there.
Doesn't seem strong enough to me.
Sorry, I'm just guessing what happened.
I could do without guessing. Let's just stick to the facts, eh?
Struan held his gaze, but the stink of his tea was churning his stomach.
But you're implying Ian wasn't so much stood down as your dad suggested it?
Something like that, aye.
Okay.
Struan stood up tall.
Enjoy your cup of tea and give me a shout if you need any overtime approved on this case.
Sure thing, Sarge.
Struan clapped his arm and left the room. Good lad to have in his pocket. Knew where the bodies were buried, and knew Peebles. Chapter 28. Marshall. Marshall tossed his pen down and yawned.
Time for another coffee.
Hardeep Singh looked at the pen like Marshall had just stabbed him in the throat with it. He touched his bold orange turban and seemed to take some comfort from that. Another? Marshall stood up, then sat back down again. You're right. I've had too many already. He looked around his office, but didn't see anything inspiring. Another yawn dug into him. That coffee felt very, very tempting. Okay. He grabbed a bottle of water from his drawer and unscrewed the cap. Maybe hydration would work better. Let's recap what we've got so far. You first.
Sir.
Hardeep took a few seconds to consult his notes. Then more seconds as he touched his turban again. Then even more. When he turned back to the first page, the clock said 2 minutes had passed.
Okay. There's not a lot to go on, is there? But we're assuming these three are all connected, which may draw out concrete connections, but we have to be open to the likelihood they're not connected in any way.
Agreed. But the purpose of this exercise is to draw out any potential links that may lead us forward.
First, there's no sign of escalation here. The crimes are all the same level of severity, from last July to April to now. Also, the suspect isn't acting in a frantic manner, but appears to be very controlled, organised and opportunistic.
Can you be both opportunistic and organised?
Indeed you can.
I would have said it's the opposite of that.
Which is why it's good discussing these things.
Hardeep let out a sigh.
The reason I say opportunistic is because he appears to be a patient man who stalks his victims and waits for the right opportunity to kill them, and in a location where he won't be overseen killing them, with minimal chance of immediate discovery of the victims.
Marshall played it through slowly and couldn't find anything he disagreed with.
Go on.
Adam is the outlier, if we assume he was killed elsewhere and moved into the tunnel at Kelvin Grove. Hardeep frowned at something.
Forgot to say, I went through their list of Patreon backers and subscribers with one of your officers, Ash Payton. She's good. I'm not sufficiently experienced to be able to judge that, but we can't find Rebecca on their subscriber list, either to the podcast or to the nightclub. We've confirmed that they had a mandatory mailing list to even get into the club, managed by an app. They were so select and incredibly popular with it. Have you been, sir?
Not my seen Hardeep, no.
It's pretty good.
You've been? Hardeep frowned.
You surprised?
A bit. You don't strike me as a fan of banging techno.
Massive, but it's more on the dub techno end. Bit of deep house, minimal, it's good.
You'll have to take me there someday.
I can't, sir. It's that exclusive.
Not that Marshall even wanted to bloody go.
Continue? Well, there's definitely no connection between Adam and Rebecca, the drugs angle.
Did you get anything on the victim of the drugs she'd sold?
It's something I need to pick up. Sorry.
Don't worry. Continue.
While they appear to be connected, Rebecca and Beverly have a shared MO. Both were killed in situ, in a tunnel. Blunt force trauma to the head on 2 planes, and the reason I think he's opportunistic is he didn't know where Rebecca would be. He followed her there and struck when he knew she was alone.
Whereas he knew Beverly would walk home that way.
Indeed. That's the organised side of things. He'd maybe even been monitoring her in the pub. Maybe he was even drinking with her.
The cops spoke with everyone in the pub she'd visited, didn't they?
They did. All subsequent movements accounted for. But my point still stands, sir. Above all else, our killer appears to be organised, but he has flexibility to strike when he knows he can with complete impunity. Unlike other types of serial killer, he's able to control his impulses. He can plan and predict, but also he can improvise where necessary. And assuming these are connections between these victims, we can infer that he's not on a downward spiral, because he's executing a slow, steady pace of murders. He's found something that works, and he's running with it.
Big assumption there.
What? You think there may be others to bridge the gap between July and April?
Right. Cases we haven't discovered yet.
But equally, they may not.
Marshall nodded slowly, then compared his thoughts with his notes. You keep saying he.
Indeed. My assessment of the probability of him being male is 98% likely.
What's that based on?
Default gender characteristics in the population, coupled with distribution of genders among known populations of murderers with similar characteristics.
Like who?
My catalogue is currently 87 offenders, 19 in this country with,
okay, I get it. That's good work. Are you able to cross-reference? No. Already done it. There are no other victims who share this exact pattern. Okay. Good. But I think he's demonstrated flexibility, such as the way he killed Adam Malkmus elsewhere and transported him. Hardeep raised a finger. Assuming these are all the work of the same man. Of course. I will investigate for looser links that may connect more solidly in other domains. Good idea. Marshall flicked through his notes. That there might be a common thread between the three cases is what I want us to focus on. Aside from the tunnels, which has to be significant to the killer, if indeed it is at all significant, then all three victims appear to have done something that blew up in social media or in the local press. Some infraction which got them into trouble. Rebecca's drug dealing, Malkmus's drugs too, and Beverly's stuff with that cat charity, and how they all got away with it. Malkmus's drugs investigation stalled. Rebecca got a suspended sentence. Beverly was investigated, but got a slap on the wrist. Meanwhile, the charity went down the tubes. Hardeep sat back and tapped his pen off his notepad. Marshall laughed. All feels a bit woolly, doesn't it? Very much so. Hardeep sipped some water. But at the same time, still very plausible, isn't it? Just because it appears trivial doesn't mean it's not the reason they have been killed. People who have escaped justice, however small. This is the bit where this assumption trips up Hardeep. Feels like it's all just us trying to join the dots to make it work. But still, this is why this unit was set up, wasn't it? Unit. Marshall laughed. Okay, let's go with that as the likely motivation. I've also worked something on the killer side, which focuses on execution methods rather than motivations. I agree those are the weakest aspects, if we're looking at connections. Both Needpath and Innocent are wildly violent acts, which both happened in situ. But they're also sneak attacks. You think we're dealing with someone cowardly? Cowardly's one interpretation, sir. Small, infirm, well-known, shy, female, or potentially disabled are all other possibilities. Hardeep, can you be a bit more careful with your words? Am I not allowed to say disabled? No, it's not that, it's just... Cops are very literal. They will go tripping over the other alternatives to find the one you described. If you go in saying things like that to Callum Taylor or Ryan Gashgori, you'll be having to stand up in court to give expert testimony to what you've suggested. I see. Marshall waited for him to look up. I've known lots of tall cowards, Hardeep, and big ones too. You don't have to be small or disabled to be that way, especially if our killer is a hunter. Okay, sorry. No need to apologize. These are good questions to raise. Trouble is, because we don't have a murder site in Glasgow, we can't draw any further inferences. Hardeep touched his turban again. Adam Malkmus was killed elsewhere and moved there. Nobody really saw anything. Correct. How can that be? Because of the time of night, I suspect. The case file shows a lot of canvassing in the neighbourhood. Many residents were in and a few people passing the site came forward, but nobody saw anything. We don't even have a potential murder location. Probably killed in a car or a van, which was then cleaned or torched. But we don't have anything similar in the other cases. Hardeep pulled out a sheet of A3, covered in a map of central Scotland, going just south enough to feature Peebles. Needpath and the Innocent Railway are both far from roads. Kilvin Grove wasn't. I pointed that out earlier. Still doesn't get us any further forward, does it? No. Hardeep cleared his throat. Another thing I'd like to point out is we have a potential witness. Ian Hogg. Indeed. He claims he was attacked outside of Needpath Tunnel, but he wasn't killed. Go on. Maybe I'm clutching at straws here, sir, but the others were all murdered, clear as day. Violent acts against people who caught public attention. Hogg didn't fit that, so he wasn't murdered. Good point. Marshall leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. He had to consider Hogg being spared as a distinct possibility. But he also had to recognise this whole enterprise was probably Potter trying to show up Gashkori, or Marshall trying to justify his existence on the payroll. He looked back at Hardeep. Not a lot to be going on with, is there?
I think there's more than enough. Hardeep checked his watch. Anyway, my time's up. I'm meeting a friend for dinner. Can we reconvene in the morning?
I'd love to, but I'm heading down to the borders first thing to attend the briefing. Let's pick up after that. I'll call you. Chapter 29. Struan. Struan walked along the corridor, but it wasn't exactly far to the interview room. Gala Station was, after all, ridiculously tiny. Elliot stood outside the room, talking on the phone to someone. She locked eyes with Struan, then muttered something and hung up.
You get anything from the stooge?
The stooge?
What they call Graham Veitch and Peebles.
Any idea why?
Most nicknames don't have a reason.
Elliot gave a flash of her eyebrows.
Unless I come up with them.
Struan returned it with a smile. Those were the most words he'd heard from her in months.
Veitch confirmed that Hogg was stood down, but he says he knows nothing.
Sounds like mince to me.
Agreed. He reckoned it was because they'd split up.
You believe him?
I wouldn't go that far, no.
She drilled her gaze into the door, like the wood could reveal the truth about the man inside the room.
Why do you think he was stood down?
Your guess is as good as mine. Seems like the only two people who know are Hogg himself and Gordon Veitch. One isn't talking and the other can't.
Right.
Elliot let out a slow sigh.
You grew up in a wee town, didn't you? Everyone knows everybody else's business.
True. So you're saying someone else must know what happened to make him drop out?
Maybe.
Elliot straightened herself up and cracked her neck. A sickening, grinding noise.
But let's start with the man himself, eh?
You okay, Mom?
I'm fine. Why?
It's just, you've been really quiet.
Lot going on, Struan. Wouldn't want to bore you with it.
There's stuff about...
Aye. And a few other things I won't bore you with.
I'm actually a pretty good listener, if you need to bounce stuff off someone.
Elliot looked him up and down.
The day I need to talk to you, Struan, it'll be after a plague has wiped out the rest of civilization.
She pushed into the interview room. Struan watched the door shut behind her, heard her words rumbling through the wood. He'd known grief like that, knew how corrosive it was, knew how the only solution was talking about it, knew how you had to want to talk first, and most avoided it, just like she was. Struan sucked in a deep breath and entered the room. Elliot was already on the attack, leaning across the small table.
So, we gather you failed your exams at uni?
Hogg sat back and folded his arms. His gaze tightened as he looked right at Struan, then back to Elliot.
Right. And you were doing resits?
Was supposed to be, aye.
Supposed to be? Fancy way of saying you didn't show up for them?
That's not what happened.
What did?
Hogg smoothed a hand down his face. His stubble was already thick. This was a man who'd have to shave several times a day.
I was drunk. Missed my alarm.
So you thought the best prep for your exams was to get so blootered you slept through your alarm?
That's not what happened.
So what was?
Hogg shrugged.
Said I missed my alarm.
I'm not following.
Hogg sat back again and sighed.
When am I getting out of here?
2 options for when you get out of this room. First is when we're satisfied you didn't kill her.
I swear I didn't do it.
And that don't give me no satisfaction.
Elliot left a pause for her joke to sink in.
Second, you'll get out of this room when we take you to get charged. Then you'll get out of the building when we take you to plead in court.
She checked her watch.
By my calculations, that won't be tomorrow now, so it'll be another day.
So you're holding me here without charge?
No, son. You've been charged for some of your crimes. You were asked if you understood the charges.
Right. Thought it was a joke or something.
This is very serious, Mr. Hogg. There'll be more charges hitting you soon. As for the court stuff, that's outside my remit, I'm afraid. And you can blame either the Westminster or Holyrood governments, but the criminal justice system is on its knees. So basic things like your initial hearing are taking way longer than they should.
But I didn't kill her!
And we don't believe you. I want to. But you need to persuade us. Because all you've done so far is lie, as far as I can tell.
Look!
Hogg slapped his forehead.
When I left uni, I was a complete mess. But I've cleaned up since. I mean, I still drink, who doesn't, but I haven't been as bad as I was on Saturday for a long, long time.
Did you black out?
Bits of it, aye. Can sort of remember the Highland Games and me trying to steal a caber. Couldn't even lift it.
Hogg laughed.
Then I can remember waking up with my head in the urinal. Remember chatting to Becky in the tunnel.
Do you remember murdering her?
No!
Strahan felt a nudge in his thigh. Elliot ordering him to take over.
Just so happens to get that drunk when Erin happened to be out of town, eh?
The name seemed to jolt him like someone had shoved a cattle prod up his jacksie.
Is there any word from her? Her flight's been delayed. Right, okay. Look, what can I tell you apart from the truth? Don't leave anything out. Just give us it straight. That's all. Fine.
Hogg looked at his lawyer and got a nod, then stared into his lap.
When they kicked me out, I didn't take it well. I mean, felt really malicious. I was a wee bit late for the exam and they kicked me out. What did they do? That coward. What was his name? You talking about your lecturer? Aye. Alistair Henry.
Hogg nodded.
Right, him. He told me that was it. I'd screwed up my last chance, and he just walked away. What did you do? What do you think I did? I ran through the place, chased after him, asking him for another chance, begging him for one. Got down on my fucking hands and knees. He said I'd had my second chance and that was it. Time to move on with my life.
Strahan could picture it. The desperation of the student, the cold pomposity of the lecturer.
Why did you have to get drunk before the exam? I needed a bit of Dutch courage. I felt so much pressure to pass them. Pressure from who? Your folks? Them? And who else? Felt like everyone in the town was laughing at me. I was the cornet in 2017. You're supposed to be respected, but nobody did. I became the butt of every joke. Heard all these stories about stuff I'd done when I was drunk. Were they true? That's not the point.
Hogg was blushing.
You do stuff to get a laugh, right? Everyone does. But it comes back to bite you, doesn't it? You become the joke, or at least the punchline. And I was pretty much an alcoholic. Needed a drink every night. My flatmate suggested going for one, and I couldn't say no. And that first pint didn't just stay at that. I thought it'd be a right laugh. Back then I thought everything was a laugh. Don't really remember much about that night, to be honest. Where we were, what we did. One of those nights like Saturday where I didn't remember much. Just fragments, you know. Can still remember the fragments, but they're just that.
Did you kill someone that night?
Of course not. Only thing I killed was my future. I learned a hard lesson, you know. Publicly humiliated. By the university? No. I was stripped of my cornet title back home. You were stripped of it? The term Gordon Veitch used was stood down. Made Rebecca look like an ass that she had to do it on her own. I'm such a waster. Why did Mr. Veitch do that? He's a bully, you know. Makes you feel like shite. I was the one who went to him and told him how I got into trouble. Wasn't the first time you got in trouble with the university, was it? Eh? The stag said. You heard? Hogg scratched at his cheek. Me and a pal got pissed one night and stole the stag's head from the Union at Edinburgh Uni. Planned it all out like in Ocean's 11, you know? And we got the head off the wall and almost got it out of there. But we got caught. Threatened us both with expulsion. I was the cornet, so Gordon wrote a letter. Are you saying you... Aye. I asked him to step in after what happened with my exams, and he called Professor Henry, but I did nothing. Probably didn't bother. I wasn't the cornet anymore. Just some waster who used to be. One thing I can't get my head around here. Perhaps you can help me. What's that? The exams were in August, right? And that's when you were kicked out. Right. The Beltane is in the middle of June. And? It's not like you were immediately embarrassed. No, but I was immediately stood down. It was made known to people in the town that the cornet would only have a left hand the next summer, but there'd be a left and right hand for the lasses. It's the cruelest part, you know. It's one thing for me to pretend to be ill or away in business for the Beltane, but another for people to know. Did you speak to Rebecca about it? Haven't seen her since. Were you still going out then? If you can call what we were doing that. She broke up with me just after, and it hit me hard. Thought we'd get married. And that's when my drinking took over, and I didn't see her again until Saturday. Did you blame her for your drinking taking over? No, of course I didn't. But you were speaking to Rebecca on Saturday night in the tunnel. I don't really remember what she said. She wasn't happy. About you leaving her to do her duties solo? No, we didn't talk about that. About her life. Said she'd made mistakes. Did things she'd regretted. Elliot brushed Struan's knee with hers. And then you killed her? No! Come on, Ian. Just confess to killing her. It'll save us all a lot of hassle. But I didn't do it! Chapter 30. Shunty. Shunty stared hard at Bob Milne and hoped the words were sinking in like he'd practiced and intended them to. The bottom line, sir, is it looks like you are the only one who knew where Davy was heading. Milne looked all puffy and fed up. Right. You split the transport into 3. First from Edinburgh to Kirkcaldy, then up to Dundee, then down to Glasgow before the final stretch to Glenocle. That made this not a simple case of someone following a van, or of guards or court officers leaking information. They knew the first leg, and the drivers didn't know who they had in the back, as you'd switched the names too with each stretch. Thing is, Shunty, it could be just as simple as that. Milne raised his eyebrows. Following a single van isn't hard, even a series of single vans. But someone would surely spot them. Indeed, they'd have to be looking. A multi-stop operation will deter the basic types, right? I mean, anyone could tail someone, and those drivers have no training in counter-surveillance like we have, or certainly I do. My point stands, though. Milne got up and walked over to the window, the bright lights silhouetting him. Thing I keep trying to drill into you, Shunty, is most people don't take their jobs as seriously as you or I do. The guards are just working. They do it because they get decent pay and a generous pension, maybe a feeling of power. Don't kid yourself and think they take their work home with them. When the drivers are in that van, they're spending most of their time talking or, if they're not driving, twatting about in their phones. I see your point. Good. And you're no closer to the answer, are you? Sayal tried to fight against it, but it was true. No, sir. I'm not. But you're doing the work, and boy are you doing it. Milne laughed then,
clutched his back and let out a sharp breath. Thanks for your work. It's good stuff. Not a problem, sir. No, indeed. Milne sat behind the desk again and winced. Thing is, Shunty, Rakesh, dear Sayal, I'm afraid your complaint's tenure is coming to an end. The words hit Sayal like a cricket ball in the teeth. What? Not because I don't rate you, son, but because I'm retiring. Just got my papers through this afternoon. I had no idea you were. No, but it's not like you followed me. I just happened to find you here, and you're an excellent investigator. But I'm afraid you won't be renewed either. Sayal felt his blood pumping through his veins like an angry torrent. Why not? The powers that be see you as basically my assistant, so if there isn't a me here, there isn't a position for you. But I'm much more than that. Of course you are, but such are the joys of resource and spreadsheets and headcount management, Shunty. The new super starts on Monday. They want to pick someone familiar to them, someone they can trust. They'll build up their own team and bring in people they know and trust. Different approach to me. I wanted nobody familiar to anyone, so I had complete objectivity, and you've given me that. I saw you sitting apart from your peers at lunchtime, a pariah in a squad full of the buggers. I knew you'd be perfect. And you have been. Sal felt like he was dribbling down the drain. So what's going to happen to me? Oh, you won't be let go, Rakesh, if that's what you're worried about. They're short of officers everywhere. Do you mean I'll be in uniform? That's likely. But you can put in for any other position. The advantage you have is you'll be able to shift across anywhere without an existing caseload. That's to your advantage. And you've got a few weeks until I retire. What do you mean? I'm going on a brief holiday, starting on Friday. Had it all stacked up. So my tenure ends when you come back. Right. And it'll be a uniform assignment by default. I see. Milne patted his arm. You'd be good on the street, Shunty. Oh, as a direct entry. I've never done that before. The last, I gather. Well, now's as good a time as any. The squad will like you, Shunty. You're a good guy. But I'll have my phone with me on holiday, so if you need me to put a word in with anyone in another area. Sal stood up and nodded. Thank you for informing me, sir. Don't thank me, Shunty. I should have told you I was thinking of leaving yonks ago. Should have kept you informed. But the truth was, I didn't know it was definite until today. Chapter 31. Marshall. While he unlocked the door, Marshall struggled to hold both his laptop bag and the bottle of very nice wine he'd bought to apologize for having to work so late, without dropping the bottle. The laptop bag thudded to the floor. Could have been a lot worse. Marshall managed to get the door open, then crouched down to pick up the laptop bag. He took a breath, then walked into the flat. Honey, I'm home. Silence. He dumped his bag by the door and hung up his coat. Zlatan ran through and stopped right in front of him. Meow. He scurried off into the bedroom. The light was on in the living room. Marshall kicked off his shoes and carried the wine through to the living room. Rakesh Sayal sat in the armchair, staring at the floor. Kirsten was on the sofa next to him, looking at Marshall with wide eyes. She got up, tilted her head to the side, then led him through to the kitchen. Marshall handed her the wine. Here, this is for me working late. We've got more than enough. Oh, it's a Keiran. She kissed him on the cheek. Thank you. Least I could do. Marshall pointed at the living room. What's up with Rakesh? Kirsten shrugged. Search me? But he's sitting there. I know. He just showed up.
Didn't say anything, just sat down. And he's been sitting there in an almost catatonic state ever since. How long? Long enough to make me search for directions to the Royal Ed.
Doesn't need psychiatric help, does he?
God knows what he needs, Rob. Been here for over an hour.
Marshall blew air up his face. Let me have a word with him.
Sure, fill your boots. I'll uncork the wine.
I love you. Marshall kissed her on the lips, then went back into the living room. Sayal had at least moved, and was now standing up so as to give the window a good stare. Marshall joined him, but tried not to crowd him. You okay there, Rakesh? No response. Down below, a cyclist weaved through the heavy traffic filing towards the lights by the latest set of roadworks. Nothing else of note that required such attention. What's up, Rakesh? Nothing. You want to talk about whatever's happened? I'm fine. There we go. Rakesh, with all due respect, you're not fine. Or you don't seem fine anyway. You just turned up and sat there not talking to Kirsten, so I don't think you...
I've been fired.
Sal looked at Marshall briefly, long enough for him to see the snail trails of tears on his cheeks, then back out of the window. You've been fired? Sal nodded.
Today.
Who by? My father? What did he say? But Marshall had lost him again. Stay there, Rakesh. Marshall brushed a hand on his arm, then walked over to the door. He fished his phone out of his pocket and dialed his dad's personal mobile, all the time watching Sayal standing by the window. Hola, Roberto. You had to rush off so quickly yesterday. What's up? I need a word. About that case? Because if it is, we should... No, it's not about the case. Marshall turned away so Sayal wouldn't hear him. It's about Rakesh. Ah. So he's told you? Kind of. Said he's been sacked. Sacked? Milne laughed. He's been reassigned, that's all. He's not in a good way. Oh, crap. I'm sorry you're having to bear the brunt of that. It's okay. He's a friend. It's what people do for friends, Dad. Shite. Marshall was getting into the habit of using the D word. He just had to hope he hadn't heard it. Is it true? It's true, aye. You remember on Sunday how I told you I'm retiring? Well, the papers came through. Didn't realise how quickly things were moving, but I'm out at the end of the week. New Broom starts. Came up from West Yorkshire to oversee some strategic thing, but she's been given my gig. Makes sense. They need to know they've got full impartiality, right? Exactamundo, Roberto. Exactamundo. And Rakesh. He's unfortunately collateral damage from that. I don't understand. Why won't he be kept on? It's a difficult situation, son. With me going, the new Broom doesn't want half the team. Already saddled with them for the rest of their tenures unless they agree to move on. And I didn't know that young Shunty's tenure was tied to mine. Can't you stay on? I mean, I can. But I won't, Rob. But you could. As of 2 o'clock today, that ship has now sailed off. I was up at Tullyallen to finalise it. Believe me, they were trying to keep me on. Even sent Miranda Potter down to have a chat. But I have to go, Rob. I've done so much for other people in my life. It's time I did something for myself. And Grumpy. Marshall had to bite his tongue. The daft bastard really didn't think, did he? He was completely delusional. Everything he'd done in his life was for his own gain. Leaving Marshall and Jen when they were kids, for starters. And how the hell was it okay to focus on your father, but to leave your kids? Marshall clenched the phone tighter. I suppose I can understand that. Best to leave those thoughts unvoiced. Is there something going on? What do you mean? Something you're not telling us. I'm not dying, Rob, no. You don't get away from me that easily. Milne laughed down the line, but it shifted to a sigh. Would just rather spend the rest of my life in some form of health while I've still got it. I've been through so much, son. I need to retire in peace and put my feet up, rather than die in pieces. I've messed up so many things in my life, like my relationship with you and your sister. But now it's time I made reparations for them. At least he was aware he'd screwed up anyway. What about our half-sister? I see plenty of her, don't you worry. More than enough, Milne laughed. But it was fantastic to see you and Jen on Sunday, and Kirsten. She's a cracker, Rob. Brilliant person. Marshall didn't want to take a compliment from him. Right. I don't appreciate what you said about her not drinking. What are you talking about? How she's not drinking because she's pregnant. That was grumpy. I don't believe you. Fine. Your choice, Rob. But you know what your grandfather's like. Everything's a joke to him. Since he was 70, he just stopped giving a shit about what people thought about him. The filter came off. Marshall didn't know whether to believe him. He knew he should start to trust him, but he definitely wasn't anywhere near ready to open up about their difficulties. I want to do more of that, son. Family stuff is super important. Sure, I get that. Marshall gritted his teeth, trying to avoid letting the words out. Listen, is there anything that can be done for Rakesh? Another rasping sigh. I wish there was more, but I tried it all. You didn't tell Rakesh before today. Rob, I wasn't sure I'd actually go. The charm offensive has been ridiculous, and I wasn't sure they'd let me. The truth is, most of the time up at bloody Tullyallen today was spent trying to secure his future. A pause. No dice, I'm afraid. Okay, so what's going to happen to him? Uniform. He'll retain his rank of sergeant. They're looking for 2 in Craigmillar, so I guess it'll be there. Lovely place. Marshall would do anything to not be based there. And Sayal, he wouldn't last 5 minutes, and that was just in the staff room. You know he was never in uniform, right? Indeed. One of the last direct entry cops in Police Scotland. Daft sods. I was one. Right. Milne coughed. Sure. But you've got particular skills, right? So does Rakesh. There was a big review last year, Rob. We don't let in direct entrance anymore, especially not to detective. The prevailing view is people need to earn their stripes. Sure, you can get a fast track to DS, but you've got to do your time. As much as I like Rakesh, this is a good chance for him to do that work. Plus, I told Shunty I'll put in a word for any job he applies for. That's big of you. This kind of nonsense happens all the time, Rob. It's not the end of the world for the lad, just a speed bump. It'll make him a much better cop for it. Sure it will. Marshall took another look at him, still giving the window a solid stare. Nowhere near high enough to injure himself if he jumped out of it, but the thought was probably crossing his mind. Okay, I'll let you get on with your evening, Bob. Catch you later. Just wondered if you... Marshall hung up before he could finish the thought. Time to focus on the task at hand, talking Sayal down from the ledge. Marshall stepped into the living room. Rakesh, can I get you a cup of tea? Sayal turned around briefly. I've had plenty of cups today. Practically shaken. Marshall could tell. It was as though he was phasing in and out of existence, like in some sci-fi show. How about a glass of water? Glass of wine? I'm fine. Marshall went back over to the window. I just spoke to my father. He says he tried to fight your corner. Didn't he? Sayal rolled his eyes. I'm used to having to fight my own battles. You can thank him for me. I will. He said you'll likely be a uniformed sergeant. Exactly. How can I do that, Rob? Many a career has been enhanced by a stint in uniform. Knew a few in London who stepped back in, climbed the ranks there, and moved back into being a detective. They'll give you that street credibility everyone says you're lacking.
Do they?
Come on, Rakesh. If you were analysing your own development needs, you'd surely admit that.
I would, but the thought of...
Sal shook his head.
I can't cope with it.
Craig Miller is nidry. You've coped with working in the complaints for over a year now. Takes a special type of cop to do that. This won't be as hard as that.
But my face didn't fit there either. Nobody would sit with me at lunch.
Cops can be bastards, Rakesh. Even the ones who investigate their own. It's okay.
No,
it's not. Rakesh, for crying out loud. You work for Andrea Elliott. That got a laugh. You can handle a few uniformed constables.
Can I?
Of course you can. I was down in the borders for most of that stint. Elliot worked you hard, really hard. Made you wish you'd never signed up a few times, I bet. But she toughened you up and gave you some hard investigative skills that stood you in good stead for the role and standards. You've thrived there.
I wouldn't say I've exactly thrived,
and I still don't get why I'm being kicked out. It wasn't personal, Rakesh. You're seen as too close to my dad, that's all.
Right.
New broom sweeping everything clean. You can always apply for another force. The Met, for instance.
I like living in Edinburgh.
Northumbria, then. I'm not commuting to Newcastle, Rob. No, but the elephant in the room is you're still a lawyer. Lots of options on that front as well. So you're saying I should give up being a cop? If you choose to look at it that way. Another way to think about it would be that you've now got a few years' experience as a cop. Sure, a few firms would love that kind of experience in a criminal defence lawyer, especially if said experience is in the complaints.
Crap.
Sal checked his watch. I'm running late for my date. Marshall raised his eyebrows.
Are you in the right frame of mind to go?
I'm fine. Sal brushed past him, then stomped out the flat. Bye, Kirsten, and thank you for sitting with me. The door opened, then rattled shut again. Kirsten popped her head into the living room, carrying 2 generous glasses of red wine.
Is he gone already?
He's going on a date.
A date? Him?
Marshall shrugged. Guess we don't know him as well as he knows us.
Clearly.
She handed him his glass, then sat on the edge of the sofa.
Very nice stuff, this, by the way.
Better be at that price. Marshall sipped and got a full flood of red flavours. God, that's spectacular.
So, what are you going to do?
Drink my wine. Marshall grinned at her, but it felt false, even to him. I'll maybe speak to my dad again, but I doubt there's anything I can do about it.
No, but you can at least try, eh?
Chapter 32. Day 3. Tuesday. Marshall swiped his card through the reader and was surprised it still worked. He opened the door and blocked it with his foot, then checked his watch. Just in time for the briefing. He lugged his laptop bag through into the office space. Kashkori stood at the far side, one hand in a pocket, the other waving around like he was conducting a choir. So that's where we are. Let's get back out to Peebles and see what we can do. Cal, can I grab a moment of your time after you fetched us both a coffee? Taylor laughed. Sure thing, boss. Okay, that's all for this morning. Give me a shout if you need anything. Kashkori locked eyes with Marshall. Be back here at 5 unless you hear otherwise. Dismissed. The crowd broke up and went about their business, leaving Marshall a clear path through to Kashkori. Thought I'd make it here in time for the briefing. Thanks for letting me know you've brought it forward. Wasn't personal, Rob. Kashkori couldn't hide his smirk, could he? A new profile in Gartkosh? I've been. It's what I did all of yesterday afternoon. Do you want to? In a minute. Gashgori held up his phone. Got some calls to make first, and I need to get heavily caffeinated before I go anywhere near them.
Sure, of course.
Marshall tried to grin away his fury as he watched Gashgori walk over to his office.
A wasted journey. Should have just gone to Gartkosh like he'd planned to.
Maybe he should mention it to Potter. Nah, he wasn't that petty.
Or was he?
Long time no see.
DS Jolene Archer was grinning at him. Marshall smiled back at her.
Am I imagining it, or did the briefings used to be at 7?
Always have been, I. Gashgori brought today's forward.
Sneaky sod.
Gashgori's not that bad, is he?
He laughed. Nah, he's much worse.
Come here.
She wrapped him in a hug.
How you doing?
I'm still standing, I guess.
Marshall swallowed another sigh.
Been a while since I've seen you, Joe. You okay?
I'm fine, actually. Work's good. Home life is less mental.
She leaned in close.
Bit worried about Andrea, though. Have you seen her recently?
Saw her yesterday and she seemed a bit...
Guess when you lose your husband it's going to take a while. Especially when it happened like that. Should she be back so soon?
Jolene flashed up her eyebrows.
You try stopping her.
Marshall couldn't help but chuckle.
Would take an army. And even then...
Didn't know you were on this case, Rob.
Oh, I've been on since Sunday.
Had the joy of working with Callum Taylor.
Ah, that'll explain where he's been then. His update at the briefing was a bit vague.
Marshall was glad he hadn't tried to claim a load of work as his own, but still, he'd loved to have been party to what he'd broadcast to the team.
Are you working it too?
Came on last night. Gashgori's asked to back up Struan's work.
Back up?
Go through and check he hasn't broken any laws, basically. Last night, him and Andrea went back in to interview Ian Hogg. You know, the chief suspect.
The one who's been charged?
Right. Trouble is, he's not really talking, even though they've charged him.
I did warn Gashgori that would be the case, and the interview strategy was a mess if I'm honest. They don't have much on him, do they?
No. According to the boss, they've got a couple of days to back it all up.
Fingers crossed for him then.
Marshall had to let out the sigh again. He gave her a smile.
I'll see you around, Joe.
He walked over to Gashgori's office, ready to confront him. Taylor beat him to it, carrying 2 coffee cups. He spotted Marshall but didn't say anything as he slipped inside, then shut the door behind him. Marshall was about to open it when his phone blasted out. He checked the display. Hardeep calling. Marshall stepped away from the office and answered it.
Hardeep, you okay? Yes. Except I couldn't sleep after our meeting last night, so I've been in early to work. Sir, I found some other potential cases that match our looser search parameters. In Dundee, Hamilton, Aberdeen, Carlisle, and another in Glasgow.
Marshall vaguely remembered something about that. He'd hoped for a few more days before another wild goose chase.
Okay, I'll have a look at them when I get back to base. Of course, but there's another case which is, if you ask me, ticking a lot of boxes. I feel mortified to miss it.
Forget all of that. What is it?
Body found in a tunnel at Penman Shield near Grant's house in the Borders. It happened 8 years ago, so it massively predated the other murders, which is why I missed it. Is that near you?
Grant's house?
No, it's not.
It's at the other end of the Borders, over on the east coast. It's almost in East Lothian.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know.
It's fine, Hardeep.
I do know it, though.
Marshall walked over to the giant map on the wall, surveying the geographic scope of their work, and immediately found Grant's house. Stuck in the border of 2 counties, but not quite on the coast. The only thing going for it was the A1 ran next to it. Trapped in the emptiness on the northern side of the Lammermuirs which separated the East Lothian coast from the towns and villages along the Tweed. The railway tunnel was marked on the map with disused. Marshall's antennae started twitching again. How does it tick a lot of boxes? The MO matches Beverly and Rebecca, almost note for note, but also has similarities with Adam. I'm not quite following you there, Hardeep. No, sorry, sir. Listen, it's probably best if I meet you there. I'm on my way. Chapter 33.
Here we go.
Taylor turned onto the A1 and powered up it, clearly relishing the joy of finally hitting a fast road. Might have been only a single carriageway, but it was much better than the series of tight twists and bends they'd had to take to get here across the gorgeous Berwickshire countryside.
Why are we wasting our time with this?
Same reason as why we wasted our time going to Glasgow and Edinburgh. If we uncover another case connected to this, it'll help us profile the killer.
But it might not.
True. Marshall reached up to hold on to the handle. But it sheds some light on stuff. The trouble with my work is I'm having to make assumptions constantly. But the more data we get, the more we validate them. This could be another connection, and it might help us prove that some of the others aren't connected. Might help us see that none of them are.
See, just feels like a load of nonsense to me.
You won't find any arguments from me. Taylor laughed.
Seriously?
Serial murderers mostly don't leave playing cards on their bodies or send notes to the press claiming all of their crimes. They tend to just murder a series of victims. And if we don't want them to get away with it, we have to look for other potential murders they've committed. And it feels like a waste of time, Cal, because most of the time it will be. But it's much better to rule it out than to later discover we should have ruled it in.
I get that. Are you saying we should have connected Beverly and Adam?
No. We were right not to. We didn't have the full set of information.
Right. But it's just...
Taylor took a hand away from the wheel to brush it through his hair.
Ach, never mind. You're right.
He slowed for the right turn to Penman-Shiel, marked as a T-junction, signifying the pointlessness of visiting the place. He shot across the path of an oncoming coach, then followed the road winding up through mature woodland.
So we're meeting your man here?
Hardeep.
He any good?
Almost too good. He's doing a PhD.
Didn't you?
Yeah, that took 5 years. He's just about done his in 2.
You can do that?
I couldn't. He can.
Wow. Think you'll be able to hold on to him after?
I doubt it, but there will be other PhD students.
Won't there just?
Taylor stopped halfway up a bank through the woods.
This must be the place.
Hardeep's Mini was in the car park next to a monument. Hardeep was inspecting it, a curious frown twisting his forehead. Taylor pulled in next to his car.
I'll let you lead, Rob. After all, I'm just a piece of arm candy for you.
Marshall laughed as he got out, then wandered over to Hardeep. Well done for getting here quicker than we did. Hardeep shrugged. Told you, I was already on my way when I called you, and you had to attend the briefing. Marshall sighed at the memory, then of trying to persuade Gashgori of the importance of them visiting. At least he hadn't come along himself. He took in the vista. A brief break in the trees looked back across the A1, but he could only hear the road rather than see it. Hardeep, this is D.I. Callan Taylor. Taylor held out a hand.
Pleased to meet you, mate.
Hardeep didn't seem too sure of that, but he shook the hand anyway. And you, sir? Taylor walked over to the monument.
So what's this thing all about?
I had to wait, so I did some research into what transpired here. This is a memorial to the tunnel collapse in 1979. Happened as they were improving it. 2 men died, but it could have been a lot worse. 13 escaped.
They planned on rebuilding the tunnel, but it was decided to be too costly. So they sealed it up and rerouted the A1 and the railway across. I don't know the technical term for it, but they blew up the hill with dynamite to drive a channel through it.
Right.
Taylor was staring at the monument. Then he looked around.
This is where the body was?
It was, yes.
This isn't where the tunnel is, though.
No, the tunnel is pretty much a ruin now, even though that was not much less than 50 years ago. Both entrances are completely inaccessible.
But you're saying the body was here?
Found in the car park, yes. Taylor looked over at his pool car.
So this isn't the same, is it?
No, it's not, but it also is. Taylor looked over at Marshall with a sour look on his face.
Rob, can you decipher this for me?
Marshall nodded at Hardeep. I've got to admit, you've kind of lost me too. Hardeep looked right at Marshall. You and I are working on the basis that all these cases are connected, correct? Aside from tunnels, the main thing connecting the victims is the brutal force used in their murders, or apparent suicides. The victim here was Kate McWilliams. He gestured at the monument Taylor was resting against. It appears her head was smashed into the monument with enough force to fracture her skull in two main areas. Taylor let go of it.
So you're saying she was attacked twice?
It appears that way, yes. She wasn't murdered in a tunnel, but this isn't that far off the MO used in the other cases. Taylor puffed up his cheeks and stared at the monument like he could see blood or bits of skull on there, or just that it was haunted.
When was this?
8 years ago.
Okay. So back in 2016, just before the whole world went to shite, eh? Turning on the Large Hadron Collider ruined everything.
Taylor tapped his nose.
Mark my words.
Marshall joined Taylor at the monument. Certainly looked sturdy enough to smash someone's skull against. And back then there wasn't a pseudo-MIT down in the borders, was there?
Nope.
Taylor winced.
You know, I worked the case that sparked it a couple of years ago. 2 numpties in a caravan park near Jedburgh.
He looked at the monument again.
There were MITs in 2016, though. That's after the formation of Police Scotland and Specialised Crime. So I'm guessing any confirmed homicides would have been the responsibility of some fud from Edinburgh, correct?
Correct. Hardeep winced. In this case, the fud was one D.I. James Pringle from the Edinburgh MIT. Chapter 34. Marshall walked into the office space in Gala Neck, phone pressed to his ear. Third time he'd called. Third time it hadn't been answered. Second time he'd left a voicemail. He stopped to give it the respect it deserved. Jim, it's Rob. Sorry if my first message was a bit garbled. I was driving through the countryside and think I lost phone reception. Anyway, I'm calling you about an old case you worked, back during your time in Edinburgh. Give me a call back when you get this. Cheers. And I hope you're keeping well. Thanks, Jim. Marshall hung up and felt a weight tugging down on his shoulders. It had been ages since he'd heard from Pringle. Weeks since he'd sent him a message. Calling out of the blue like that just for a case? It felt a bit cheap. Or just cheeky. He checked his text messages. Still nothing from Belu Owusu. The messages he'd received since April had been all about him handing over his keys for Pringle's house near Glasgow to the estate agent. All very businesslike. He wondered if the delay in her response was because they were on the other side of the world. So he checked, and remembered Durban was only an hour ahead of them. Totally different deal to Australia or the west coast of the US. She should have got the message, and should read it soon. And Marshall hoped he could refresh Pringle's non-existent, as Pringle would say. A tingle of sadness throbbed in his throat.
Marshall swallowed it down, then knocked on the door and waited, sucking in a deep breath. The office was buzzing like a beehive, all the drones making honey here rather than doing work in Peebles. But they were more like wasps than bees. Maybe those Japanese hornets that were doing so much damage in the USA. The door opened, and Elliot stood there, scowling at him.
Rob, what are you doing here?
Working. Marshall gave her a kind smile. You got a sec?
Kind of up against it, you know.
It's just, I need to pick your brains on something.
I mean, my brains are in a worse state than Jim Pringle's.
Which is the problem?
Eh?
The case is something you both worked. Given he's got early onset Alzheimer's, I doubt I'll get anything out of him. Besides, he's in South Africa, and you're here. She flared her nostrils.
Seriously, if this is about someone who kills people with chopsticks every Shrove Tuesday.
It's about this case. Elliot snorted, then looked around the office. She sighed, then opened the door wide.
In you come.
Marshall followed her in but didn't take a seat, because she hadn't. She gave a weak smile.
What's up?
I'm looking into a murder Jim investigated a few years ago, hoping you might be able to shed light on it.
Haven't seen you for ages.
I saw you yesterday.
Right, I remember now. My memory's not that short.
She laughed.
You were mansplaining something at Gashkori.
Mansplaining? Elliot slapped a hand to her forehead.
Sorry, Rob, I haven't been myself.
No, that's very on-brand for you. At least she smiled at that.
How you doing, Rob?
I'm fine. Bit fed up of working at Gartkosh, but it's okay.
15 months you've been over there now, isn't it?
Give or take, aye.
And have you got a single result yet?
No, not a single sausage. But that's not the point of my work. I'm there to check mainstream detectives haven't missed anything.
I never miss a thing.
Like your husband leaking to a local drug gang lord? Sure. Marshall knew how to placate her, so didn't fight it. But lots of cases don't get solved for various reasons.
But you haven't found a single mistake?
Oh, I've found hundreds of mistakes. Whether they're corruption or more likely incompetence isn't my job. I'm not in standards.
Like Rakesh and your old man?
Marshall had to look away. Right, exactly.
But you haven't been able to match up any cold cases to an unknown serial killer, have you?
No. It's almost like there aren't any.
But there are. You've worked 2 cases down here, and that one back in April.
Okay, but that wasn't as a direct result of my new role. It was part of a murder investigation Gashkori ran.
You knew him, though?
It dated back to the dim and distant. Criminal profiling is a pretty small field.
Bet you've taken credit for it, though.
Potter has, aye.
Shh, don't say her name.
People need to get over this nonsense.
You started it, Robbie.
Even so. Marshall felt that sharp sting in his gut he only got from Elliot. A particular pain. Time to change tack and stop her derailing stuff with her nonsense. Truth is, maybe I belong here in the Borders.
We're fully booked, sadly. No room at the inn.
Happy to work in the manger. Elliot laughed.
You're a dickhead, you know that.
Guilty as charged. Marshall held her gaze, intense and fizzing with secrets. How are you doing, Andrea?
You just being polite?
No, I'm actually interested.
Right. I'm okay, Rob.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Even with all that's happened?
Of course I miss aspects of Davy.
Aspects?
A lot of him. But I feel like he died when he did what he did. Or when he got caught for it, you know?
I can totally understand that.
Because of what happened to Anna.
Right. Marshall felt a sting of pain in his nostrils, like he was going to cry. Even in her weakened state, she'd still managed to pierce his defences. Exactly that.
If you must know, Robbie, my home life is absolute chaos. Mum and Dad are helping, but it's left a massive gap. And they're not getting any younger. Not to mention that Davy's parents are a bloody nightmare too. Haven't bothered to offer to help. It's like they feel shame for what he did, but it feels like they're blaming me. Does that make any sense?
Makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, Sam's stepping up to look after her brothers, which is helpful, but it's tough on her. Difficult time for her.
Aren't all ages difficult?
True,
She sighed.
very true. But Sam, every age has been a total nightmare. I love her, but...
Marshall waited for her to fill out the silence, but she just left it. I have to say, Andrea, I'm surprised to see you back at work so soon.
It's been 3 months. You barely get a fortnight off. And I'm not made of money. I can't just take time off.
Marshall frowned at that. I thought you'd be signed off.
I've been to the doctor, but there's nothing wrong with me, other than having repulsive taste in men.
Marshall smiled at that, even though it wasn't far from the truth. Not even taking time off for a holiday?
Taking them away to Florida next month. Be a chance for us to put it all behind us, or at least start to. Distract them with roller coasters and burgers and milkshakes.
Elliot sat against the edge of her desk and folded her arms.
Keep thinking I should sell the house and move, but there's so much emotion attached to that place, you know. The youngest two have only ever lived there.
I get it.
Right. Thank you for caring, Rob. Or at least pretending to.
I do care. Of course I do. How's it been going here?
Do you want the truth?
No, a pack of lies would be totally fine. Elliot smiled.
The reality is, I feel sidelined by Gashkori. It's like he doesn't think I'm up to it.
But you're now working this case, right?
That's only because she who cannot be named ordered him to bring me on so you could have Taylor.
She nudged his arm.
Be thankful you didn't get saddled with me, Robbie.
He smiled it off, but the truth was it would have been a nightmare. You know her well?
Who? Potter?
Elliot gave a quick shake of her head.
Met her twice.
You must have impressed her, because she asked for you to work this case.
Exactly. I'm a bit baffled as to why, but I'll take any allies I can get.
Marshall was similarly mystified. What's your take on Hogg?
My take? Am I allowed to have one?
Elliot laughed, but the emotion didn't go anywhere near her eyes.
We've charged him, so I guess that's good enough for me.
Level with me here. Do you think he's done it?
As in killed her?
Elliot shrugged.
I don't know, Rob. Why are you asking all these annoying questions?
They're not that annoying, are they?
Okay, but why are you here then?
Hardeep's found a case going back 8 years that might connect to this one.
You think this is a serial killer?
It might be.
Okay. So why does that involve me?
Because you worked it with Pringle.
Remind me.
A woman was murdered at the monument to Penmanship Turn O'Neill Grant's house. Name of Kate McWilliams. Body was found there. Someone had smashed her head into the monument. Twice.
Think I remember it, aye.
Elliot sat down behind her desk and logged into her machine.
Kate McWilliams?
Marshall couldn't see what she was up to. Only took a few seconds of her typing before she glanced over.
Here we go, Robbie. Pringle was deputy SIO on it. Think that's because he lived down in the borders.
It was Grant's house, though. Not that local to someone who lived in Kelso.
I don't make the rules. Nor did Jim.
Does it say who the SIO was?
Steve Booth.
Never met him.
You'd have got on well with him. He was a total arsehole too.
Was?
Long since retired to Spain. Heard he drunk himself to an early death. Admittedly, it took him 5 years of wine, lager, cognac and so much deep-fried food it was like he was still living in Scotland. But he toppled off his balcony one night and that was all she wrote.
Brutal.
Heart attack did for him, rather than the fall.
Heard of similar with other cops.
It's a hard game that does weird stuff to people's brains, Robbie.
She was focusing on the screen again.
Was just checking to prove I wasn't involved in the case and give you what for. But it turns out I was.
Good, because I'm thinking it might be connected to ours.
Why? Because it's near a train tunnel?
Come on, Robbie. Not just that. A couple of other things.
Okay, but it's mainly that, right?
Elliot smiled at him.
Look, I don't have all the details on the case, Robbie, so...
But you got way more than me.
Sure. But I was a mere DS at the time, so I didn't make any of the decisions.
You being out means you'll know the background and all of the issues. She grinned.
Boy, did I know them.
Go on.
Okay. So the thing with that case is we never caught Kate's killer. But we did have a suspect. Or a plausible theory anyway. It goes something like this. A woman called Stacey Gray went to uni in Newcastle, but was seeing a lad in Edinburgh. So she'd drive up and down the A1 a lot. Then one time, as if by magic, she was in a car crash and died.
How does this connect with Kate?
She was driving the other car in the crash.
Okay.